Sorry, Chad. I didn't see you there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. Hey, how you doing? Hey, like last night when we played Workers really, really late, and then I was like, I should go to bed. I didn't go to bed. I actually finished the car instead, and then went and played with the dog for like 2 hours, and then went to bed at like 4 in the morning, and then got up at like 9. I was adjusting the suspension. My hands are a little dirty. Why you do this? If you really want to know, there is a perfectly logical explanation for this. Do you have an X account? Yeah. Of course I do, H. It's EJ_SA. I just posted this. Check this out. Oh, hey, where am I? Oh, there we go. I just posted this. Blorgen Jacqueline Nuglins. Because look at that. Oh. 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 Oh, yeah. You're gonna be screwed when you have a kid. Nah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. The kid's gonna try to out crazy me, and it's not gonna work. Oh, wait. I had a very dank reply. Hold on. Ah, yes. Hinga Dinga Durgan. Oh wait, we gotta say it in this area. Hinga Dinga Durgan. Yes, Jack. See, Jack understood what I was saying. That's good. That's not Jack Byard. That's Jack Frodo. He might be a hobbit. We don't know. But we will go and make things out of clay and lay by the bay. We just may. What do you say? What setup did you end up doing? What do you mean? Didn't you carry a ring for like some movie? Yeah, something like that. Hinga dinga durgan. So yeah, so guys, the perfectly logical explanation for staying up late is Polaris Dawn. I have to maintain this like 9 a.m. to 4 a.m. sleep schedule right now. Yeah, it's fine. I got plenty of coffee. We'll be good. Right height, camber caster, preload, etc., etc. I just tightened everything to torque spec, and the camber is zeroed right now. Camber is zeroed on the front. I haven't adjusted anything, Hellfish. I also noticed that the car is riding extremely high in the front. I'm not sure what I did. Everything is to spec, and the camber and the caster are zeroed. The toe is not the toe isn't configured. Nothing. It's just sitting on its wheels. But here's the thing, dude. I adjusted the ride height on the right front just a second ago, just to see, and then set the thing back down, and it's the same ride height as it was before. You Carolina squatted a Camaro. That's a gasser. Thank you very much. Gee, I wonder why you took like 50 pounds off the front. It's more than 50 pounds, dude. That's because she wants an LS. Starlink 811 just got scrubbed. Yeah, recovery conditions. Recovery conditions. Yep. Is it dark here? Is it dark here? No, it's noontime. What are you talking about? $75 to $100? Dude, yeah. We should have weighed all the components. So yeah, the recovery conditions. It looks like SpaceX might be a little bit, they may have tightened up the the criteria for recovery conditions. Gee, I wonder why. No, that, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Starlink 811 being scrubbed pretty much proved why 1062 crashed. The recovery conditions. They rolled the dice with the recovery for that Starlink mission and lost the life leader booster. It looks like they tightened up their recovery criteria for landing because, yeah, they found the upper limits. Let's just put it like that. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. But yeah, the Camaro is, yeah, Hellfish, she's riding 29 inches on either side of the wheel, to the wheel wells. From the ground to the wheel well, to the top of the wheel well, 29 inches on both sides. It's supposed to be 27. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do, what we should do here. Dude, I when the suspension was at full droop, I took the right front and I got it to where the spring was almost loose on the coilover. And it didn't change the ride height at all. I adjusted the jam nut on the suspension, the ride height adjustment. There's 2 aluminum rings, right? They were 2.5 inches off the bottom of the thread. Now it's 1.5 inches off the thread. So I dropped it. I should have dropped it by an inch. It didn't drop it by anything. I'm very confused now. Add a second engine. Yep. You're a jam nut. I mean, yeah. So yeah, she's just running real high in the front, and yeah, it's probably because, yeah, we took the springs also have to settle. Yeah. Well, we'll let them settle and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I tightened and torqued everything. I set camber to, I zeroed the camber. Yeah, I zeroed it. That's basically where it's at. It's zeroed right now. So we're running 0 camber. That's not what it calls for. It calls for 1 degree. From the factory, 1 degree of camber, 1 degree negative camber, and 1 degree of toe in. That shouldn't be hard. I could set that. That's easy. Actually, the QA1 kit made it super easy to adjust it. I'll send Geek. He will fix. Well, we got 250-pound springs in the front. Dude, for a second, I thought I put the back springs on the front. I was like, oh no. But then I thought about it. It's got 120s in the back, 250s in the front. You need a bigger spring rate because front engine. I thought I put the springs in backwards. I was like, huh, buy a Tesla? No. SpaceX, I love Tesla. I really do. I really love them. I would not buy one. Not because I'm anti-EV. I love EVs. I think EVs are amazing. See what I'm doing to this car right here? Working on it. You can't do that with a Tesla. I love Elon. Trust me. Big fan. Love Elon, SpaceX, Tesla, Solar City. I've been following it since the beginning. But Tesla's not right to repair. And I don't like the idea of buying something and having it not be yours. Don't get me wrong, I don't go spouting nonsense about Tesla. I think self-driving is amazing. I love everything that they're doing. I just wouldn't buy one. Like, I think Cybertruck is cool. I am very much in the minority there for that. I think Cybertruck's a cool car, or a cool truck. I really do. I'm not really understanding the cast receiver that they did, because that Whistling Diesel video, I'm not 100% sure why they opted for a cast tow hitch instead of a cold rolled steel tow hitch, because the bumper can just shear off in high tensile conditions. Did you roll the tires up and down the driveway? No, James, I haven't. I put it down on the wheels and then I went inside. Did you see that EV Hilux? No, but that's cool. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not like some Tesla hater. I really like. I think Tesla's awesome, and I obviously love SpaceX. Like, yeah. All right, guys. We're gonna pick up where we last left off with workers. I've had enough people, including my wife, nag me. I mean, ask me about playing Star Trucker or Space Trucker or whatever it's called. We'll play it tomorrow. I already said I would do workers and summer car today, so I like sticking to my guns. I know people are going to say, oh, you're being stubborn. Yeah. We'll play Star Trucker tomorrow. We'll play it for early hours tomorrow. Let's see what's good. It's cast aluminum, Coltec. I'm not 100% sure why they would do that. But yeah, I think Cybertruck's 48 volt architecture is genius. I think every car, internal combustion engine or electric, should have a 48 volt harness. Because with a 48 volt harness, you can move power and data over the same cable, and it drastically simplifies the wire harness. I honestly, and that as somebody that's wired a vehicle, that's awesome. I want that with every car. That needs to be a thing. Like, I'll make it a thing myself, even if I have to do a 48 volt architecture. Like, I'll make it from scratch. Whatever, I could do it. I know how to wire a car. I wired that red truck. There was nothing inside of it. I did all the wiring for it, and it still works, weirdly enough. Believe that? Or Gear City. All right. Today's Wednesday. We'll do Gear City on Friday, okay? But you guys, here, keep in mind, the gaming comes second to space missions. If Polaris Dawn or Starliner are going to happen during, you know, times when I say I'm going to play these games, they take precedent. Space flight, man. Obviously. And if you do data with Ethernet, it's literally power over Ethernet standard. It's genius, Aqualux. It's genius. That's so smart. Everyone should have done that. Dude, we should have done that the second we started getting a hard-on for putting infotainment in cars. Like, all this electronic nonsense that's in cars nowadays that everybody whines about because it's too complicated. It's because you have an infotainment center that demands 36 volts, and that's connected to an ECU that demands 12, and those are connected to headlights that demand 12, right? And that's connected to a gauge cluster that demands 6. So you need all these DC to DC converters in a modern car. It's such a waste. Like, dude, we talk about being, like, you know, improving fuel economy with ICEs, right? And being more efficient. Dude, you know how much gas mileage you could save by taking like 200-300 pounds of wire harness out of a car by adopting that architecture, even an internal combustion car? Like, I don't understand. You ever do the Fallout London thing? No, I haven't. Hey, baka laka daka stan. Yeah, all right, we're doing it. Are we already doing it? It is time for Bakalaka Dakistan Anthem. It's streaming live today. Finger guns. All right, that's enough. New flame trench in, finger guns. Okay, all right, I'm good. All right, so let's do this until space news. Let's get going. So what did we do? I started building out my new railroad line over here. And we have 6 MUV-69, nice. What's the objective of this game? So, SpaceX, this is a city building game. But it's a city building game with a Soviet motif on it, which is kind of funny. Like, think like, it's a meme city builder, like Tropico is a meme city builder. Like, Tropico is a city building game at heart, but it has this hilarious communist dictatorship, like, motif over it, which I think is really funny. Like, it's like, oh yes, you have not been standing up, you will face the wall now. Like, Workers is the same way, but underneath that Soviet Republic veneer, right, is an amazing city builder. This is one of the best city builders I've ever played. Real constructor problem? Yeah, Stuart, I'll check it in a second. Good day, wall facers. So, okay, let me put it to you like this, dude. So, SpaceX, I'm gonna take it you're a SpaceX fan. You know how much, like, think about how often Falcon 9 launches, right? It launches all the freaking time. SpaceX didn't just do that. They didn't just say one day, oh, we're going to launch every day. No, that took a lot of scaling. It took a lot of, pioneering reuse, right? It took a lot of second stage manufacture. Think about how Hawthorne has to crank out a second stage like almost every day. It's actually probably like once a week, but still. An upper stage once a week is absurd. That's an absurd number. Actually, it's more than once a week, right? Because SpaceX is targeting 144 launches this year. There's only 52 weeks, so they're cranking out a second stage every 2 to 3 days, right? Imagine the insane industrial logistics that you need to do that. It's not just, it's trucks moving the stages to the launch sites, testing the stuff at McGregor, all the materials that you need to build a Merlin vacuum, right? And not with that pressure transducer, right? The whole logistical chain. That's what this game kind of focuses on, not with rocket parts, unfortunately, but with everything else, sure. So, like, take this this small city that I have right here. This is Aribi. Aribi needs drainage. It needs a sewage system. It needs water. That water needs to go through filtration, right? It needs electricity. The electricity needs to be stepped up low voltage, or it needs to be stepped down from high voltage to low voltage. And then from there, it needs to go to substations. You got to build the substations. You got to build the drainage. You got to build the plumbing. You have to build out the trash trucks. You need technical depots. You need construction depots to make everything. That skyscraper isn't finished. That's why it's missing a piece. And to do all that, to put a pipe in the ground, you need an excavator. You need excavators. You need bulldozers. You need dump trucks to move dirt around and or gravel around and asphalt. And all that stuff needs to move around. And where are you getting it from? If you're not importing it from a border station, you have to make it yourself, right? This game takes all that into account. Like, take this building over here. This is what's called the distro office. The distro office is being built right now, and you can see the workers have been moved to the building site by a construction bus. The construction bus is probably back up here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Well, that's one of them, right? And all these workers here are people, like, you can see them doing work on the building. They're people that live in Aribi over there. We had to shuttle them out here to work on this building. This building needs bricks. It needs boards. It needs steel. It needs man hours to get it done. That's what this game is all about. It is the gnarliest city builder I've ever played. Starliner's conference is happening right now. Is it? Oh shoot, that is today. Hold on. Giddy up, U-turn! We need to see it. I need to keep up with these press conferences. We'll play workers after. I totally forgot about that. Sounds like an awesome game. It is quite fun, but it's not as fun as listening to a Starliner press conference.
They had over 100 hours.
Okay, cool. This is the Boeing crew flight test pre-departure news conference. Let me switch up the titles here. I gotta switch up the titles on two streams now. So we'll switch off workers here just for a second. I want to take a couple hours here. If we have to, we'll bump into space news a little bit, because this is what this is going to end up being. All right. Let me switch up over there. Science and technology. Save. Totally forgot about that Starliner conference, dude. But then again, I think they did too.
And some of the generic choices.
All right, so let's get to it. Let me back it up here.
On this mission to use the extra available space and bring cargo home, so we're still doing that. I think the largest thing.
Did you do much in workers? Wondering if I can discard that segment. Discard it, drummer.
The qualification and things we need to do after the flight. The first thing, in the helium system, obviously, We have a number of helium leaks. We think these are related to.
I want to back it up to the beginning, dude. We'll
was about cargo. We always had plans on this mission to use the extra available space and bring cargo home. So we're still.
Boeing is ruining NASA and SpaceX plans. Space, I wouldn't go that far, dude. Space is very difficult, and it's stuff's tough to do. With that being said, I've been following these press conferences for a long time. Every single press conference, I haven't missed one. I mean, this was right here. Missing the beginning of this was the most you've seen me miss with these press conferences, right? Space is difficult. With that being said, there's some glaring things with Boeing's testing regime that I really have problems with. I think that a more rigorous testing regime is warranted, especially when you're making something new, like SpaceX. Weird, huh? You know, it's SpaceX clean sheets all their stuff, and they make new things. It's not, you know, like Falcon or Dragon, and you know, they're hungry. They're always trying to improve it, always trying to make it better. You know, you contrast that with Boeing's test regime, like SpaceX is rapid prototyping, do it, to make a change. Let's see what happens, right? And Boeing is like, okay, we'll do all the testing. We'll do as little testing as we need to, and that will make the capsule more reliable, which I'm starting to think that that's not really a good way to do things. But I mean, we saw it with SLS work, and Boeing frankly did a good job, if not a little bit late on that core stage. But I think that is mostly because, like SLS's MPS was a lot more difficult than anticipated. Turns out the core stage is basically a space shuttle and an external tank combined into one thing. Seriously, it is. That's what it is. I mean, we should give it wings and fly it back, but that's another story. I don't think they're ruining it, dude. I think they have some work to do. Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
Question was about cargo. We always had plans on this
go from there.
Mission to use the extra available space and bring cargo home. So we're still doing that. I think the largest thing, just as a data point that we have on there, is
I'm not sure we can get back to
we've got these rechargeable, reusable oxygen tanks are pretty sizable, and so we had that in the original plan. We'll keep that on the vehicle. There's a handful of other bags full of other bits and pieces too that will return as part of the original cargo.
Hey, Mishu, what's up?
And Stephen, we had missed the beginning of your question here in the room. It came across a little bit muffled.
It's still press conference questions, dudes. I want to hear their announcements.
Upon your suggestion.
No, let's go over to NASA TV and see if we can rewind a little bit. I got the Bakalaka Dakistan song stuck in my head again. It's not popping up. That's bizarre. Can you please put it a little louder? I'll balance the audio when I get a good live stream, dude. Where's the... Are you kidding me? Don't tell me they moved it to this NASA Plus nonsense. The only lot... Oh my goodness. This is gonna... It's not gonna... Oh, geez.
Changes to prevent the overheating in the first place. Thanks.
The extra available question was about cargo. We always had plans on this mission to use the extra available space and bring cargo home, so we're still doing that. I think the largest thing, just as a data point that we have on there, is one of our, we've got these rechargeable, reusable oxygen tanks are pretty sizable, and so we had that in the original plan. We'll keep that on the vehicle. There's a handful of other bags full of other bits and pieces too that will return as
I missed
part
the
of
opening statements, guys.
Cargo.
Fellas, if we can't get the whole press conference, I might just review it for Space News. I sent you a quick question via Discord, if you have time for that. Am I the only one with a KSP update scheduled on Friday? They're doing something weird with it. We don't know, Alucard. I'm not sure. Yeah, if we can't get the whole presser, I don't want to come into this halfway through. You might miss some context, and I'm not a fan of doing that. Matt Lown tweeted tweeted that he got a KSP update, and it broke the DLCs. That was a Valve update from yesterday, a Valve database update. I don't know the whole story, to be honest with you. I'm not. The software thing is a mystery to me. It was a Valve database update that did break the Breaking Ground DLC, but it was quickly patched. So yeah, I'm not sure. NASA isn't moving to pay to view. I don't understand why you would do NASA Plus. I think NASA Plus is completely stupid, to be honest with you. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm not sure why someone would think that's a good idea, unless they were completely out of touch with how media is disseminated, how digital media is disseminated on the internet. I don't. NASA Plus is free. They just seem to want that under their own control. Yeah, Aqualex. Them doing that is like saying, I'm going to host my own streaming service on ejsa.space, and if you want my content, you go there, so I have full control over my content. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy. That would kill the stream overnight. Yeah, that would kill the stream overnight. Yeah, like virtually like that. That'd be really stupid. It'd be a real stupid thing to do. Never said it was a smart idea. Yeah. I don't understand why they would do that. I really don't get it. Well, you're not NASA. Yeah, but Bree, I might know something a little bit more about content. I might know a little bit more about content creation than they do. Like on the internet. Maybe you don't think I bring anything to the table? Thanks for the vote of confidence, lady. My EJ account. Yeah, guys, I don't want to go through this press conference. I don't want to go through the press conference if it's halfway through. We'll review the press conference during Space News. Yeah, sorry about going from one game to another to that and back, but yeah, we'll switch back over to workers. The press conference seems to be more or less done. They were answering press questions already, so we'll go through it. We'll go through it at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. So let's see. Trying to play workers like these. Yeah, drummer, if you're still out there, disregard this segment as well. Sorry to jump back and forth, but sometimes that's what's needed. Takes forever to change like 3 titles. Workers and resources plus when? That is very compelling. Face the wall, please. Starliner conference's bitrate gave me a stronk. Yeah. Thank you, weather guy. All right, we'll jump back in over here. I gotta turn the sound back down. Yeah, we'll go through that press conference when the whole VOD is posted. That way we can go through kind of at our own pace. Sorry about the confusion. All right, we're back. Yeah, sorry for bouncing around so much. To have a sovereign platform where they don't have to submit to the crapification of other platforms, I guess. The heck happened here? That's when we were talking about Starliner's thrusters last night. Dude, who is this person? Forge, you were here for this. I don't know who this person is, but HD1402183 just really seems to post a lot of me. EJ is a dear friend of mine. I'm really sad after he got infected with Starliner syndrome. That's pretty. That's what we were talking about, the thrusters yesterday. I like what? It confused the hell out of me. I was so confused from that, man. Yeah, HD240183. If you're out there, show yourself. Show yourself. Come out. I see you out there in the internet land. Who are you? I just want to know. I don't really care. Keep posting my stuff. It doesn't bother me. Okay, let's roll. So, we are working on Bakalekadikistan. He's got Starliner syndrome. Spreading Western propaganda without EJ and the mods knowing. Is that you, Nova? I don't understand. Whoever that, like, I just want to know who it is. I really don't care. I guess if they don't want to tell me, I don't really care either. That's you? All right, cool. So, we dug a big hole yesterday, and we put the Super Stalinator at the bottom of the big hole. And the sewage line is finished. Excellent. Excellent. This is the unfinished business that I had. We need to go into here temporarily, and we need to demolish that. And we need to make sure that we have sewage and garbage trucks teed up. Get that out of there. We need lots of sewage trucks to go and drain the septic tanks around the city. Because temporarily our plumbing's offline. So what we did yesterday was we dug this big hole to get down to water. The water table is really low in this part of the map. So we dug a gigantic freaking hole. And then I made a road going all the way down and put a sewage discharge down there. And then we dug a incredibly deep sewage pipe, which I'm not even sure how you'd go about engineering that in real life. You probably wouldn't. You'd probably just make the pipe go here and then go down. But yeah, you know, we did it anyway. And what I'm doing here is hooking this sewage pipe up to my main plumbing for Algalin and Novagalin right here. So we don't have to worry about sewage tanks overflowing. So, fellas, this entire city is on septic, which is, if you have a septic tank, you're probably like, that's not a good way to do that. And you're absolutely right. Yep. Oh, good. Funkin', what's up, man? We're gonna make Stugatsov up here. What I want to do, now that our financials are pretty much stabilized and we're almost completely out of debt, and Funkin', you'll actually like this, dude. I want to start playing this game like cities. Car-centric, better transport systems, crazier highways, bridges, stuff like that. I want to play it like we play cities, like, you know, grading out highways and leveling terrain and stuff. We're making Stugatsov. Yes, very nice. Stugatsov. Yeah, Grimlock, we can't get the start of the, yeah, what Aqualex said, dude. Yeah, thanks, Aqualex. Yeah. Appreciate it, man. NASA TV doesn't have a full feed of the press conference, dude, so I don't want to go through half of the press conference because something might get taken out of context. So we'll review the whole thing during Space News, and I'm kind of bumming because on NASA TV, you used to be able to just back it up. And I could start right at the beginning, but NASA TV isn't on YouTube anymore. It's on NASA Plus. Or something. NASA Plus streaming service. So you mastered the game pretty much? Let's just say I haven't mastered the game, but the oil being successful is like a blind squirrel finding a nut. I'm successful, so I'm going to use that success to my advantage. Let's get to it. Too many criminals over in Aribi, huh? There. We're at 79% happiness. Pretty good. Oh, dude. The other tower is ready to go. Heck yeah, man. Hey, Chief. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, just a smidge. Yeah, to be very, because you're doing oil, I assume you'd be successful way sooner. That's what I mean, Jack. Blind squirrel finds a nut. I don't think I've mastered this game, but I've gotten to the point where I can start making some pretty good progress, and we're gonna do that. Can you even master this game? It would be difficult. Just came home from work. How are you, Brimo and Titan, doing? Everything's good, Chief. I have no complaints. Yeah, everything's a-okay, man. We got the second skyscraper. How do you supply drinking water? Wells. I have a well that's pumping. You have to find a well with decent water quality, and then you have to pump it into a water treatment plant, and then you pump that into a water tower. And the water tower will gravity feed. Yeah, you have pressure. You have pressure and water quality. Oh yeah, gotta take that into account. What the heck? We made gridlock. How does that even happen? I've never done that before. There. Can you tell the bus stop not to make left turns? There might be a road sign for that. No. I can't believe that. Just remove the construction buses from the equation, and that should help alleviate the traffic. See, it's just like cities. Yeah, that's a big problem because some of these are for the electrical power plant. That is a big problem. We need to address that problem like now. I guess I'm telling too much to pull from here, huh? I've never had this happen. Huh. Adds cars, wonders why there's gridlock. Why are they going in a circle? I don't get it. Guess we need a bigger bus station here, huh? Oh, that intersection blows. That's the reason, guys. The intersection sucks. Look at what? Oh. Yeah, we're gonna need a new bus station down here. That's just... I don't know why that's never been a problem before, but... Alright, did we remove the pipe? Yes, we did. Oh. Still gotta get all the waste out of there. Yeah, that turning radius on those buses are sweet. There, I adjusted it. We got people back up in the power plant? Yeah, we do. That was not cool. Not great. Yeah, this is because it's part of the old city. Don't worry, we'll go through here and we'll bulldoze all of this. Or I'll just put a better bus stop over here where my old distros were. Yeah. My sewage trucks are still trying to drain from there. Put them down here. It's funny because a Mac R series septic truck like that looks exactly like the truck that actually drains my septic tank. The company that I use to drain the septic tank at the house, they use R series and it looks exactly like that, but it's red. That's weird. It looks just like that. That's strange. Also, I noticed that the random truck noise stopped, guys. I don't know what that's about, but... There was an update? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he ran out of gas. Must have. We have our brand new stock of construction vehicles over here. Also, we're under $1 million in debt here. That debt will be paid off by the end of next year. We have no dollar debt. That 180 is all ours, man. They should let you drain it. And MSC, you've done it hundreds of times. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. Now, I flattened this area over here because I want to tap into everything that uses gravel with construction materials for over here. Cement uses gravel and coal. Concrete.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Concrete uses gravel and cement and water. Hey, Demon Hat. We could put a well down here. We don't need... You don't need potable water. You just... small water well. There is some water. Oh, you're drinking the wrong water. No, it'd be better suited over here. 30. I mean, that's good enough. Yeah, we do bricks and prefabs and stuff for building materials. Probably something I should have done a long time ago. That's what I mean about not being good at this game. This is all stuff I should have done, but I was just... You gotta manage a lot. It's hard to do that sometimes. What does prefabs use? Cement? Oh, it just uses cement and gravel. A cement plant seems to be what we want. Whoa, that's a big boy. I don't think we need that big of a plant, to be honest with you. All right, we'll let's get the sewage figured out and then go from there. Now we can make prefamulated amulite. Oh, yeah, we can. You need coal, huge amounts. I don't think there's coal near here, to be honest. Closest vein is up here. Alkaline. How do your citizens get to work? It's mostly via bus right now. Yeah, coal, iron, and bauxite I think should be the next big projects. But that would be over on the Aribi side of things with the trains and stuff. Yeah, we have coal sask over here. There's a gigantic coal mine right here. But I think the next big project we should do is connect everything. The highways. We have the money to do it. Connect everything with highways and trains. Trains for freight, highways for, you know, truck. What do you make with bauxite? Aluminum, timbite. Aluminium or aluminium or aluminum. Bananaramium. Bananaramium. This is no, it's not a repeat. It's Nova Golden. Aribi's over on the other side. What the? It's also connected to the depot? Why not make an aggregate unloading and a siding? Yeah, Hip, they cut the video. That's why I didn't review the Starliner thing. We'll do that for Space News, man. That's why I was like, all right. And I tried to go on NASA TV to scrub back to like the beginning, and you couldn't do it because NASA TV is not there, which I don't understand, but hey, whatever. Okay. Love the Aviation Week cover. It is a great picture. What? That's also connected to Misha, what were you talking about, dude? What was that in regards to? I'm confused. Sorry. You could experiment an interesting setup with aggregate towers. Oh. I'm not sure if we could make tracks that cross the highway here. Oh. Yeah, you can. It's gonna let us get away with that. Okay. Huh. Bring the coal from customs. All right, let's yeah, I don't mind that idea. Let me set the grade here. I just don't want the tracks to be bumpy like that. See what I'm talking about? I hate it. I can't stand that stuff. Maybe we could make a bridge or something. Or just belt. We could just put a depot over here and belt it or something. I don't know. Probably better make a bridge for the highway. Yeah, I'm not a fan of level crossings, guys. Or we could just move gravel over here. Just wouldn't be too hard. And then I don't know what we do with that. Just do a siding to the right of the main line. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Back to just yeah, okay. Let's finish this here. Hey Ray, what's going on, man? Was just having you think how useful would a landing barge with a small processing facility on board be? Theoretically allowing some small parts of processing of a booster begin sooner. You probably don't want to do that at sea, Raymond, unless you had some kind of enclosed space. Like, not a clean room, but you probably don't want to do... Like, you don't want to go taking apart the engine section on the barge. Not a good idea. I don't think that's smart. With that being said, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that SpaceX is does as much processing that they can at sea, within reason. Like if an engine needs to be replaced, you're not doing that there. But if you need to, like, oh, I don't know, I'm making something up. If you had to repaint something or reapply some thermal protection system, yeah, you could probably do that at sea. I mean, you see the size of Bob and Doug, dude? There's no way that whole big freaking ship is used just for getting fairings, right? It's a support vessel. So I guarantee you they're going out there with technicians and doing what they can with, you know, what they have on the drone ship. I'll bet you they are. Not a bad thought, right? Use the aggregate towers to move the coal above the highway. Could we get a belt over it, though? The power lines are in the way, dude. Yeah. You're in a pickle. I just want to see if we could weasel in a railroad line here. Yeah, seems like you can. You could. I have come for your pickle. You could set different heights to the towers. Yeah. I just wanted to see if you could. Set it up like that. That's actually more efficient than what I had in there before. Hey, Albedo, what's going on? Think the structures on Jacqueline would be for booster refurb on its way back to port? Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some commodities on board, guys. There's pneumatic tanks right there. See? Nitrogen. See those tubes? Nitrogen. So there's definitely something on board that has to do with processing. I'd have to really sit here and look at this thing, and we'll do that during Space News. You know? There's definitely something there. Mishu, hold up on that. Hold up on that. Let's, I want to go back over here. I need to check something. Just got a Twitch notification that you're live. I'm here. Oh, good. Perfect. The distro is ready to go. So let's take the dump trucks and move the dump. I wanted to move these Mac R series. They were over in Corvarud, or over in Garawi, Malgalin. We're move them here to this distro here, because what I want to do is start pulling in. Doesn't matter. This is closer. Here, we'll wait till the trucks get over there. We might need to buy some new stock here. That's okay. We got 245k. So what does this thing need? Steel is a flatbed, prefab is a flatbed, bricks is a flatbed, boards is a flatbed, electro is covered. Fuel is gas, so cistern. So we need dump trucks, flatbed, covered, cistern. We got a lot of dump trucks, so we need a lot of flatbeds. What's cheaper? Those R series are cheaper. So let's get 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. We have a lot of dump trucks. We're gonna need a covered. Get 2 covered in there. And then we have room for 2 more. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? They use a lot of gravel, so let's get 2 more dump trucks. Good. Fire extinguish. Oh dear God, there's a Minecraft movie coming out. Why? I'm not clicking on that. Yeah, we're not doing that. All right, we gotta paint these trucks for the railroad distribution. So I know. I like color coding my trucks. Think of it like the company that's overseeing railroad construction. We'll just go with blue. Actually, I think blue might be something different. There we go. Okay, so these guys can go here. And then this is a dedicated thing for railroad distribution. So we need to load. They need gravel. Load and unload gravel. That's it. Stack it as much as you can. For now, until we get gravel. Lufutsky. We can go with, I mean, we could do blue R series. I think blue is already being used. I think blue is what I use for technical services, but I don't know. I like color coding the trucks. That's part of the reason why I like buying the trucks that are paintable. So you can, it's really easy to just spot which truck is which. Like what, you know, in this capitalist version would be like, what company is that, you know? Hey, Gnomo, what's going on? You only need electrical components for building electrified rail. Oh. Well, we'll have the provisions just in case, but yeah, good to know. Because yeah, the part of the thing is that I can't get enough gravel. And then we have a couple of dump trucks over here. Oh, I bought them instead. Crap. Oh, well, that's all right. We got those KMZs. Those are good. Those are good trucks. I want to take... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We really don't need fuel to be loaded from here for that main distro, because we're loading fuel from there. So I'm going to get rid of the... Actually, you know what? We'll just leave it just in case. Just in case the poop hits the fan. You could name the trucks. Yeah, that's also good, drummer. Also not a bad idea. This is the Central Aribi Railroad Line, or Coral for short. Coral! Have you rebound your escape button? No. Hey Carl, can we use? Hey Carl, can we use your pool? No, no, go away, go away there, milkshake. Wait a minute. I have a notification. Yes, an email. Nobody screws with Boris Grishenko. I am invincible! Spike them! Was it good for you too? I'm going for a cigarette. Anyway. Better luck next time, slugheads. You miss Twitter from Brazil here? Ah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, just gotta wait for some stuff to cool off, dude. Everybody gotta cool off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Base Sudor. I cool off by being rapidly foaming at the mouth, addicted to Cractorio again. You're not addicted to workers anymore? Yeah, me too. Oops. Love that they're 20 years apart. Man. Michi, I remember when that damn article came out. Like, actually, no, not that one. I'm thinking of a different one. That aerospace article is from like 2006. I was not a spaceflight nutcase. I was a spaceflight fan, but I wasn't a spaceflight nutcase like I am now. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Government is applying high fines for VPN use. Huh. Oh, bro. Get it. Anyway. Fuel export's looking good. Bitumen's looking good. Yeah, we're out 200 Gs. Watch. We're out 200 Gs for January, and we'll probably still end up relatively positive. I bought 200 grand worth of vehicles here. To make up for the Minecraft movie tweet, here's a funny joke about the White Sox. Dude, did you see what they did? A Three Stooges. They should be allowed to use a batting tee. Did you see what? They did a Three Stooges. Unironically. I have no words, dude. There's a White Sox? Yeah, Chicago. We're gonna need gravel set up here. What about Red Sox? The Red Sox are the Boston's team. The White Sox were the Black Sox, yeah, in 1921. Yeah, for a split second. Yep, that is a good, you know your history, Demon Hat. Thigh highs? I don't think there's any baseball team that wants that name. Crazy idea, tourist city on the hills of Algolin. Let the NATO tourists smell the Stalinator. I want to do something on that hillside over there. I actually was thinking, Mishu, about trying, now that we have cash, making another attempt at the suburban hellhole. We'll swap this communist hellhole out for a suburban hellhole, and it'll be glorious. Nobody be hilarious to watch someone try to hit a home run and thigh highs. I mean, yes, glorious traffic jams. Yep. Yeah, we got the other tower built, which is good. And yeah, what I really need to do, the first thing we need to do is establish a connection to Corvarude. Because when we do that, that means we can get a better track builder. But the big one is we need a boring machine. I need a boring machine to do that tunnel. Or we could just have the track builders make it. It doesn't really matter. Tunnels are extremely expensive. That was the best way to do this, Drummer. I thought about making a level crossing, but then I thought against that. Yeah. Level crossing. No, I'm good, thank you. What we really need to do is get an EDK. And the EDK, you can only buy an EDK from the big NATO border, or the big Warsaw Pact borders. The EDK would be money. That's 70. I would buy like 3 of those, dude, to build out the big railroad line. KZH 461 is not bad either. We're using MUV 69s, which, yeah, their track build speed is 12. AGMUs, which is what everybody uses, is 10. The EDK is 70. The EDK can build real quick. What I need is a train line, and I believe it or not, building out grade, so how steep your train tracks are really matters in this game, just like it does in cities. If anything, I've seen it matter more here. The grain train that I have over here, that one TZM2 is struggling pulling 500 tons of crops up the Nader Pass over here. It's actually struggling. I see it slows down like crazy going up this, which is nuts to me. And I don't know what grade I set this to. I think I set it to a 2% grade. You could dig a tunnel with a track layer, but it's extremely slow. I really don't have a choice from where I set up my railroad construction. Dude, really don't have a choice. But what I really want to do is make a sub like 2% grade line that goes down here, turns around, kind of switchback style, and then goes down into this valley to Albalatakia. El Bangho Titikakaya. Banghor. Bangholio. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to start moving construction equipment into this valley. We already started doing the grade right here with the taxiway. And I do believe that this grade is... Here, let's measure it. So we have about 1,000, we're about 1,000 meters. Actually, it's a little beyond 1,000 meters. And we're only 100 foot change. 93 feet over 3,000. I don't know why I try to go calculate grade. I know what grade is. I know 1% grade. 1% is one foot every 100. But yeah, my brain just goes paced when this happens. You know what? I'm getting a grade calculator. I'm not ashamed to do it. Rise is 93, the run is 3,800. Calculate. Yeah. It's a 2.45% grade. That's not good. That's not good enough. 2.45 is, especially if we're going to be moving heavy trains up here, 2.45 is a lot. That's a lot, dudes. But it's not in real measurements. My Republic. Hey, Zizep, look, it makes sense. Some totally backward Soviet Republic would just use feet randomly, right? Like, it makes sense. Okay? We want a 2% grade and we want the run over 3,800. Vertical rise, 76 feet. Let's just get some auto grade action there. 3,800 feet, 75. That's a 2% grade right there. Trains don't like going up and down hills, guys. They actually go slower when you do that. The reason why is because of two things: tractive effort and rolling resistance. A little bit on engineering here with trains. That building is on fire. With trains have an Achilles heel, but the Achilles heel of a train is also its advantage, right? So what does that mean? So a train has very low what's called rolling resistance. Because you have a metal wheel on a metal rail, there's not a lot of friction there. But that also means that because there's not a lot of friction there, you're struggling for traction. That's no good. You're struggling for traction a lot, right? That's why trains don't like going up hills. They don't really do well going up a hill because you get a metal tire or metal wheel on a metal rail. There's not a lot of friction. That's why locomotives need to be super freaking heavy. Train locomotives weigh insane amounts, like they're over-engineered like crazy because they need what's called tractive effort. They need force, they need those wheels pushing down. They use the weight to overcome that lower rolling resistance. Right? I'm just talking like a conventional railway. We're not talking like a cog railway or a different type of any other type of railway. This is just like a regular train. So yeah, in the game that manifests. So in real life, if your train is too heavy, you don't have enough tractive effort, you're trying to go up a grade, have fun. You're not going to be able to make it. You can't make enough traction to pull something all the way up that hill. That's part of the reason why trains don't like going up steep hills. The way to get around that is add more locomotives, get more tractive effort. In this game, it manifests itself as your locomotive's just going slow. Your locomotive goes slow. I don't know if you make it, I don't know what happens if your train tries to go up too steep of a grade. I don't think Workers is that complicated when it comes to train design. Really don't. But if it was, yeah, that I wouldn't be surprised. But I know in this game with trucks and trains, if they have to go up a steeper hill, they will go slower if they're carrying a load. So that is the Sufran, you're playing derail. That is what you got to understand with derail. You have to make sure that the total mass of your consist isn't enough to overpower the tractive effort of the locomotive, or else you're not getting up the hill. That's why when we played derail, dude, I used DE6s all day, the EMD G16. I just kept using them because I knew they would have the tractive effort to pull whatever. 3 or 4 DE6s in Derail Valley will pull 1,000 tons, no problem, because the EMD G16 is a monster of a locomotive. So that's why I just teched right for the G16 and just kept going with it from there. That thing, because it's a monster. It's a great locomotive, even by today's standards. It's got a V16 diesel in it, dude. What do you want? It's a V16 diesel that makes like 1,800 horsepower. It's fantastic. But see, look, because this locomotive is so big, it has great tractive effort. The tractive effort is 255 kilonewtons, or 57,000 pounds of force. Great. Real good. It does matter, yeah. I don't know if if it won't be able to pull up a grade, like Red Fox, I don't know if it'll stop the train, but I know the locomotive will go slow. In real life, you know how they get around that problem sometimes? Sanders. Seriously, the locomotive has a tank of sand, and you pull the sander lever, and it opens up, and it drops sand in front of the wheels, and that makes more traction. Trains have been using what's called a sander since the 1850s, maybe? That's how they overcome going up hills. But yeah, the G16, which is in Workers and Resources, by the way. There are G16s in this game, which is really cool, and they're painted exactly like that, which is sick. Yeah, trains are measured in tractive effort because it's force being put on the track. So check this out. You guys want to hear something crazy here? How about the Alco 4000? No, it's not in Wikipedia as the Alco 4000, but here, hold on. The Alco 4000 series, you've probably heard of them before. 4014 is an Alco 4000. Check this out. Look at the tractive effort of this bad boy. So the power output, the big boy makes 8,157 horsepower at 614.9 kilonewtons. That locomotive puts down more force than some rocket engines. Yeah. The amount of force that train pushes down on the rails is almost equivalent to the force of a Merlin engine. Is that nuts? That's ridiculous. Tractive effort is 138,240 pounds. Basically, what that basically means is that the locomotive is insanely heavy. And that's on purpose, because you need to get the traction. They needed to make the big boy chunky on purpose. They like added a ton of weight to this thing. They made everything big. That's why it's called Big Boy. They made everything big so it could pull whatever. This thing could pull like a 2-mile long freight train. It could pull a couple thousand tons, no problem. 8,000 horsepower. Because frick you. Frick you. Frick you. Frick whatever you're towing. I'll pull it wherever you want and you'll shut up. Hey, Jigsy. How much surface is contracting the track? 30 millimeter? 40 millimeter, maybe? but there's a lot of wheels. The more wheels you have, the more you could spread the load, but you get less tractive effort if you spread the load over more wheels. It's always a balance, dude. What is the pressure on the wheels? I don't know, but they needed to make them out of some solid freaking steel. The wheels are made of solid, like, high-grade steel. Yeah. Trains are awesome, dude. But yeah, that's their Achilles heel, but simultaneously the reason why they're so damn efficient. Because a train has such low rolling resistance, you could pull thousands of tons with one locomotive. Very, 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 very efficient. I don't know if it's billet, it's probably cast, if I had to guess, dudes. Yeah, we got to make the tracks go down here. We got to figure out a grade, the right grade. 2.5% grade, 2.5 steep grade is okay. Some locos can handle 4. All the way above that, 10%, you're going to need special types of rails. I'm aiming for a 2% grade, Chief. I think that should be good. Actually, if anything, we'll map. Let's do some surveying here and map out the tracks, dude. And this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, man. Now that we have money, I can focus on building this cool stuff. We can focus on making awesome stuff like this in workers, and that's really what I want. Now, I'm thinking have the tracks go down here, and then... we could make a bridge right there. The reason why I'm making it kind of weasel in and out here like this is because you're adding more distance here. All right, if we make the tracks follow that line right there, see, we added probably a good, I don't know, 500-600 meters of track right there. Kind of make it go with the terrain. You can... there we go. All right, so we have 11,000 or 12,000 feet. Which is about 2 miles. So that's about 3.2 kilometers. We have a 218-foot elevation change, which is like 60, 70 meter. Somewhere around there. Yeah, we're really closing in, Jens. We're almost done. Look, 730 left. I've been refiing every time. In fact, we could probably refi again right now with probably a $500,000 loan at a 4.1 interest rate. If we borrow that and then we pay 730,674. There we go. We're down to $8,200 a month. Our payments when we were in the worst part of debt was 70 G's a month. Yeah. Anyway, go back over to the measuring tool here. However, it has an electrical problem. You tested it, Wolfie. Paying the principal lowers the payment. Oh, if you knock off principal, it lowers your monthly. Oh, so we don't necessarily need to refi like that. Well, that's good to know. See, the other thing is that I'm not sure if we want train tracks to go somewhere else. I might make a parallel line that stays in the valley and goes underneath and then goes that way. And then runs along the riverbanks. And if we do that, we could make it connect in over here. They're connecting Nader and this in Aribi, the Aribi area, via train. But then again, I want my main line over here too. This is going to be a big main line. And that one's going to follow through here. We need to make a main line that goes this way, and then we need a spur, what's called a spur line. The spur line needs to go this way to get to coal and iron. I want to connect everything in via tracks. Let's do this right, because we have the cash to do it right, you know? So, the first thing starts off with being able to get an EDK over here, a better track builder to go into the Carl right here. Carl! That also means we need to set up a railroad depot over here. All right, so let's figure out. So 12,000. I want a 2% grade over 12,000 feet. Calculate. Oh. Rise to 218 over 12,000. Calculate. Nice. All right. So if we make a steady grade here, we get a steady grade down the majority of this. Yeah, we're looking at a 1.82% grade. Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Great success. Now, let's think about this. How do we make this steady all the way up? How do we make it a steady grade all the way? Like, how do we space this evenly so it's steady all the way to Albungholio? I renamed it. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce the other name. Spur means track in German? Ah, nice. Yippee for the Albungholio. Bangholio. We're gonna make an access road. Little steep, but whatever. All right, so I'm going to use my old construction depots here, and then we're going to plus the We're going to plus the repair depot back in here and set that to 50-50 between that and the fire station. And then cement truck, hauling depot. Corveru paving. Then over here, yeah, that's all we need. We're gonna need a hauling depot and a paving depot. That's really what we want here. So the hauling depot, it's set for an auto search. Let's not do that. Paving depot. So let's put bulldozers and excavators there. So get these nice new stuff, put them over there, and then we need some hauling trucks for them. I'm using Max. We're getting the good stuff. I'm buying these flatbeds. I know these flatbeds are expensive, but once we get to 1982, you can't buy these things anymore except used, and they can move almost 30 tons with that low boy. So I like buying the Mack F series flatbeds. These things can move 16 and 15, but that thing can move 30. It can move almost double. So I'm gonna buy a couple of these things because they're good to have. So let's buy 2 of them. Actually, you know what? Let's buy 4 of them. I changed my mind real fast. We'll move the bulldozers and stuff over here. Reopen up this repair depot. And it is being serviced by distro, which is great. Yeah, good. Now we're gonna need paving. We don't necessarily need cement trucks. Let's make this one over here a dumper depot. That's chat's favorite. Please not arrived in Arabia. I'd count how many points you got, then figure out the total height difference. Divide the height by points, then... Okay, Truid. How many points you got, then figure out your total height difference. Divide the height by points. Okay. Truid, do you think there's a simpler way of doing that? Like, how I want to make sure we have a constant slope, but we need a constant slope on this line, so I don't know if you guys can see it too well. Dynamite, blow stuff up. I mean, I don't hate that. Good idea. Okay, we might need to utilize the measuring tool. So true. Okay, let me build off of what you said, right? In order to get a 1.82 or basically a 2% grade, right? 240 for 1200. The grade is 109 feet every 6,000. Can we reduce that fraction? Let's go. Yeah, 109 over 6,000 should be about the same, right? Can we reduce it even more? 50.45. 54.5, right? Over 3,000. Now 54.5, we'd need to divide that by 3. 18.6. And if we go 18.6 every 1,000, calculate. Yeah, 1.86%. Yeah, we need to move basically 20 feet, right? Because it's percentages. Yeah, okay, cool. I thought about it. I just needed to be absolutely sure. So every 1,000 feet, we need to move about 20, which, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's about a 2% grade. So what I need to do now is make markers to mark out where the tracks are. We need to basically put something down to make survey points. I'm wondering if I could do something that I used to do in cities, is use footpaths to mark points. The reason why is because we need to measure locally like every 1,000 feet, right? I just need something to mark where the measuring tool is because we're going to have to do local measuring, right? Like, am I thinking about this correctly, dudes? I think I am. It's kind of hard to see those damn footpaths, though. Your approach makes more sense. This is going to be a hard construction project to do. How much time do I have? We got 3 hours until space news. Okay. Are the points the same distance apart? They are not, Wolfie, which is why I need to mark. I basically need to mark the path of where this thing is. And I'm not, you know what? I'm not sure if footpaths are doing what I want. That's not going to do exactly what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to get it so it's an even grade all the way down. Like, I don't want it to go down too much, too fast. We need to maintain that 2% grade, and the only way to do it is to measure it kind of, you break it off into smaller chunks. Oh yeah, no, Darkstar. No, yeah, the other Wolfie, not that Wolfie. The first Wolfie or the second Wolfie? Talk to the guy. I need like survey points. What could we use for survey points? Just something along the route. Is there another tool? You could always just make flat spots around each survey point, and that could... Actually, that's not a bad way of doing this. I think flattening out like a relative path would be a good idea. Right? Like this seems like a good way to do this. We'll kind of block it out like we were doing a 3D model or something. Collision. Trains cannot pass. Yeah, they'll figure it out. So the trailer for the Minecraft movie is out. Okay. There. That should get us more or less our path. We're still going to need to get bulldozers down here, which is why I made that service road right there. But the first thing that I want that service road to do is, where are the trucks? Oh, they're getting gas. The other part is you won't be 1,000 feet of road per 20-foot elevation. Your road is C, and A squared plus B squared equals C squared. What? Okay, oh, hold on. I need construction depots over here. We'll build out the temp ones. I know where I can spare some temp ones here. Nova Galin construction labor. Right there. Take all these cars, put them there. Take all these, put them there. That's set for auto search. Good. Cool. Once all the cars leave, Volvos. Once all the cars and buses leave, we can we can demolish these two and move them. Oh, also, is that sewage line finished? It is. Is the Stalinator Stalinating? 11,212 gallons per day. Does anyone have sewage problems anymore? Nope. Excellent. Cool. Our upgraded sewage lines are set up. Fantastic. And then I have provisions to expand it. We have 3 big lines already planned out in case we need to increase it, because yeah, the way I plan on building out this city, we're probably going to need another couple of these big old sewage lines. Now what I want to do here is take these 2 construction depots that were very much temporary depots. They've been temporary for the past 20 years, if you catch my drift. Good. The other technical depot is ready to go. I can take that sewage truck. We could put the sewage truck in the technical depot, just so I know where it is. Do we have any extra garbage trucks lying around? No. No. That's a Garawi labor. We don't need that one either. Get rid of it. And I'm not sure what this technical office is even doing here. This truck's been sitting there trying to repair that stupid thing for a long time. I might just take these old trucks and put them over here. Traffic jam. Yeah, that happens. Okay. No problem. So we got 3 or 4 extra construction depots ready to go, and then my new construction depot over here is ready to go as well. We're gonna need more garbage trucks, so gonna have to make a little bit of a purchase here. Yeah, really spending a lot of money, but the Mac R series trucks are the best ones. Those are old stuff. That's a Chevy Vega that we have lying around. Have more wells as the city expands. You'll thank me. I have 2 right now. 1 and 2. Yeah. Well, I have a well that's that's all for old Al Galin, and then we have 1 for the newer parts of the city too. But yeah, I already anticipated that. Thank you though. All right, so like I said, the reason why I did that is so we could go back over here. Let's save, first of all. We could go back over here and we could start laying out construction depots here. I also need a gas station. That gas station has been sitting there forever. We have electricity here. Let's just build a good gas station. Why are we satisfied with poopy doopy gas station? No, we need nice big one. I'm not sure I can make any more of the temporary ones. Nope. 12 out of 12. Balls. Okay. We're gonna make a service road over here. That's basically out of the out of there. Yep. And then you know what? I wonder. We need excavators and bulldozers here. Can these things hold fuel? No, they can't. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I need a temp gas station over here. Don't forget about the windmill fuel station combo. That's a good idea. Okay. So we have bulldozers, excavators. We're gonna need paving vehicles over here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to Gillespie over here. We're gonna buy 2 pavers. Because yeah, okay. Money. Nice. Move the truck to here. Move one of my flatbeds over here. Now make a new route that goes to here. Load vehicle. Doesn't matter. And then unload it right there. And then go back to here. Gonna take that line. It's a temp line, but there we go. Take that. Start. Go grab those 2 pavers, bring them over here. Now we need 2 rollers. It's just for road construction, so we can build some paved roads if we have to. Yeah, okay, Michu, I got you. Okay. Oh, they're reconstructing. Where did all the dollars go? I bought all new construction vehicles everywhere. Yeah. Wait, why aren't these guys... We're missing prefabs? Steel prefab bricks boards. We don't need electrical components, because, yeah, that's for electrified track. I never set the distro over here for Carl to build everything. $7,000 work days for a tunnel. I put tunnels on both sides. I'm not gonna disrupt the highway to build a bridge there. I mean, you could, but I don't think that's a good idea. It's better to just build the tunnels. 7,200 isn't gonna take very long. And once we do, then we're good. I don't want them to start making those ones, though. I want all effort to be focused over here. Yeah, tunnels are complicated and they take time. Yep, absolutely. That's just the way it is, man. And any spare vehicles over here that we can use? No. I do have a set of flatbeds over here that we're not using currently, so we're gonna put one of them over here. We'll put them on the construction depot for now. Or no, you go there. Call me annoying, but please stop making those crisscross on the main line. It will mess with the pathing of the trains. No, it won't. You need those so one train can get around another, or right here for the depot so they can build out both lines. You know what? Because we don't need electrical components, I'm gonna take these two trucks and I'll have them for hauling components. Actually, we don't really need them for hauling components. We need flatbeds, don't we? Not covered. All right. You know what? Just leave them there for now. Do we? Yeah, we need... Yeah, you know what? Take these. For this, we're primarily... Yeah. Dump trucks and concrete mixers. Yeah, dump trucks, concrete mixers. Okay. Do we have a cheaper concrete mixer that we can use over here? KMZs, 59 miles an hour? Yeah. Buy a couple of those. What about for the dump trucks? We'll buy some NATO stuff for a change. Should have a KMZ dumper here. KMZ. Oh, dude. Nice. Semi-truck dump truck. I'm in. Goes 60 miles an hour. Can carry 16 tons. Yeah. Buy a couple of those. Nice. What about some flatbed stuff? Actually, I got enough flatbeds. We're good. Hey, Orion, what's going on? Research program finished for aluminum. Yeah, 16 tons, and what do you get? Excellent. All right, now, it kind of sucks because that's where we already have a hefty freaking traffic jam here. But yeah, that's where we're gonna need to get gravel and stuff. For now. They're all set to Gellicly. No, Corvarude. All right, cool. Now, let's start messing with our grade. So we need 18 feet per 1,000. Actually, we shouldn't start with it just yet. We have to get down here and build the gas station. So what I'm going to do, we have everything but people. Gonna need people, need workers. You know what? I'll take the big Corvarude construction, the Aribi construction, and I'll have them build out this stuff for now. Just make it a dirt road. It really doesn't matter. That's the big construction depot. Albungholio dozers. What's the best bulldozer? Yeah, okay. They're gonna need fuel. And then this one needs to be Albungholio excavators. I am the Bungholio. I need hippie for my bunghole. And then we should be able to set up a small distro out here. It's under cargo. We could do a small distro facility here just to give fuel. Can't build more type 5 out of 5. Well, really? Where? Oh yeah, I have one right there. There's a road depot. You need to see what's at auction for today? Oh yeah? I have distro over here. Oh, yeah, there is one right there. Both of those vehicles are very broken. Where the heck is all my small distro? Maybe it's over here? That's a technical office. Don't tell me I still have like 30 small God dang it. Yep. There's one right there. Oh boy. He just got the winning plan. What is this for? That's dropping off bitumen. And dropping off gravel. Why is it dropping off gravel at the... Oh, jeez. Get rid of that. It brings fuel to that train station. Building is already assigned. Train D's. Oh gosh, this bay is doing nothing. Yeah, this thing doesn't. It's supplying the railway construction office, but I'm pretty sure this one is too. Huh. Railway construction, gas stations. Okay, train diesel is redundant. Railway construction office. That's just bringing in bitumen right there. We can add that here and unload bitumen there, and that makes that redundant, so we don't need that. Railway construction. Do we have a dump truck over here? We have 2 cistern trucks. All right, move that truck over there, and then take the dump truck and move the dump truck right there. Aggregate loading, load gravel, and that's it. Unload. All right, that's just bringing stuff to the railway depot. All right, get rid of that. Move those trucks over there. Now that that dump truck goes in there, click on the railway depot. We can bring gravel, electrical. We have that little baby cistern. We don't want that. Put the flatbed in there. That locomotive has seen better days. I'm just trying to get this depot out of here and make it redundant. So get rid of it. Now I just have to make sure that we're loading up everything for the railway depot. When that flatbed gets in there, it should give us everything for the railway depot. Yes, it does. Good, great, grand, wonderful. Cool. Excellent. I don't know what the hell we're doing with that one. That one's just a mess of stuff. We're going to have to untangle that mess later. Anyway, how's the grain train doing? On a side note. And then, yeah, Nader needs something. We got to start expanding it more. We've been focusing on Aribi and Algalin more. Got to figure out something to do with this other than just farms. We also have to extend the highway. Food factory, I think, and then a depot, and then expand the city out into the valley, I think is what we want to do. But now that that's the case, here, let's go. Actually, you know what we could do? I have a little dinky gas station there. We can make a nice gas station. And have it be electrical. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. So then I can get a fueling station. This would be Alcena Construction. Okay, there we go. Good, good. Excellent. Are you playing Satana Car later? Yep. That's why I recommended you research wind power. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's a good idea. And the wind turbine turns when power is needed, which is not how that works, but all right. That road depot was for terraforming. Move these. Oh wow, we have all this extra equipment up here. How much of this extra equipment do we have just lying around? Don't tell me I left some over here too. I probably did. Nope, didn't leave any there. I have one bulldozer just chilling down here. But these interim gas stations that I made, I'm about to say just get rid of them. You don't need that interim gas station. There's another one down the street. See, like this one right here? It needs to have, now we need hazardous waste, right? We need to demo it, but whatever, doesn't matter. Leave one right there. Yeah, the reason why is so we can get a gas station up here real fast. Just temporarily. Near Albungholio. No, turbine moves. That's not what I saw, but all right. Train production. Airplanes. Let's do it. All right. General cargo. Crappy little distro for now, and then I just demolished one of these things. I guess, oh, I guess it, yeah, I guess the demo doesn't count. Okay, fine. Well, that's a shame. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Ugh. Can this game be modded? Steam Workshop. Yep, absolutely. All right, these trucks that I'm not using with the excavator, load that, baby. These excavators are worth money. You guys, I want you to drive to Corverwood. We're not gonna, that means we're not gonna be able to do terraforming here for a little bit, but that's okay. You go to that road depot. We'll leave that KT-50 right there for now. Off topic, but earlier you said something was your Achilles heel, and that made me want to listen to Achilles' Last Stand. Nice. Nice. Not upset. A great song. $250 G's. Wolfie, let's see. 8254, right? Knock the principal. Yep. Yeah, hitting the principal. Definitely fixed. Yeah, okay, cool. No need to refi. You could just knock at the principal. Excellent. I miss when you would play Nobody's Fault but mine at the start of streams. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, whatever. No cool colors for those things. Speaking of mods, did I show you this? What's that? Somebody told me about this yesterday, dude. Yeah, it's point-to-point transport. I landing with a second stage. I can't do it. I can't. I can't do it. No. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, that's right. You mentioned it yesterday, dude. I can't do that. Is that a mod for workers? Yeah, it's a helicopter mod. No. How is that any different than what I just did? There we go. Ooh, an L410 Uplava. All right. Almost got the infrastructure ready to go down here. We just need some steel. There's a super silly flight path too, something between a helicopter and a plane, but it's the limits of the game. We need the dude, that rocket DLC, man. We have planes. Good news, everyone. Actually making a lot of trains. Excellent. Yeah, now that distro is supporting that whole thing, we're making some pretty good cash. How we doing on the fuel reserves? 566. Bitumen. Good. Power plant, working great. We have this set to a power export, right? Yes, we do. That's set to an export as well. Yep. Okay. Excellent. Where's that damn steel truck? It's great that they're using the whole map to make money. Yeah, man. Now, those trucks that I told to go to this depot from the other side of the map, they're going to be the excavators that end up here. Where the hell is the truck? Oh, there he is. We got a good kind of map out of where we want our rail line. I think for the rest of this, I'm just gonna map out a footpath. And then that's just to mark it with the, like, where we want the measuring tool. I'm not actually gonna make it. That's to mark out where we can't mess with the bulldozer. So just leave that like that. And now it's a big white line that you can't unsee. The reason why is we need to get the measuring tool, and then we need to measure every 1,000 feet. $19.73. Nope. Right there. Now, there. Okay. Cool. Now we can run the tracks. Well, let's scope out the terrain first. Man, we were actually pretty right on the money. Trying to make the grade even the whole time. Like you could, you could probably use the taxiway tool for this. I'm just, a little bit anal retentive about getting this right. Okay. Actually we were pretty solid here. We were pretty solid. Yeah, not bad. You just got to get the terrain step lines to be straight. If they're not straight, then, and not equidistant, it's going to look, the grade will look ridiculous. Okay. That's right. So that's left, that's right. If we set our point right there, right? Like for a track. Then we right click this sucker. Will it grade it right? It did adjust the grade to be nice and even. But what I want to do, we're going to go 4 tracks wide, and I'll tell you why here in a second. Where's my measurer? Four tracks wide is a thing that I do here with roads and highways. Now watch, ready? So punk that in, right? And then now you make a track here from one of them to the other, like that. Am I gonna make a four railroad track wide thing here? No, not really. But that'll get you the grade. Don't make the track, but right click into the grade, then do it again. And it should have. Cool. Do the same thing again. Connect 3 to 3. It's reading it is actually pretty good. Oh gosh, the lag. Don't like it. Don't like doing this way. This didn't do exactly what I wanted. Okay, I've done that before with roads. For the train track doesn't do it how I want. We'll just use the airport taxiway. The taxiway seems to give us a wide enough berth for stuff. I'm just gonna mark that step. See, you see how these lines are like all crooked and stuff? That you have to hit this with a smoother tool, or else it doesn't really. It'll come out all bumpy and gross. I've noticed that. That's why I tried the 4 road and the taxiway mechanism and stuff, because then everything comes out nice and neat. Just make it nice and neat. Does it have to be neat? Well, yeah, of course. It's got to be Neato Burrito, Finn. If it's not Neato Burrito, then what the heck are we doing here? I don't care about that. All right, now the curve part is what's going to be a little bit difficult. So we need to go from here. And now what we need to do is set that point so our elevation change is only 18 feet. There. There. 1875. Good enough. All right, cool. So now we're going to flatten along the local route here for the train, and we're going to do a cut. Or, well, this is more a fill than anything. Okay, in the meantime, we got this station up and running. Almost. They're almost done. Just got to get some workers down here. Holy Astro 2 fish. Yep, there you can see the heat shield, the blading there. I'm not sure if this is like a render or something, but yeah, see all the little sparks? That's ablation. You notice how that didn't happen with Starship unless it started eating the thermal tiles. That's cool. I'm gonna put that up there. I'm gonna file that one for later. That's no render, it's the real deal. What spacecraft? Oh, Soyuz. Yep. Cool. Good stuff, man. All right, let's get ourselves. Why is that? Why is it doing that? Oh. Okay. 1854. All right, cool. That's good enough. Set tracks for the azimuth like that. And now let's see if we can just use the see if we can use the 2-track thing here. It's actually pretty good, man. Now, once again, this is not... I think we need to curve it in a little bit more because this next bit is going to be a little bit difficult to get right. This is a very sharp corner. We have 112. Oof. 112%, 112-foot drop. No. Yeah, I don't like building tunnels. They do take a long time to build. I kind of ran myself into a corner with some of the train track design here. So what I'm doing here is I'm engineering out new train tracks, a new railroad route, but I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't get too steep because this track is going to be moving a lot of heavy things. Oofda. I like engineering this track out this way. We only got to dig one tunnel, guys. Don't worry about it. In fact, I should probably go over there and tell them. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice berm right there. Man, I thought that bridge would be a lot lower at this point, but hey, we want to do it right. This is what we do. Actually, this way of doing things, I think, is pretty much how I'm going to make highways and bridges and roads and stuff from here on out. This is a really, really good way of doing this. Too steep. Okay. All right, now that should get us what we're looking for. Nice. Very good. Okay. This next part's going to get a little bit difficult to do right because we got to cross the road. But should be able to do it. Oh boy. Yeah, we're building it right into the side of this hill. Yeah, it's fine. Oh. A bridge is not an option? Oh, you can build a bridge, sure. Yeah, of course you can make a bridge, should. I just don't want to make a big one because you're gonna pay for it. Actually, you know, it might be better to do it for this segment here. At least till about here. I mean, if we used one of these. Oh, that's actually freaking cool. I actually kind of dig it. I love how this thing steps the boundaries a little bit. Yeah. Okay. It's neat, but yeah, it's expensive. That's probably the only bridge we're gonna need here. What I don't like is that the radius, you have a reducing or an increasing radius here. I don't like that. That's what I want right there. See how the X is over there? That's what we need. You want the same radius. You don't want an increasing or reducing radius corner. That's how you make trains derail. Which is why... Yeah, that's okay. I want to redo this just a little bit. Not messing with the terrain or anything, but there we go. Constant radius. Can trains derail in this game? No, I don't think so. I think they can glide, but yeah, no, they... All right, are we done? Did we get this thing figured out? Nice. All right, cool. All right, now are the other trucks here? Yes, they are. I'm just getting the other excavators down here. But yeah, see how that's one nice constant radius? That's what you want. I kind of probably should have made the berm go here where the track is straight, but the tools in game pretty much did it, helped us with it. Hey Lizar, what's up? Isn't that cool? Nice. 1.8% grade. And if we, weasel the track around here, we should basically be getting down to this level, like right here, which is going to be great. Cool. All right, now let's get over here. Yep. Very good, very good. This is awesome, man. More room for comrades, more workers for people, yes. We gotta add a depot to this design. Fuel stops too. Yep. No, I don't want that before the X. Hang on. Well, the depot has 3 tracks, right? Yeah, the depot has 3. Excellent. Try making a fuel stop with a turnaround for easy pathing. I could. Yeah. I didn't incorporate a fuel stop into this freaking thing. Crap. Hang on. I'll put the fuel stop right before the depot, so... yeah, watch. Here, ready? This makes it so the trains can turn around and stuff. Old Algalin electricity problem. That's not good. What's going on? Oh. Don't seem to have no electricity problems here. Has anybody faced a wall? No, not recently. There are small ones that you can place on either line, either side of the main line. Yeah, I suppose we could do the smaller ones. This is a horribly inefficient use of space, doing this way. Yeah, we could do it right here. So electric trains when? Bro, I'm an oil exporter. An oil exporter, man. What do you want from me? Are you gonna go until Vega? Yeah. Oh yeah, easily. We're easily going to that, Mutter. Yeah. Gonna play Summer Car. Got a Starliner presser to go through, dude. We got a lot of stuff to do today. Turn the oil into power. Okay, I don't hate that idea, Sneaky. All right. Yeah, we're gonna... I'll do it this way. Okay, fueling. Now we need our depot behind all that. There we go. Do you like to tinker with 3D printers? Yeah, 3D printers are pretty cool. I don't tinker with them as much as I'd like. Oh, it doesn't allow for that. Okay. I have 2 3D printers, yep. Yeah, man. I don't really use them that much, though. I'm like... It's something that I got into, like, during COVID, and that was my COVID hobby. Imagine modeling an entire landscape for your trains and printing it out in bed-sized plots. That'd be something. Can longer trains turn around in the space before the intersection? No, not really. I'd rather mess with CNC machines. Try the turnaround loop. You know what? This is just such an inefficient use of space. I really don't like it. Oh, it started making it. Oh, they started building it. Son of a... Well, that sucks. All right. You know what? We could do the double small fueling depots over here. I'm not against it. Not enough space. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Start making the stupid tunnels. I would really love to have like resources stored over here, like the railway resource storage areas. Like these. But I'm not really entirely sure how I'm going to set that up. I'm not really sure what that is. The best way to do it would have just to put the fueling depot like right here. That would have been the best way to get this done. And now that I'm really looking at this, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. You know, I'm kind of like in a mentality where I'm like, oh man, I'm never gonna have enough. Like it's never gonna have enough. Like that's gonna be such a pain in the butt to rip up that. No. We have resources and we have cash. Not worried about it. Also, 285009 done. Debt free. Wow. We're here. We did it. We did it? We did it. We did it. No. We're dead. Really? I'm like, we did it. All right. We're in the black completely. That's all profit right there. All straight profit. Oh my goodness. It's all our profit, comrade. Yeah. All right, so now we should be able to go back over to here. That's our radius right there. Okay, so for this segment of track, we're going to need excavators again. Those new excavators that I just brought down. I can't believe that. We actually did it. We're debt free. Unbelievable. You know, this game is like, it seems like such a hard task, right? You know, and now that I'm here, it seems like such an easy task. It's like, oh, man, why didn't I just do that from the start? Like, yeah, no, that's... I don't know how to feel about that. So now I'll find it boring? No. No, no. You're just gonna find me doing stuff like this. Switch to vodka exports? We could. All right. That hill, the radius for that hill is a lot bigger than I expected. We might need to introduce some variation here. Do you think that at this point you could do a new save and survive all over again? Yeah. I think the desert is a little bit easier because you don't have to worry about stuff like snowplows and stuff. You're just kind of free to build. This is gonna look ridiculously cool. But we're gonna have to do some pretty hardcore terrain work. Or should we make it go out here? You know what? I had a with this it's the same radius as that. It's a 430-foot radius. I don't think we yeah, you know what? Let's do it that way. Are there maglev trains in the US? We wish. No, our trains are mostly used for freight, dude. We don't really have maglevs. I hope those tracks don't come into Weeble Wobbly. Look at that, huh? Holy cow. You know what? I gotta we gotta blend this and maybe we should make it look like it belongs there, but yeah, whatever. Get the measuring tool out again. Reminds you a bit of Cajon Pass. This is, dude, this is what, yeah, right? This is what trains need to do this kind of crazy, like, you know, Jens was just asking me about maglev a second ago, right? Like, we don't have maglevs, but our train infrastructure is insane, like, for what it is, right? It's pretty damn good. Like, we have ridiculous train lines that go through some really tumultuous terrain. You guys saw us drive through it in during EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure. We drove through Cajon Pass. There's a train that goes up that damn hill, which is just, all right. That's in European train infrastructure. Our freight infrastructure is better than yours, Pegster. Hope and seethe. Your passenger trains make ours look stupid, though. Like, sorry, just stating facts. I'm worried the tracks are gonna come in lumpy, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Okay. We're getting awfully close. As a kid, I thought one day I could ride around my company in Transrapid maglev trains. Then they canceled it. Yannick, at least you have the ITSE, right? At least you have that. Like, our high-speed rail is atrocious, but that's because we have airplanes, dude. Like, it's honest truth. Like, personally, I think in the northeast part of the United States, that's where high-speed rail really would be warranted. On the coasts, basically. In the center of the country, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. Dude. We did it. It's perfect. 16 on the last one. The grade actually levels off. Oh, yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. I'm just hitting it with the smoother now to, well, smooth it. Make it look nice. Wait, what the hell? Oh, kill me now. No, 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 no. Hell no. The longer train would completely lock that intersection at the customs house. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sorry, I just can't deal with putting all that work in and then having the tracks look like that. That would really suck. I think for the most part we're all right. But yeah, dude, look at that. New track. Awesome. Yeah, over here, I'm going to, yeah, we'll figure out a better way to do this. Can you select all that track and see the cost? Only if I built it all at once. Like if it was all in white, dude. The bridge is gonna be the line item here. I screwed up. All right, so the fueling depot is going to go there. Need to empty gravel from the... Empty. Well, they're going to use it to build tracks, so... I'm not worried. We're gonna need to make a line that goes up to Gellickley over there so we can export oil on that track. Yeah, we don't have a dozer there to do it. That's okay. Yeah, that's the only tunnels we need to make, and then it's pretty smooth sailing from there. We can get better track builders from over here. We can get something that's 35. Oh, we can get a balls. We can get a tunnel boring thing from there, TBM. And we could get a better track builder, and then we could get all the way down there to the EDK. The other thing we could do is build a railway depot office over here. Build an office, have it supplied with foreign labor for now. We have the cash. Foreign labor, distro right there. Just get the EDK, buy one, and start building. $260, it'll punch that tunnel out real quick. They get more expensive over time. I'd buy it now. 550. Yeah. I'm not going to take a loan. We're just going to have to save up. That's fine. Since we're building the fuel station there, we'll build the depot. Pretty much where I wanted it. EDK first, then tunnel borer, I'd say. Also check used vehicles, you might get lucky. Okay. I am gonna build the depot right now. Yeah, we're gonna build it right now. I like being precise. What can I say? This will get us some gravel out of here. Right, get Corvarude. 1, 2, 3, 4. Extend the road, and this gives us space to put stuff here. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna put there, but whatever. Yeah, see, building out the depot over there. Building out that depot helped us with removing the tracks over here. It's not exactly straight, but a repair building. Yeah. Yeah, we could do a repair building next to it, huh? Can you... Is that the thing, like a train repair building or something? I don't think so. Do you just use a regular repair shop? Nope. Nope. Yeah, just regular repair depot stuff. I got it. We're making money like crazy, dude. Yeah, almost got a $500,000 saved up. Which is very useful. Thinking a railroad office over here, Mishu, and an EDK is probably not the worst decision. Are there cons to the desert map over the other? Everything is super spread out and resources are scarce, Mutter. That's the problem. Yeah, you can't grow crops everywhere. You know what? Hold up. I don't like the bend on this curve. Oh, yeah. Now that looks mint. Hey. Sweet. We've almost got enough for an EDK, a brand new one. Oh. No, I have more than enough for that. Okay. All right. Railroad Construction Depot. We're doing it. Ain't gonna be the prettiest thing. You know what? Hold up. I got a better way. Sharpest radius we can do right there. And then go in here. And flip that. Got an idea. One line is enough. Make it a temporary rail construction office and just build one line to the other. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build one line that like on a tight radius here, so we can get an AGMU or something stupid, something real cheap. Build that out real fast. Junk the AGMU, buy the EDK, and then just start building. I just need to move this construction depot to the other side. Yeah, baby. Okay, get my new Kuvarud construction depot up and ready to go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Iman Demon 62-month resub. Thank you. The hell? Clicked the wrong button. I seem to have clicked the wrong button. Cool. As a side note, the maximum length of trains is 445 meters. Ew. That's tiny. That's tiny for us, dude. We're gonna need no. Steel, boards, bricks, electrical, right? Hang on, let me look at another railroad depot. Steel prefab, so open haul, open haul, open haul, open haul, dump truck, no covered. Got it. So we need a dump truck and an open haul. Go here. Dump truck, speed. Yep. Open haul, speed. Done. Stop being a workers hater. Oh yeah, I'm a big workers hater. Yeah, we got cabooses bigger than that. Man, they build quick. All right, so we're gonna need a repair station. Small one. Small one will work. Damn it. Yeah, we're gonna have to build a small one, but that's okay. Did you tell them to build the road to the fuel depot? It's a dirt road, Mutter, but... You got my hopes up saying you build those storage yards there. I want to, but I might have to make some modifications here. That's the only real good spot for the depot. I might have to build it on the other side or something. But you know what? Let's see if we could dump it right here. Hold up. General cargo. Open storage medium. Right? What did we just unlock? C201. Yeah, those are all right. All right. So what if we build some tracks right here, right? Did something like that. So we could do that. Right? And then we could, yeah, we could make a pickup. Yeah, that's gonna screw up the construction there, but that's all right. Oh! Shadspot. This is how that's how we did it in cities. You want a nice parallel line, that's the way to do it. Because you're obviously not going to get one there, it's too close, but you can get one there. So pencil that in. That one, and that one. And then there. We're not going to need that one, and we're really not going to need these ones over here. I mean, I could put them over there, I guess. I don't think the track builders can go through, but whatever. Now we're going to need to back off. I hit the wrong key. You know what? We'll just put it on the grid. I don't feel like doing that again. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that again. That was annoying. Overcoded that segment behavior is really good. Agreed. Cool. So now, check this out. What we could do... What do we need? 4 of these things? So... spin them. Nope. Gonna have to get a little bit... We're gonna have to fine-tune the placement a little bit more. 2 are more than enough? Dang, the tracks. The tracks. Could always save some space and make it one line. Bye-bye. Yeah, that'll work. By the way, what's the train size you're thinking of using? worth thinking ahead? Oh, I'm not sure. Oil, most likely. Nice. In the distro, you could set the maximum length of trains. Oh. Dude, that's right. I have to make a train distro. I forgot about that. That's probably a better spot for it. I'm gonna put the train distro there. Yeah, it's a good spot for it. We'll find another spot for the storage. Oh, shoot. They started making it. Crap. No! No, 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 no! Wonder how much of that we lost. But yeah, I don't think we lost too much. It's still pain in the butt to go and like figure out. Face the out of bounds memory exception. In this case, your life is the null exception. Goodbye. Yeah, probably Mishu. I'm nervous. How often does it autosave? It goes, it's pretty frequent, Johnny. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but we didn't lose too much. Yeah, we didn't lose much. It autosaved when I checked to see if that building was on fire, which means if anything, we gained some time back. All right. Nice. That actually saved me some time. The reason why it ended up doing that is because they already started building that track. That actually helped us. You know what? I'm not gonna stare a gift horse in the mouth. Ever. Oh. Wow. Save now. Bakalaka Dakistan. There we go. Perfect. How's that? Pretty good, right? Check your last. You can place the distribution office in range of a repair station, too. Well, there it is. Not bad. Now we also got to make a road going to it. You have proper fire coverage. Not down here, not yet. I mean, there's a fire station right there, and I could put a helicopter depot on it. It's actually, we could really do well with that, to be honest with you. Because the water's right there. Or a bigger fire. The helicopter's fire depot could be down here. If we put it next to this, then pretty well. You know what? I don't like this whole curvy road thing. Oh, it extended the damn cell. Alright, well, I guess we don't really have a choice there, so... Yeah, I screwed that all up. I don't like the way this... I don't like that curve over the railroad tracks thing. That's not cool. We should bridge. We should make a bridge that goes over it. So get rid of these. And then, yeah, we'll have a bridge that goes up and over. Speaking of that, how's the tunnel coming? How's the new railway construction office? It is being worked on. My guess is that everything is stuck in traffic. Yep. Make that stupid wind turbine or something, man. You know what? You all get stuff from El Bungholio now, okay? Keep traffic away. There we go. What's that rail yard for? Pete, I'm going to start building the tracks this way. Yep. I bet you with an EDK and proper staffing, we could probably build all this in the time it takes to build that stupid tunnel. At the bunghole. Superosity bunghole. Yo. Bang. At the bunghole. You can copy settings from one to the other super easy. Yeah, yep. Embed the all the almighty bunghole. Sorry. You should gravel that long road. Yeah. Should buy some cranes for this area. Okay. Why did you dig that silly canyon for the mud road? They wouldn't have had a good way to get there if I didn't. Unless you want to do that. But I hate that. So we're not doing it. I really hope this doesn't come in like super lumpy, because this track's gonna look amazing. I'm like super proud of this, you know? Look at that. Oh yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. See, now we're just gonna get in here with our smoother tool. Gonna make this look all nice and deep like. And we're gonna make it look good. Yep, 1.8% grade the whole way. Should be nice and easy. Being perfect is one of the charms? Yeah. Yeah, one of the charms if you like sucking. It's definitely sucking. $622 Gs. I think that is the most amount of money I've had in a long time. Like, that's the most amount of money I've ever had without having copious amounts of debt. Which is pretty awesome, man. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty damn happy about that. You know what sucks? That canyon. Got him. I had to connect that in like that so the demo office would register. Dude, look at all these little things. So busy now. I love trains. Trains are pretty cool. I don't know if you guys knew that. Yeah, we should probably have them deliver bricks because they need it for the tunnel. Derp. Sick. Take trains pretty seriously. Yeah, trains are pretty hench. Pretty awesome. Time for lunch break before space news? Nah, I won't take a lunch break today. And then once they build out that, go over here. We're not gonna need trucks to export fuel anymore. Just terminal with a freaking huge gas train and then just send it. The other thing that we need to do is up here. Oh, how much distance do we have here? $4,800 to 152. The rise is 152. The run is 4,800. Calculate. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, just make a train line that goes up there so we can dump oil out that way too. Easy peasy. But how can you have your pudding by not eating your meat? You don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. Yes, you're behind the bike shed. Stand still, laddie. Good. What's the difference in what you spend the two currencies on in game? Slackster, nothing, dude. You just have two currencies. It, like just how cities has one currency, you have two. You can trade on either currency, which that's one of the coolest game mechanics, dude. I love it. Yeah, good question, man. Have you found the secret message on that album? No. Dude, I'm like spending crazy money on it, on everything, and we still get money out the wazoo. Whole depot's built out pretty damn well. Let's see real quick while we're chilling. That's a pretty big bus platform. That's the biggest bus platform. But that won't get at everybody, dang it. That'd make a perfect spot for a passenger train station. All right. Yeah, we really gotta figure out what else we're gonna do with the trains. Should probably make the tracks go out to Kosask, but boat. Oh, I'm sure this is just peachy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bal, keep up the good job. Thank you. It crisscrosses, that's why I kept annoying you. The crisscrosses would not have prevented this from happening. A train broke. Why are you linking blocks? I got the blocks figured out, guys. Yeah, you guys keep thinking that. You know about geography stuff, right? Yeah. Pretty good at it. I have a totally random question. Shoot, hired. Geek says face the wall, please. That is nice. I'm glad he likes that. When you go here and zoom in. Does there appear to be a scale thing for miles? What am I supposed to be looking for? Okay, so we're not sure here. I don't... What do you mean a scale thing for miles? These... The semicircles? Oh, yeah, no, those are... Okay. Those are to get vegetation to grow, dude. That's what they're there for. Yes, the semicircles. What they do is, this is in a valley, right? And then when flooding happens, right, water will flow down through here, and it'll get caught in these semicircles. It'll get caught. So some of it will just keep passing through, right? But all the water gets trapped in there, and it creates fertile soil, and plants grow. That's what that is. It's a terraforming project, if you really want to know. Yeah, that's what that's for. It's trying to capture the water that flows through this valley when it during flooding season. Yeah, they're trying to make a forest there. That's very preliminary, but that's what they're doing. Yeah, and then the broken ground will soak up more water. Yep, that's the idea. They're terraforming. Yep. Hopefully they did a full ESG report on the project just to be safe. Maybe. Time.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Did somebody say water?
Okay. That's pretty funny. The poppet worked out. Poppet? What do you mean? Poop pit? Oh, the poop pit. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. All right, the Stalinator. Yeah. Yeah, it's working great. Works fantastic, actually. We should work on planning the upper part of the city. But we don't really have a lot of time left, so. $700,000. I don't even know what to do with all that. Buy more trains? Okay. What kind of locomotive should we get? G26, EMD G26. It's got 2,000 horsepower. Yeah. I don't have a need for it right now on this line, but on the next save, you should try an Epcot style. Yeah. That'd be hard to implement the people mover with the trams, dude, but yeah. Gonna say, have them build out flats because they ain't doing anything right now. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I ever assigned the second Garawi office, but you know what? Let's go here. Go back over to this new flat. There we go. New set of buildings. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. We rich, man. I don't have to put up with this. I'm rich. We make money, dudes. What can I say? They're pretty much in range of everything. I'm probably gonna relocate people, start relocating people from the old parts of the city. Just because we need to get away from that abomination of a bus stop. There's no... They can't get to any bus stop from there. And all it took was throwing you into the desert. Oh, yeah. Canadian Pacific. Oh, see, those tracks came out all lumpy. Oh, well. What are you gonna do? Oh, look at that. Look at what has happened. Alright, just sign that guy to go to that depot. Go here like this. We need to buy a disassembled freaking track builder. Little crappy one. Which one's cheaper? The MUV is cheaper, so buy that. Now, take that Mack truck, go here. We need to load that, and then you need to go here, unload that. By the EDK. All right. Man, they built that thing fast. Another link for space news? All right, cool. Hey, Hooded. What did you do to balance the robust economy? Balance? I just exported more oil. I exported as much oil as I possibly could, Hooded. That seems to be a winning strategy. Oil? Said anything about oil? Said any man oil, man? You cooking? Oil. There we go. Oh yeah, we are way into OPEC Lycan, but OPEC is only for crude. It's not for fuel and bitumen, interestingly enough. Did you lock it in at a high price? I think we locked it around 40. Oh, no, it's going up. Dude, the price of crude's going through the roof. Whoa. Wait a minute. Does that mean... Ooh. I don't know if we had a world event or not, Wolfie. I don't know what's going on there. I don't hate it. Whatever's happening. Space News still on? Yeah, baby. I just want to get this railroad depot up and running, and then we're good. I swear. I swear. How they doing on that tunnel construction? Yep. Just a matter of time. Hoard it until the others come begging. Yeah, well, let's see. How much? $5,300 for bitumen. 3 G's for fuel. And that's on both fronts. No wonder we rebounded so quickly. I think the EDK will finish all of this before that happens, yeah. Where's that dang old bus? Can you talk about the sonar noise they heard in space? It's just a grounding feedback loop, zombie. It was coming through the speakers. It honestly nothing, burger dude. Yeah, it's just same kind of thing that if you plug a microphone in and you don't ground it out, it goes. Same thing. Thought it was something interesting. That's not interesting enough for you? Jeez. I mean, I would love to say it's a haunted capsule too, dudes, but sorry. The desert, man. All right, I'm just gonna check on everywhere else, make sure everything is good to go. How are the buildings in Nader? Thing is good. Is that train gonna get repaired? Wear and tear is at 75. It is getting repaired. It's waiting for repair. Okay, that's good. Yep, they have it on par to repair it. Why is 003 stuck in there? I can't get the damn trains out. Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. Don't worry. All right, well, let's check everywhere else. Are we good over here? That bus just gonna sit there and broken for long? Anyway. Workers can't work because there's no kindergarten. All right, let's add more teachers then. How's the school doing? No church or spirituality. There's a mosque right there. Akmene! Oh, yep, the Stalinator is ready to go, dude. It's been doing its thing. It moves about 9,000 gallons a day, which, yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let's just get this stupid train depot ready to go. All right. Ooh, new crane.
Oh, this is space.
Oh,
I'm in
this
space.
is gifted its up the Stalinator. Oh, no, hey. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Come on, EDK. I just want to see you do your thing. Come on, open the doors. Come on. Yes. That's kind of weird. It's sticking up. Yeah, with basically an unlimited tap of freaking workers right there. We're gonna be paying for it, but who cares? All right, so who wants to take their bets? You think the EDK? Actually, you know what? We should buy another one. Should buy 2 of them. Have 2 of them just build out the lines. You think the EDKs are gonna get? Who do you think is gonna get there first? You think the EDKs will finish all of that before they get the tunnel done? It's gonna be close. I'm gonna say that the EDKs would probably get to the bridge, the twin bridges. Then. Why have 2 when you could have money for 10? You're right. Can you talk about the KSB update today? Haven't heard much regarding it, Rob. I got impatient. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. We've completed our objectives. We got the really awesome train line all engineered out. 1.8% grade the entire way. That's going to connect in. Next thing we need to do with trains over here is connect that in. And then what we really should start doing is start engineering out the main line. We need a main line that, and it doesn't need to go very far, it just needs to connect into there. Once we're connected into there, man, this area needs to be redesigned. That's probably what we'll work on next. And also the trains over here, train tracks over here needs help as well. Like big time. Big time. Big time. Yeah, we have one tiny little wimpy AGMU, and it barely has, yeah. And then while we're doing that, might as well build the highway with it too. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. The big thing about building the main line, guys, is that the main line needs to... We're going to have to build a branch or a spur line right here. And that's going to need to go up to Kolsask. And Al Hada is a huge iron deposit. So we're going to have to expand Aribi again. We have plenty of space to do it. And then we need those set up. Can we buy a boat? Sure, what do you want to buy? Can't afford that. What about used? Can't afford that. Okay. Can only buy on the ruble. We do need to make the train tracks come out here for offloading. What's the biggest city? The biggest city right now is Al Galin, or Nova Galin. It's over here. It's gonna be even bigger sooner rather than later. Man, they got that done pretty quick. Jeez. Yeah, we'll start relocating people from these buildings, these old flats, moving them here, and then probably building out a better bus depot or something. They're both oil cities. Aribi and Nova Galin are both oil cities, dude. We also need to expand our oil infrastructure big time. We can't feed these refineries fast enough. We can make more money if we can get more oil to the refineries. We could always import crude. It's actually not a bad idea. Anyway, all right. What we really need to do is start building out something for Nader, industry and stuff, and then go from there. But yeah, how's the rain train doing? I'm thinking food and crops, or food and alcohol, and then just export it for some extra cash, or use it to feed everybody. Anyway, all right, guys, time for space news. Let's go. I just want to point out that I finished what I was doing in workers and actually shut the off button. I hit the off button. Okay. We have a press conference to go over, and then we have summer cars. So EJ's space and rocket review. It's 9/4/24. I love that game. Love Workers. It's my favorite. All right. Brent's making new MSC playthrough. Yeah. We're, yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right, so I'm going to put on a flick here. We'll put on ablation, and we will begin at the top of the hour. I will be back momentarily.
Time when a meteor flashing through the sky struck man with a deep sense of wonder. Even today, man's reaction to a meteoric display is likely to jam the switchboards with reports of imminent invasion from space. But as heirs to the knowledge, disciplines, and apparatus of the scientific revolution, we are familiar with, and at least partially understand, the meteoric phenomena. A meteoroid traveling in space outside our atmosphere remains unseen by man, for the molecules in space are so dispersed that collision with them causes no visible effect. If its trajectory traverses the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. Here it begins to collide with more molecules. These collisions become more and more frequent as the meteor descends into the denser air of lower altitudes, causing it to decelerate. Each collision converts some of the energy of motion into heat energy, and the heat continues to increase until the meteor itself becomes incandescent, scribing its visible path through the night sky. Destroyed in the atmosphere by this heating, most meteors present no danger to man. Now and then, one is large enough to survive its passage through the atmosphere to Earth. It is then called a meteorite, and some are very large indeed. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in meteors early in his career, and once wrote a paper titled,
A thermokinetic description of bodies in passage through a plastic medium of nonlinear density at random velocities and angles, which could be just about summed up with this equation.
With this equation, his fellow scientists and designers are able to explain the effects of atmospheric penetration on differing bodies, those with different ballistic coefficients, at various velocities and angles. For example, if two bodies of different weights enter the Earth's atmosphere with the same velocity and entry angle, both the heavy body and the light one will begin to heat up at the same time. But impacts of air molecules slow the light body sooner. This deceleration of the light body occurs at higher altitudes, while the heavier, more energetic body penetrates deeper before it reaches peak deceleration. The total amount of heat generated by the lighter one is less than that generated by the heavy one, whose larger mass gives it greater kinetic energy. Two identical bodies with the same velocity entering the atmosphere at different angles also will decelerate at different rates. The steeper angle causes a more rapid encounter with the dense air, resulting in more abrupt deceleration. The total heat generated will be the same for both bodies, but peak heating will be less for the shallow entry. With identical meteors entering at the same angle but with different velocities, the faster meteor, under heavier bombardment by air molecules, will have greater deceleration, generating more heat and at a higher rate. But Dr. Parameter is no longer merely an observer interested in understanding the phenomena of meteors. A meteor is just an aimless traveler in space. Doc finds himself now involved in designs with a purpose and an aim. A missile has a target, and a spacecraft has a destination, a journey's end. To these, Doc applies his knowledge. He knows natural phenomena, both of aimless meteor and aimed missile. He knows that as they traverse the atmosphere, they heat up. If the heating or deceleration of a vehicle is excessive, the mission is threatened. Man cannot change the laws of nature, so he must use his knowledge to work within those laws. Doc Parameter knows that the two natural enemies to successful atmospheric penetration are deceleration and heat. He can fight these enemies on two possible fronts. First, on the design front, by modifying the vehicle's shape and size relative to its weight. In other words, its ballistic coefficient. And second, on the program front, by altering the vehicle's trajectory, its velocity, its attitude, and its angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Parameter is now ready to use his technology to plan a successful re-entry for an ICBM warhead. He knows that of the two natural enemies, deceleration and heat, high deceleration is not a problem with a warhead, but too much heat could destroy it. He first surveys the project on the program front. He knows that the re-entry velocities and angles are essentially set by the mission. But to reduce heat load, the velocity of the re-entry vehicle could theoretically be reduced by firing a retro rocket. On investigation, he finds that in order to decrease re-entry velocities sufficiently by this method, a retro thrust system would be required weighing many times the weight of the warhead. This method is out. He next considers the possibility of changing the re-entry angle. He knows that a shallow angle will lessen the peak heat load by stretching the heating over a longer period of time. But the total heat generated will be the same either way, and the vehicle could absorb even more heat during this longer re-entry. Furthermore, a shallow re-entry angle has other serious drawbacks. First, a shallow angle impairs accuracy by deflection in the atmosphere. Second, it affords more time for enemy interception. A steep re-entry improves the missile's chances of avoiding interception and of reaching its target with minimum atmospheric deflection. In this case, altering the program is not the answer to the heat problem. Dr. Parameter must attack the problem of heat on the design front. Logic would seem to indicate that fast travel requires a streamlined shape to slice its way through the air. At subsonic velocities, this is true. But at supersonic speeds, the moving vehicle displaces air molecules which bounce off, forming a shock wave. As speed increases, the shock wave becomes more severe, and heating increases. An ICBM will have a free-fall re-entry speed in excess of 23,000 feet per second. At this speed, the heat of molecular collision and friction, shearing of air molecules, is concentrated in a narrow zone along the surface of a streamlined vehicle. The heat generated may cause the temperature to exceed 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit. To combat this terrific heat, Dr. Parameter designs instead a re-entry vehicle with a blunt frontal area. The blunt shape creates its shock wave somewhat ahead of the vehicle. This occurs because the atmospheric molecules colliding with its frontal surface bounce back and intercept others coming in, setting up a kind of picket line in advance of the warhead. The peak heat is generated in this area away from the surface of the vehicle. Although the blunt shape decreases the peak heating of the warhead to half that of the streamlined shape, it will still heat up to 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, much too hot for unprotected warhead structures. To further reduce heating, Dr. Parameter must find other techniques in addition to the blunt shape. His first solution is the heat sink. Use the blunt design and add a mass of heat-conducting metal large enough to absorb most of the heat generated during re-entry without melting before impact. It works, but he is not yet satisfied. The weight of the heat sink displaces more than 1/4 of the payload. Furthermore, the blunt design slows the missile, keeping it in the atmosphere a longer time, making it less accurate and easier to intercept. For the greatest accuracy and shortest time in the atmosphere, Doc knows that the streamlined shape is the best, but the heat sink cannot absorb and distribute the sudden extreme heat generated during the re-entry of a streamlined vehicle. Doc reasons,
If the heat cannot be absorbed, why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
the answer is ablation.
Ablation. Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat conductor. Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface. The ablative principle combats the heat problem effectively and permits steeper re-entry angles while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile, with its increased speed, affords the least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy. It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs. Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions, the G-load is a most important factor. For manned re-entry, this force should be held below 10 Gs. A shallow re-entry angle of about 1 to 5 degrees is the simple answer. The shallower the angle, the less the G-load. But this will be sustained over a longer period of time. This means a longer time at high speed through the friction of the atmosphere. Let's take a moment to see why this is not desirable. Dr. Parameter?
Thank you. Gentlemen, we have here a kettle of water. Heathcliff, we can use you in this experiment.
Oh boy, an experiment.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we may have another kettle of water and your stand-in. Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the experiment.
Experiment?
We'll add the same amount of fuel under each kettle, but alter the form of the fuel under one kettle to make it burn faster. We ignite both at the same time and compare the results. Splendid. I'd like to point out that the fast-burning fuel, although reaching its intensity quickly, exhausted itself quickly. The heat absorbed was negligible. The slow-burning fuel, on the other hand, gradually increases in intensity. It will generate the same total heat load, but over a longer period of time, and you'll notice more heat is absorbed. Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Dr. Parameter. So although the peak heat generated in the shallow re-entry is less, the capsule is in the heating regime for a longer time, and without the utmost protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle, but he must combat heat on the design front. A blunt shape to cause a detached shockwave, a picket line against heat, and ablative materials for additional heat control. The Doc is confident his new design will fulfill the requirements. Now to try it out. He wants low peak deceleration, so the shallow re-entry path is mandatory. This brings him down safely, if a little off target. To achieve some control and accuracy as well as safety, Dr. Parameter has been working on other design concepts, particularly shapes that produce lift. He knows that a ballistic missile is designed and programmed to hit a particular point on the Earth's surface. A manned ballistic vehicle with the same objective is much less accurate due to its design and long, shallow penetration. But a lifting vehicle, which is capable of descending at a still more shallow angle and with an extremely low deceleration rate, is able to change direction. This control gives it wide selectivity of landing sites within a large footprint area. For the shortest range within the footprint, the vehicle is pulled up into a maximum lift attitude at re-entry. This induces maximum drag, causing a steeper, more abrupt descent. For the longest possible range, the vehicle must assume the attitude of maximum lift over drag ratio. This footprint, huge at first, shrinks gradually as the vehicle descends. Dr. Parameter, while considering the advantages of lifting vehicles, is also aware of their drawbacks. First, the lifting structure itself imposes weight penalties, which compete with the all-important matter of payload. Then, lifting vehicles may also spend up to 20 minutes in the heat regime, and being more streamlined, they require a still more complex heat protection system, competing still further with payload. Dr. Parameter, with his associates, has studied the strategy of atmospheric penetration. He knows its natural enemies, deceleration and heat, and has met them on the two fronts of program and design. He has accomplished important objectives. For the intercontinental ballistic missile, the objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program? High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are, first of all, safety, and then control. The mission's natural enemies, high deceleration, sustained heat. Its program, shallow re-entry for low deceleration. The vehicle's design, blunt, yet with control capabilities, a maneuverable lifting shape. The resulting long duration within the heat regime exacts a weight penalty because a complex heat protection system is needed. There will always be problems to solve. Dr. Parameter has worked out successful compromises so far, but he is still puzzling, still exploring. He plots his graphs, his curves, and flings them boldly into space. But he knows that we have barely gotten our little toe into space, and he constantly seeks to improve that toehold. He must hold to the possible, yet he constantly works along its impossible edges. He has opened the way for man's safe re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Journey's end for space travel.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Perfect. All right. How's everybody doing? Breathing. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. We ready for space news? I got my goldfish. I'm ready. And, you know, some water. Ablation. All right. Starliner had a press conference this afternoon, and I didn't get to it right away, so we ended up playing Workers instead. But it's about an hour long here, and we are going to start our space news with doing that. Hey, Come here. There we go. All right, so you guys know the drill. During the initial statements of the press conference, I'm shutting up. I'm sitting there and I'm going to listen, so I won't be answering any questions or anything. And then during the press conference, when the press asks a question, I will try to answer, and we will check myself against the answers that the panelists, people on the panel, give. So as a way to make sure that I'm giving you the best information that I can, and a fun and exciting way for you to tell me when I'm wrong. All right. So that being said, let's jump in.
Good morning and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm Chelsea Bayarte. Today we're here to talk about NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test mission and its uncrewed departure from the International Space Station later this week. For everybody here watching on NASA Plus, welcome, and for everybody in the room, thank you for braving the Houston weather today. We've got some briefers here that are going to talk about Starliner's departure. We have Steve Stitch, Program Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Dana Weigel, Program Manager for the International Space Station Program, and Anthony Varia, NASA Flight Director. We're going to hear some opening remarks for them shortly, but if you are a reporter online or on the phone and you have a question that you'd like to ask, go ahead and press *1 to enter our question queue. And if your question has already been asked, please push *2 to lower your virtual hand in our phone bridge here today. But let's kick it off with some opening remarks. Steve, take it away.
Thank you, and thanks for joining us today, and appreciate your interest in human spaceflight and the Commercial Crew Program. We want to take just a little time today as we prepare for Starliner's undock and landing on Friday to talk to you about what's been happening. It's been a busy a few weeks. Last Thursday we had the agency return readiness review, part 2, to review their readiness once we made the decision to have an uncrewed undocking of Starliner. Everybody pulled go at that review, pending the operational status of the vehicle and the landing weather. And so we're proceeding toward undock and landing on Friday. Currently, we're targeting this Friday, September the 6th, 6:04 Eastern undock, and a landing at the White Sands Space Harbor just after midnight at around 12:04 Eastern. That would be early, technically Saturday, September the 7th. The deorbit burn would be at about 11:17 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll land at the White Sands Space Harbor like we have on the previous 2 missions. This is an ascending approach. It comes up over the Baja Peninsula into the western part of Mexico and a very rural part of Mexico, and then crosses into the U.S., into New Mexico, and then into the White Sands Space Harbor. If weather prevents us from undocking on Friday, we have a backup opportunity on Tuesday, September 10th, and we really have opportunities every 4 days. So we'll have the 10th, the 14th, the 18th, and then we'll have to look at the 22nd, which would sort of coincide with a Soyuz opportunity as well. The Crew 8 Dragon vehicle has been configured to be the emergency return vehicle for Butch and Sunny. We did that this past week, and on Thursday we reviewed that configuration, and the ground teams concluded everything was ready to go. We have the emergency procedures on board, and so upon Starliner's departure now, we'll have the Crew 8 vehicle be ready to return Butch and Sunny in an emergency situation. For Crew 8 also, we're in the middle of doing an inspection of the vehicle. It's a routine inspection for micrometeorite orbital debris on the exterior of the TPS. That's going well, and we should be able to wrap that up in the next few days. And it's been a busy time for Starliner. We've updated the mission data loads. We talked about those. There's like 7 mission data loads, 7 parameters that had to be updated, largely using all the crewed flight test flight software as is. We took that software, put it through a series of runs last week in the Avionics and Software Integration Lab at Boeing, and all that checked out really well. We've reviewed that data as well. We are going to look at doing a couple of hot fires on the way of some of the thrusters. In fact, that's going to the Starliner mission management team today. We're going to talk about maybe hot firing after we undock and after we clear what we call the approach ellipsoid around the space station. we'll go ahead and maybe hot fire a few of those thrusters, the forward thrusters and some of the aft thrusters. And really the purpose of that is to continue to learn. We've done 2 hot fires while docked, one after 10 days being docked, the other after a couple of months. And so we really want to see how the thrusters perform and what the thrust levels exactly are after we undock and fire them for a little bit. The teams have done a couple of simulations last week. There was a couple of entry and undock simulations. Those went really well. Today, the Starliner's been powered up, getting ready to return the vehicle. So we've powered up the vehicle, and it's going well. We've been watching the weather, and we'll continue to do so over the next few days. We'll have our undock -2 day weather briefing this afternoon. Right now, the winds have been looking very favorable, 7 to 10 knots, and the clouds are acceptable. We'll just have to watch some chances of rain over the mountains. If the weather looks good, tomorrow we'll close the hatch for the final time around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll hold that final series of reviews, the Starliner Mission Management Team and then the International Space Station Mission Management Team. I'm personally looking very forward to getting Starliner back. We've learned a lot on this test flight. We'll continue to learn more, I'm sure, through the undock and deorbit phase. We have a lot of flight test objectives still ahead of us on the flight, and we're looking forward to getting those. The teams are ready, the landing and recovery team's ready, and I can't thank the team enough. It's been a journey to get here, and we're excited to have Starliner return, undock and return on Friday. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dana.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate the interest that you have in the Starliner mission and also in the International Space Station. As you heard from Steve, the undocking is planned for this Friday evening around 5 p.m. Central Time. We will have our ISS Mission Management Team formal go-no-go poll tomorrow to support that undocking opportunity. Crew's been really busy this week on board. They're packing up the Starliner and they're getting it configured for the return. As you heard from Steve, last week they spent some time configuring the Crew 8 vehicle to get the cargo pallet into a configuration where we could support an emergency or contingency return of Butch and Sunny. Let's see, Starliner will undock from the Harmony or Node 2 forward port. We'll do a slightly modified departure after the undocking. Shortly after undock, a command will be sent to do a breakout burn. That'll take Starliner up, over, and back behind the station. This alternate approach or this breakout burn is something that we have planned for, and it's something that the vehicle is capable and certified of doing. It just helps us to get Starliner away from ISS more quickly. And I think Anthony will add a little more detail on that operation when he talks. And as you heard from Steve, of course, after departure, the vehicle will continue on with its deorbit sequence, making a landing around 11 p.m. Central Time. We've got a pretty busy fall in front of us. After that, next week, we've got a Soyuz crew exchange starting with 73 Soyuz launch on September 11th. That'll bring up NASA astronaut Don Pettit. The crew will do an exchange, and then we'll return NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson on the 72S Soyuz vehicle. Towards the end of September, we'll bring up Crew 9. Once that crewed vehicle arrives, that will become the nominal and the contingency return vehicle for Butch and Sunny. We'll do a normal handover between Crew 9, Crew 8. Then Crew 9 will depart, and shortly after that, we will do a relocation of the Crew 9 vehicle to free up the forward port for the SpaceX 31 cargo and research mission that is slated to launch and arrive in October. It has been a really busy and challenging summer, and I want to extend my sincerest appreciation to all the team members who have worked so hard on the Starliner mission plans, and also to the station industry, research, and international partners who have supported us along with our changing mission plans and mission requirements. With that, I will hand it over to Anthony.
Thank you, Dana. I am the overall lead space station flight director for the undocking. There's a separate team with separate flight controllers and flight directors running Starliner systems, but we all train as a team. And so the joint NASA and Boeing flight control teams are deep into preparations for the undocking of Starliner, and I feel that the team is ready for the coming operations. Since the decision was made to undock uncrewed, we have been preparing through simulations, procedure reviews, and that's with the flight control team on the ground as well as the crew on orbit for the activities that are coming in the next few days. As noted, there are differences between an uncrewed and a crewed departure. For this departure, Starliner will do those immediate thruster burns to get up and away from ISS rather than a normal trajectory that has Starliner stay close to ISS and then head underneath. And this is all using capabilities that are built into Starliner. For all the core functions that Starliner must do to safely get away from ISS, those are capabilities that will be executed by Boeing's flight control team through their software in lieu of having a crew on board. Today, the Boeing team powered on Starliner systems and performed a variety of pre-undock activities, both on the systems and crew activities to get the capsule ready to come home. Tomorrow, Butch and Sunny will review procedures as they will be the ones closing the hatches between Starliner and the space station, and this will set us up for undocking on Friday. To talk a little bit about the timeline on Friday, after configuring ISS and Starliner systems throughout the day, the Joint Flight Control Team will perform a go, no-go poll 45 minutes before undock. That'll be the go for undocking. A few minutes before undock, the Starliner team will send a command to execute the undock sequence, which will retract the hooks that are currently holding Starliner to ISS's forward docking port. Starliner will separate from ISS at 6:04 p.m. Eastern, though all those times are approximate. We could undock a little bit later without impact. 90 seconds after undock, Starliner will start firing its forward-facing thrusters in the breakout burn, which will take Starliner forward and above ISS. From there, it'll be about 3 or 4 orbits until the deorbit burn, which Boeing is targeting for 11:17 p.m. Eastern. This will dip Starliner's orbit into our atmosphere and will allow it to land at White Sands, New Mexico, just after midnight Eastern. If for some reason the joint team decides not to undock on Friday, we have undocking opportunities on several later days, all of which are subject to weather constraints. Once we close the hatch into Starliner tomorrow, we will leave it closed no matter the undock date. And all of this is taking place atop the background of a busy as ever ISS. Shortly after hatch closure tomorrow, the space station team will be performing a reboost to set up our trajectory for the launch of next week's Soyuz mission, bringing Alexei, Ivan, and Don to the ISS. And then looking further ahead to Crew 9 at the end of the month, Nick and Alexander started their additional SpaceX training to get ready for their modified mission of 2 people coming on Crew 9 ahead of their launch later this month. And with that, I'll hand it back to Chelsea.
Thanks, Anthony. So we're going to go into our question and answer portion now. When you have a question, please state your name, affiliation, and if
Okay, so they're going to undock Starliner on Friday evening during the flame trench, so that should be fun. They're going to do what's called a breakout maneuver. I'm not familiar with this term until like 5 minutes ago. What they're going to do is separate Starliner from the ISS and put it on a trajectory that has it fly up and over the ISS. Now, why would you do that? Well, long story short, that type of trajectory modification, going up and over the ISS rather than going down and underneath the ISS, is less delta V, less thruster firings, guys. Yeah, that makes sense. Why is that the case? Well, okay, so you have your Earth right here, and you have your nice, space station right here. Here we go. Maybe you got a little wing-a-ling, that looks good coming out of the back of its neck there. So you have your ISS here, right? Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. Starliner is currently docked at the very front of the space station. So the space station is orbiting this way. This is Earth down here. Welcome to Earth. All right. just in case you didn't know. All right, so Starliner's docked up here. It's docked at the front of the space station. Now, doing a maneuver that would have you back out, stop, right? Go down, stop, and then this way, underneath the ISS, actually the relative motion would be something like this and then like that. This right here requires multiple firings in multiple directions. What does that mean? So Starliner has 6 degrees of freedom reaction control system. So obviously those are your thrust axis right there. 6 DOF. You have on the space station, it's R, V. No. This is V. That's your velocity vector. And then R is your radial vector. And then N, I believe, is what it is. It's your normal vector, right? So that's your X, Y, and Z, so to speak. They're basically relative to the orbital path of the ISS, right? Velocity is traveling in the direction in the ISS. Radial is traveling perpendicular to the velocity of the ISS. And normal is left-right. It's traveling, well, in this particular case, north and south relative to the ISS. Now, Starliner is lined up on the velocity vector. It's lined up at the forward port, PMA2. So it's right at the front. There's a dragon right here on the velocity vector, or the radial vector right there. That's crew 8 right there, right? Yeah, I know. Great drawing. That's just a square. So, why would Starliner do this? Why would they opt to go up and over? Isn't that going to cost more delta V? No. Nope. In order to do this, go back outside of the ISS kind of keep out sphere, back out of the keep out sphere, stop, and then do a radial and a velocity burn at the same time to get yourself to go down and under here, underneath the ISS. Actually, it would frankly be like that. It would be going that way if you're doing that type of burn. Doing something like that is going to cause, you're doing more thruster firings. You're burning on your radial and your velocity vector right there. That requires more duty cycle from the thrusters, which we know from this whole entire mission is a gigantic no-no, right? So now I know what you're going to think. Well, why is doing that better? Isn't going further away don't you need to burn radial to do something like that? Well, no. Long story short, no, because of differential eccentricity, orbital mechanics. This kind of is backwards, and it might be a little bit weird for people to understand. But here, let's just do another diagram up here. So you have 2 different orbits, right? If you have one that's a perfect circle, and then you have one that's slightly eccentric, right? There's going to be points where they pass each other, right? But for the most part, one thing is going to be a little bit higher than the other, and it's going to slow down. This over-the-top burn from Starliner means you only need to burn on your velocity vector. Much less stress on the thrusters. You're only burning on your velocity vector. In this particular case, Starliner, relative to the ISS, is going to do a prograde burn. By burning that way, once again, here's our diagram. By burning that way, you're changing what's called the eccentricity of your orbit. You're increasing AP, or apogee. That's AR, as opposed to perigee. So if the perigee of your orbit is equal to the ISS's altitude, right, which is about 400 kilometers, or about 270 miles, right, and they do a slight, very, 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 very slight burn to get the AP to be like 401, right, kilometers, right? Starliner's actually going to slow down, but it's going to increase in altitude. This is a much, much less stressful flight regime for the thrusters. You're not going to burn them out. So what Starliner is what it's basically going to do is do that breakout maneuver and do a prograde burn. Even though the capsule is facing backwards, it's still going that way at about 17,000 500 miles an hour, about 28,000 kph, still going that way. So even if it's backwards, you fire the backwards facing thrusters that are facing this way, right? You're still doing a prograde burn. Your capsule is just pointed in the wrong direction. The axis orientation of this, radial, normal, velocity, those are relative to your trajectory, not relative to the vehicle. Now, with this particular case, the ISS stays perfectly aligned with its velocity vector because solar panel tracking, ship docking, etc., etc. Basically, the ISS is always, the bottom of the ISS is always facing the ground. It flies with its velocity vector. And that's partially because of the big freaking gyroscopes that are on board, but that's another story. So, doing a posigrade burn right here on the velocity vector is going to make your orbit eccentric, right? Just like I said. That differential eccentricity, even and the relative to the ISS, which has relatively zero eccentricity, its orbit is more or less a perfect circle, is going to make it so Starliner looks like it's doing something like this, even though it's really not. It looks like it's going to make it look like it's going to rotate around the space station, and no doubt if they stream it, we're going to get some most excellent views. It's going to be amazing. But this way uses less. It uses less, it's less firings for the thrusters this way, because you only have to do a burn this way. Now, if you were going to do this, right, you'd have to go back here, you'd have to stop, you'd have to do the burn that we were talking about, you'd have to stop, and then you'd have to burn, you'd have to fire your thrusters that way, right? A radial, what's called a radial out component, a radial out burn component that would basically shift your orbit. It would, this type of burn, depending on when you did it, right? Which is why dockings have specific timings, right? This kind of burn, whenever you would do it, would actually push your orbit in a little bit. It would push your perigee down, but push your AP on the other side of the orbit up. Now, because you're doing that radial component, that radial burn, so you have a velocity burn, then you have to stop. You have to basically do another velocity burn to stop right there, right? And then you have a radial burn, and then you got to do another radial burn to stop, right? That's how Dragon gets near the space station. Because you have to do that, right? You're firing the thrusters a lot over a short period of time. That's why they want to adjust the trajectory, because they want to make sure when they go to do the re-entry that, you know, you're not blowing out any more thrusters than you need to. Once again, changes to the trajectory are pretty much the reason why Starliner is going to come back. Now, that velocity back, stop, radial stop would make it do this. That's what, actually, like I said, it would do something like that relative to the ISS. But this kind of lightened trajectory is going to make Starliner fly up and over the ISS like that. That's what it's going to do. That is much less stress on the thrusters, which, once again, are a line item here. Anyway, sorry. Context. That's important to understand. And I bet you the press asks questions about that. I'll bet you there's like 4 or 5 questions. Why are you flying over the ISS? Doesn't that take more fuel? I'll bet you. We'll see. Who wants? Try me. Try me. Shake on it. Anyone? 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 All right, let's go.
Possible who you want to direct your question
No.
to. I think we're going to go ahead and start right here in the room.
Gina Sinceri for Steve Stitch. I'm kind of looking for a terminology to address some of this stuff. We've seen reports, people saying they're stuck, they're stranded.
Discovery,
How do you define Butch and Sonny's status on the International Space Station?
They could come home right now. In the event of an emergency, they jump into Starliner and come down, fly a modified trajectory, make it home, no problem. If the poop hits the fan in space, guys, you guess. You take a risk, because your risk is already heightened because it's an emergency, right? They're not stranded. They could have come home at any time if something goes horribly wrong. NASA's keeping Butch and Sonny. NASA's kept Butch and Sonny at the ISS these last two and a half months now. It's 2.5 months at this point, almost 3. They've kept them there because, 1, it's a test flight, right? First and foremost. And 2, you know, you're playing with house money because you have Dragon. redundant dissimilar architecture, right? Okay, let's see if I'm right. D-Pick, thanks for the 47.
Yeah, it's interesting. We get a lot of terminology. I mean, they, you know, in my view, they were never really, they're never stuck or stranded. They always had a way to depart the space station. And to me, when somebody is stranded, there's a location where they cannot leave. And so they had Starliner as the vehicle that they could depart from for a period of time. Now the Crew 8 is their emergency return vehicle. And when Crew 9 gets there, that will be their vehicle. That will be their return vehicle for nominal and any emergency. So they're really a part of the expedition. They've transitioned from their role as Starliner test pilots, and now they're part of the expedition working day in and day out with Dana and her team. So.
We'll take another question here in the back.
Oh, thank you. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology. Once Starliner undocks, how long can it operate in an automated mode?
I don't know the exact answer to this question. I know that capsules can operate a lot longer when there's not people on board because, you know, the computers don't necessarily need oxygen to, you know, computer. I don't know. With its solar panels, it could be indefinitely up there. It could stay up there for a pretty good while without anybody on board. Yeah, I don't know the exact number. I would guess they wouldn't want to keep it up there for much longer. But remember, the capsule is designed to stay tethered to the ISS for 6 months at a time, so it could stay up there for a good while. I'm not sure what the exact number is, and I don't want to guess.
Once Starliner undocks, you know, really it's only going to be limited by propellant, I would say. So, I mean, it could operate for days if it needed to. But the plan right now, obviously, is to undock, as we talked about, at 6:04 and then land, you know, that evening, you know, some 6 hours or so later. But if it needed to loiter, it's got that capability. Really, the only limiting consumable would be the thruster, the propellant. So.
Hi, I'm Jason.
I get partial credit for that one. Yeah, I was thinking more electrical, but yeah, the propellant would be more of a bottleneck than your electrical because you can't station keep. But yeah, I would say I didn't get that question right.
Miles from KHOU here in Houston. Can you talk about logistically for the two astronauts, you know, going from what was supposed to be a short-term mission to a longer-term mission? I saw an interesting article somewhere this week about even their fitness.
You saw an interesting article somewhere this week. Okay.
Routines and things change along with everything else. Can you speak to how they're doing in that regard?
Sure. Let's see.
They're going to be working out, guys. You never skip leg day on the ISS. They probably had to take on a regular expeditionary fitness regime, if I had to guess. So that's what Dana's going to say. They're, you know, as Steve said, they're moving into an expeditionary role, meaning they're just part of the ISS crew. And so when you're up there for a long duration stay, right, you're going to, you really need to not skip leg day. You do not want to get atrophy up there, muscle atrophy and bone mass density loss. You will basically go quap yourself when you come back down. If you stay up there for 6 months and you don't work out, yeah, quap yourself. That's your vocab phrase for the day. And you know, if you understand what that means, you know the exact picture in your head, what I'm talking about. You just right? You got to work out every day. You have to. 2 hours. You have to. Okay, so you won't just fall over like a rag doll when you come back down into the grav well. You can go into cardiac arrest if you have atrophied muscles and you come back down into the grav well and you start just doing your daily thing. Your heart will start beating insanely fast because you're trying to move blood to these muscles, which are just not designed. They haven't been in the Earth's gravity for a little while, right? So you'll basically, yeah, your heart will explode like a baked potato. Yeah. You don't want that. Yeah, let me tell you something. You don't want that.
Let me back up a little bit. Since we knew this was a test flight, with intention, we put them through long-duration space station training a few years ago. And so they've finished all the same training that a normal expedition crew would do. fully qualified in all of the complex areas, spacewalks, robotics, et cetera. Butch and Sunny have also both done expeditions on board station, so they're very familiar with what that looks like. So we had them well prepared to move into this role. In terms of what does it look different, you're right, there are some differences between short duration and long duration crew. A lot of that is in the exercise arena. You know, if you're doing a really short duration mission, exercise is optional for the very shortest duration missions, something like an 8-day mission. When we do long duration, that we do switch them over to a standard long duration mission. And so as they've been on board later, we have adjusted their routines. And so they're at the point now where they're doing the normal routines and exercise that we would do for long duration crew members.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We'll take some questions from our phone bridge now. We'll start with.
Who is she? Charles, that's Dana Weigel. She basically runs ISS logistics. Yeah. Dana's pretty cool. Dana's pretty cool. So that's Steve Stitch over there. He runs the commercial crew program. So that guy's in charge of Dragon and Starliner. And this gentleman over here, his first name's Anthony. I forget his last name, but he's a flight controller. He's going to be flight controlling Starliner's undocking. Yeah, pretty cool. It's pretty good, pretty talented personnel on the screen here.
Bill Harwood.
Where did they get the extra food? Willie, the ISS basically has a stuffed pantry all the time. They, consider how much food they're going to have over 6 months and then give them like 18 months of food with these ISS resupply missions. They have enough to stay up there for a very, very long time. Basically, if you want to, you want to go up there for supper, plenty of food on the table. Like if your test flight ends up staying 3 months. Yeah, it's not a big deal. This is why we do periodic resupply. In fact, there's going to be another Dragon resupply sent up there. There was a Cygnus sent up there, if my math is serving me left, right before Starliner launched. And then Progress also does resupply for the ISS as well. Yeah, so the Progress, the Russian Progress capsule. What are we watching? This is the Starliner press conference from this afternoon.
With CBS News.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. A quick one for Anthony. Do you have the burn duration in Delta V for deorbit? And for Steve Stitch, the crew's not on board because, NASA said there was enough uncertainty in the performance of the systems to warrant, committing people to the reentry. How confident are you, and I know you polled to keep the crew on board station, but how confident are you that the Starliner is going to make a successful landing? I mean, it seems like everybody's expecting that, but yet there's no crew on board. So, how do you sum up your feelings about the health and welfare of that spacecraft? Thanks.
What was his first question? The second part is that they've adjusted the trajectory for Starliner. It's coming back. That's what Steve's going to say. Oh, Delta V, 57 meters a second. You're welcome. Probably not all in one burn. Yeah, they'll probably that breakout maneuver is probably going to be I don't know 2 to 3 meters a second at best. The major deorbit burn. So Starliner is going to separate, right? It's going to fly up and over the ISS, get away from it. So, and then it's going to kind of circularize at a lower altitude, and then once it gets to kind of its reentry parking orbit, so to speak, they'll conduct their main burn, and then it'll come back down. Yeah, just very methodical. 57 meters a second Delta V total should be about, it's 50 to 60, should be about there. I think Steve is going to say the capsule is going to come back down. Guys, I know enough about control systems. Look, if the computer's doing something with your hardware that you don't like, patch it. You know your thrusters will overheat if they reach this duty cycle. So change your control systems around on the capsule to make sure that doesn't happen. I think honestly, if you really want my honest opinion, that's probably the fix for Starliner from now on. Just don't pulse the thrusters a lot because you can break them. But yeah, we'll see what Steve says.
Well, I'll take the deorbit burn question. So in terms of the Delta V, that's going to vary based on a number of factors. So I don't want to I don't want to give you an exact number on that, but the burn duration is really only about a minute. So if you're used to Dragon, it's a much quicker burn than that using the big OMAC engines that we have on Starliner.
Yeah, one of the things we did assess is the thruster health relative to the reentry, and we have requirements for protecting the public as well. And so, we have confidence in the thrusters. We went and looked at the thruster performance. We did some extra studies on could the thrusters degrade. If they did, we have a lot of redundancy in each thruster. We have 4 thrusters. The only thruster that we're going into the deorbit burn likely to have down is what's called B1A3 in the bottom doghouse. One of the 2 aft firing thrusters there is likely not to be functional, but all the other 27 thrusters are functional. We've assessed those. We have redundancy in those thrusters. We expect to have a good deorbit burn. And once the deorbit burn happens, then the forward thrusters are used to really push the vehicle away, push the service module away to spin it up and then do the disposal burn. So we have confidence in the vehicle. We have confidence that the deorbit burn will be executed, and we've had 2 good landings with Starliner so far, and we're expecting another one Friday.
Yeah, guys, like I said, if it's malfunctioning, you could do something about it. You don't just sit there and be like, oh, it's gonna explode, all right, whatever. No, they now that, well, it's not enough to warrant putting people on, but the thruster behavior is understood. They're gonna, sorry, I had to pause it. I hate it when I pause it when someone's making a funny face. Yeah, if they know where the upper limits of these thrusters are based off of the uphill ride, so they're gonna adjust. They're gonna adjust based off of that, right? Friday is the undock, dudes. Friday's the undock.
Another question from the phone bridge. We'll go to Stephen Clark with Ars Technica.
Hi, thank you. I think my question is probably for, whoever wants to take it, I guess. The breakout burn after separation from ISS, is that a different profile than you use for OFT2? And is it just to get the Starliner away from the station faster due to the added risk of these thruster issues that are kind of still an unknown?
I already explained this one. I explained this one right at the start of the questions. So if you're keeping track and you bet against me about the press asking about the optimized trajectory question, yeah, sorry, you owe me $50. I just lost $1 to myself. Now, I saw that one coming. You owe me $50. You said it was going to be a touchdown pass. The Waterboy's killing him. The best tackler I've seen since Joe Montana. Joe Montana was a quarterback, you idiot. I said Joe Montana.
And secondly, any cargo you're bringing back on this mission to return on Starliner? Thanks.
See, I can take the beginning of that question. I didn't hear quite the end, so we might need to come back to that. But the breakout burn versus what we did on OFT2, I have to use my hands on this one. So, for Starliner on OFT2, the standard profile is for it to undock, kind of back up along what we call the V-bar, the velocity vector of the space station, and then start a burn to go up and over space station. And this is kind of a dress rehearsal for the fly-around inspection that is part of what the capabilities of the commercial crew vehicles can do for us. And so it'll get to the top of station and then do a departure burn to send it down underneath station and coast underneath on the co-elliptic, as we call it, waiting for its time to deorbit. In this case, what we're doing is the breakout burn, which will be a series of 12 burns, each not very large, about 0.1 meter per second each. And that is just to take the Starliner away from station and then immediately start going up and away. And eventually it'll curve around to the top and deorbit from above station a few orbits later. And so the reasons we chose doing this breakout burn is simply it gets the vehicle away from station faster and without the crew on board able to take manual control if needed. There are just a lot less variables that we need to account for when we do the breakout burn and allows us to get the vehicle on its trajectory home that much sooner.
Yeah, and I would add, Anthony did a really good job of describing the trajectory, but it really puts less stress on the thrusters. In other words, there's a lot fewer thruster firings. Essentially, about 30 seconds, after undock, we'll start this small series of burns using primarily the forward thrusters, not putting the stress on the aft thrusters, and it really just takes about 5 minutes or so to actually execute that whole sequence. It's actually about three minutes or so to execute the burns, and then we're able to get out of the approach ellipsoid within about 20 to 25 minutes or so. So it's a quicker way away from station, way less stress on the thrusters. And I think Dana can talk to the cargo question.
Yeah, I think the last part of your question was about cargo. We always had plans on this mission to use the extra available space and bring cargo home, so we're still doing that. I think the largest thing, just as a data point that we have on there, is one of our, we've got these rechargeable, reusable oxygen tanks. They're pretty sizable, and so we had that in the original plan. We'll keep that on the vehicle. There's a handful of other bags full of other bits and pieces, too, that will return as part of the original cargo return plan.
And Stephen, we had missed the beginning of your question here in the room. It came across a little bit muffled. If we didn't fully answer your question and you want to repeat it, please go ahead and do so at this time.
No, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press next.
I said it was pretty good. Yeah. That one. Yeah, we explained that in pretty good detail. Differential eccentricity. They're gonna use that to get a much lower energy, but quicker move away. 12 burns at 0.1 meters a second. So we're talking, not very fast. But that is using differential eccentricity is the way to move it away the fastest. If you want to do that, you could do that in Kerbal too, if you want. It just takes one burn. Just undock from your station and hit the N key. Just psst, that's it. You'll get away. For all the Kerbal players out there. All right, next question.
Hi, probably for Steve. What risks are there to the space station with Starliner's departure if the thrusters go out or other malfunctions occur close in? And when the capsule is re-entering, any risk to the flight path? People on the ground, could parts crash to Earth if the re-entry goes bad? Thanks.
Okay. I am not going to say what Steve is going to say on this. I will tell you that right now. I'm going to be a little bit more candid. Okay? Remember what I said when I was answering a question a little bit earlier. Okay? They're not going to just, our control systems are blowing out thrusters. All right, let's undock and let's see what happens, putting everybody on the ISS at risk. That's not how you do space flight. You don't work with that kind of risk, especially if you can do something about it, right? So the real question to ask isn't, is there any risks from Starliner undocking? The real question to ask would be, why would you undock it if there was heightened risk, right? They said they're going to do a couple of pulses at 0.1 meter a second, 12 burns total for this breakout maneuver on the ISS. That is very, very low energy from the thrusters and probably not going to exceed their duty cycle. Not even close. Not even close. This is a very, very minimal burn that is well within the known thermal constraints for the thrusters at this point. Simultaneously, the second part of that question is basically the same answer. NASA's not going to... Boeing and NASA aren't going to bring the capsule home if they were unsure about it at least getting in the vicinity of White Sands. They would not even bother. They wouldn't bother. I don't know, Joe, but I think he is. Hey, Pat, what's going on? How you doing? You see what I'm saying? Once again, I don't think Steve is going to say exactly what I said, but that's the wrong question to ask. NASA wouldn't undock it if they weren't sure, especially since they know that, you don't undock it knowing the thrusters could overheat and not do anything about that. That's kind of silly, don't you think? It's like those videos. You guys know those videos of cyclists, people that are riding their bicycle, right? And they're riding down the bike lane and they see 500 feet down the road or 150 meters down the road that a car is taking a right turn into a parking lot, and they just sit there and go, I can't stop, and then then they just run into a car. You know those videos, you know what I'm talking about? You don't do that in space, right? Don't also, I mean, there is an exercise bike on the ISS, so you know what I'm talking about? You don't do that. You don't see the problem and not do anything about it, right? You know exactly. Yeah, the steamroller. Stop! Move! Yeah, no, you don't do that. That's no, don't space that way. Not cool. Once again, Steve's probably gonna say that a little bit nicer than what I just did. But yeah, I don't think his answer is gonna be exactly the same, but the gist of it's right.
Yeah, I'll start with the first part of the question. Any risk to the space station? We specifically looked at this sequence that's there in the software anyway to use it to mitigate any risk to the space station. The first thing that happens when with the hooks drive on the NASA docking system is there's a couple of springs that kind of push the vehicle away, so it will immediately have clearance. You know, we've hot-fired the thrusters. We hot-fired 27 of the 28 thrusters. It's probably been like 4 weeks ago now. The thrusters all performed well, so we expect to get the delta V we need out of those thrusters. These are what we would call short pulses, but not frequent pulses where we saw the heating before. So we really don't anticipate the same kind of effects that we saw that caused the poppet swelling. These are longer firings in general, and there's more cooling with those firings. So we don't really expect any issues with the thrusters near station. And then we get away very quickly, and once we're on that trajectory, we're safe from the space station. Really, the thrusters on the service module, the next big job they have is to hold the attitude while the big OMAX fires. Anthony said it's about a 60-second deorbit burn, and that's the critical thing that needs to happen to get the crew module on a safe trajectory to enter into the atmosphere and then land at White Sands. There's good redundancy in those thrusters, as I talked about. We've got 4 thrusters in each direction, so we expect that to go well. And then the SEP sequence again, where the crew module and service module separate, and then the service module goes into a disposal mode. Those are 4 thrusters as well, which are healthy. So we anticipate a good burn, and we have a lot of redundancy, and that's what we're relying on to have a safe entry.
Our next question on the phone will be Elizabeth Howell with Space.com.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. This one, I think, is for Steve. So a couple quick questions. The first one was, do we still call it CFT after Starliner comes home in terms of Butch and Sunny's mission, or are they part of Expedition 71, 72, et cetera? And then the second one is, can you talk a little bit about what you're going to be doing for evaluations after Starliner returns for the first few weeks? Thanks.
I'm sorry, the freeze frame. Dude, the eyes tell all, man. The eyes tell all. Look at it. It's still gonna be the CFT, guys. They're still gonna call it CFT until the capsule gets down. That's the mission. So, you know, it's very rare that you see such a big modification to a mission, especially with crew flight, but you have the luxury of playing with house money here because you have Dragon, so that decision is a lot easier when you have a lifeboat for your capsule that you're testing. The mission's still going to be called CFT. In terms of what they're going to do after the flight, they are going to be looking specifically. I know I can hear it in Steve Stitch voice. They're going to be reviewing all the data we're going to review all the data from the flight. No, specifically, they're going to be looking at how that thruster performance worked during that deorbit burn. That's the big one. How did those thrusters perform? Did they blow out any poppet seals on these thrusters during the deorbit? Did Starliner have to shut something off? Like, did it have to save a thruster because of thrust degradation, because of poppet degradation, right? They're going to be specifically looking at that. And what they're going to do is they're going to take that data, and this is the part he probably won't say, but they're going to take that data and they're going to use it to make a new thermal model for the vehicle. Basically, how much can I pulse this thruster before it decides to thruster int? They're going to be looking for the upper limits of these thrusters, taking into account this newly learned information about potential thruster overheating. and degradation of thrust and poppet seal degradation. Yeah, that's specifically what they're going to look for. I can tell you that right now. I don't work for Boeing. I have no idea how this capsule works, but that's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, they're going to compare it, and they're going to use that to make a new thermal model. So the next time Starliner does fly, they know the limits of those thrusters. The known limits of those thrusters is known. That was the big problem. Because their thermal model was off, they didn't get the thermal condition right for these thrusters for this flight, which personally I don't understand how you could screw that up at this point of the mission, but whatever. And when I say I understand, I actually mean that. I don't really get how you could get this far and be like, yeah, they've blown out, whatever, it's fine. But can we get that face as an emote? Sure. They're going to strip that thing to the last bolt. Well, Caveman, there will be routine stuff. You guys got to remember, everything else on that capsule is working just fine. Everything's working just fine. The problem is the thing that's not working fine is the thing that you absolutely 100% cannot do without. Yeah. Like if the lights go off in Starliner, you know, you could still figure it out. You could figure out a way to get home if the cabin light doesn't turn on. If your thrusters don't work, there's really no way to do that. Life support would be another line item you absolutely need. Electrical power, life support, thrust, you kind of need those three things are big ones. Yeah, you need those. Yeah. Bring spare light bulbs. I'm pretty sure it's using all LEDs, Wiz. You'd be out of your mind to put an incandescent bulb in a spacecraft. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's been thought of. I'm sure somebody's done it somewhere, but yeah, it's probably all LEDs. After the thruster detach from the capsule, can they still test them, or are they dead then? That's a good question, Finn. I don't know. Probably not. My guess is that the avionics package is in the capsule. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be in the service module. Break out the candles. Yep. Crapper's clogged. Merry Christmas. Oh, also, the toilet is something you can live without, too. That happened on Dragon, by the way. Spilled pee all over the floor. That's a picture you wanted in your head, isn't it? Yeah? Am I right? Here, all right, let's see what they say.
Yeah, I would say they were part of the crewed flight test, right? This vehicle and mission was very important to us, and so Butch and Sunny will always be part of the crewed flight test. After we get the vehicle back, we'll go through a couple months of post-flight analysis of the trajectory, how the thrusters perform during the final phase of flight, and then we're also already working hand in hand with Boeing to look at modifications to the system. Is there ways that we can fly the vehicle differently? Do we need to do some more thruster testing out at White Sands to fill in some of the gaps that we had perhaps in qualification? So all that's going to start taking place, and there's teams starting to look at what we do to get the vehicle fully certified in the future.
Yeah, guys, like I said, he was going to say a smaller version of what the Dallas smaller version of what I said. I cannot stress how important data review after a mission is. That's one of the most important parts, because mission can go 100% right, but who cares if you don't prove it with telemetry behind it? Because here's the thing about spaceflight: just because you do it and then you go to do the same thing again, something might go wrong. Something will go wrong. Let's be real. It's spaceflight, right? It's like when you're playing Tetris and you line up the 4x1 block and you just don't get a 4x1 block, and you just got to sit there with that open gap, and then anyway, reviewing the data is the most important part, because that data is what proves that your mission was right. Your mission went well, right? Like, look, Artemis 1. Orion came back down, parachutes deployed, it landed, the Navy recovered it, they did a great job. Mission seemed like totally successful. And then they realized a chunk of the heat shield was missing. That's why data review is important. You got to figure out why this happened, because who knows? Just because it didn't break the capsule this time doesn't mean it won't do it again. Doesn't mean it won't do that later. The data review is the most important part, by far. I mean, it's probably the only thing that's that's probably more important is getting the crew back in one piece. That probably takes precedent over the data review. But yeah, like there's not many things that are above that on the hierarchy of important things that have to do with a space flight mission. Yeah, the thrusters broke last time too. Yeah, Rocket Guy. I'm really wondering if that failure mode was the same behavior. I just don't understand. I mean, different phase in the mission. I get it. Different phase in the mission, but also that type of stuff shouldn't be ignored. That's when you got to be, you know, these orbital flight tests, these test missions are where you have to be anal retentive about this stuff. That's where you learn the most. You know, we've talked about this before. The spacecraft is going to tell you something. It's up to you to understand what it's saying. It's like training a dog. The dog can't speak. Spacecraft isn't going to talk to you unless it's 2001, in which case run, right? In which case you just go the other way. I'm sorry, EJ. I'm afraid I can't do that. Anyway, it's up to you. It's up to you to figure out what it's telling you. That's why data review is so damn important. Pat over in YouTube chat. Hit the like button, folks, here on YouTube. Let's rocket EJ's presence on here. Oh, thanks, Pat. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you want to, go ahead. YouTube. Anyway. Shouldn't the fact that it broke matter more than when it broke? Yeah, Hellfish, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I've been saying for a long time. Anyway.
We'll now go to a question here in the room with Aviation Week.
Yes, Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology.
Hi,
Thank you for the second question. I wonder if you could go into a little more detail about what you've done to prepare the Crew 8 Dragon for Butch and Sunny to join the four who launched on it in case there was some emergency that you had to leave the space station with them.
That's actually a super good question, and I'm not going to bother to answer because I have no freaking clue. It would be a straight guess from me. I actually want to learn. That was a good question from Mark. Anyway, Aqualex, what did you say? But that's the bit I want more explanation on. How did they get away with thinking they solved the problem instead of proving it? Yeah, Aqualex, when Steve Stitch said that in the press conference prior to this, a big red flag went up in my mind. That was the point where I officially, you know, went from like, oh, it's just inexperience to you might have some management problems here. Now, don't get me wrong, management could be inexperienced, but that's up to the higher management that's up to the higher powers to hire management to manage the program correctly. This whole thing, you know, like, I think on a technician level, like the people that put the capsule together, it's going to take some time for them to find their way, but vast majority of these systems on this capsule are working fine. Like 95% of them are working just fine, right? But 95% isn't good enough, as we know, right? Like, I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and then I heard that, and I'm like, I've never had one single statement rock my judgment about something so much. Yeah, that I was like, wait, what? You screwed up the thermal model, and you saw this behavior prior? Like, what the hell? Why would someone do that? Honestly, I can kind of understand them contributing the fault to another cause and them saying it's good. Yeah, Rocket. Yeah, like I said, different phase in the mission. You know, your EDL is the downhill ride isn't the uphill ride. I get it, but if this, it sounds like the control systems and the manual control and the flight regime didn't take into account the potential for thruster blowout. Which, once again, that's a management problem. That's project manager all day. That's somebody not telling everybody to play nice with each other. You know what I mean? Not play nice. Not suggesting there's infighting at Boeing. Like, bear with me here. Also, only one thruster and not all of them. See, Rocket Guy, that's another question that I brought up yesterday when we talked about this. Okay. Now, Rocket Guy, I want you to tell me if I'm in the ballpark. Am I thinking on the right wavelength here? Okay. You had a thruster blowout on OFT2 during EDL, right? And then you went to do this, and you did basically the same exact trajectory, same exact thing, but with people on board and doing a manual demonstration test. Now, the manual demonstration test is where they first started to see the big problems, right? Right? And then the Starliner's control sensors started going, nope, I'm shutting this thruster off. That one could blow out. That one could blow out. That one could blow out. Stop it. Just stop what you're doing, right? Would I be right in thinking that you might want to go explore some quality control stuff here? Because, yeah, that's a good point, dude. One thruster blows out, yeah, but now all of them are blowing out in a different phase of a mission. I really want to know the entire change log, so to speak, for that service module and go and compare it to the other two that have flown. Sorry. Right? Am I in the ballpark there? Like, this could be a QC thing. I wouldn't rule that one out. It seems more like a control systems thing, because if it was a QC thing, Mark Nappy wouldn't have admitted that their thermal model wasn't right. But then maybe it's possible. It's possible. Did doing manual control put extra stress, causing it to blow out sooner than reentry? Yeah, John. Yeah, that's what happened. But dude, there's no way you wouldn't have taken that into account. That's a critical phase in the mission. Manual control demonstration test in close proximity to the ISS. You don't just be laissez-faire about that. You don't just be cool with it. It's fine. Right? That's no good. QA/QC is always the first source, but with this being a failure on multiple thrusters and not a single system, it is tougher to say. Could be a batch QA/QC issue. With that, you should see similar issues across the disparate valves. Yeah, see, it's a hard problem to solve, man. Yeah, anyway, let's hear Mark's question.
You want to take that?
That was a good question.
What about the pallet?
Yeah. So what we have done is we've configured in the cargo area on Crew 8 what I would call temporary seats. So we've used some of the items on the space station to build a temporary seat for Butch and Sunny. As you have seen for launch in Starliner or even Dragon, the crew needs to have their feet in a certain location, their knees bent, and so we have this temporary seat configured for Butch and Sunny. It has a number of straps associated with that goes around them and secures them in place should we ever need to use it. We don't intend to ever use it, but it would be some extreme contingency where we had to get away from station quickly where they could use that.
Yeah.
We've analyzed that from airflow perspective, and we've got good airflow down there. We know that they can get the air they need. We've practiced hand signals for communication should we need that. And we've also analyzed it for the landing and parachute event, and the loads on the body are acceptable in these temporary seats that we've configured.
Those, he said down there. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's where Dragon's second row of seating would be had SpaceX ever pursued 7 people. There's probably provisions for it. But how cool is that? It made a freaking seat. Make a seat out of spare parts. That's cool, man. Some Martian stuff right there. That's pretty neat. This is in case something goes wrong before the Crew 9 capsule comes up, but after Starliner leaves. This is their emergency contingency in case something really bad happens over the next month on the space station. Yep, hand signals, didn't think of that. Like I said, Vindies, Steve, Dana, Anthony, these people are super freaking smart. This is why I like listening to them. This is why I take the time to cover these press conferences with you guys. You really learn how to think. Like, you really learn where NASA's mind is at. It teaches you really, really good lessons about spaceflight. I'm doing this for years, man. It's so cool. It's so interesting. It's just so out of the ordinary, but at the same time, it's very rooted in common sense. Yeah, of course of course you need hand signals. They can't talk on the damn radio. Maybe they can. But if they can't, what do? You can't see them, they're below you. Right? That's cool, man. Yeah, that's really good thinking. That's the kind of attitude you need. You gotta be thinking like this. It's cool.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I think this is for Dana. You've had really many long duration missions. Scott Kelly, Mark, Peggy, a number of people, Christina. How do you as an agency support those astronauts' families on the ground for these long duration missions? You've got a good program here.
We are.
I really don't know the answer to this question, to be honest. Mow their lawns? I don't know.
Very fortunate that we've got a great network of support for our crew members. Their families are very actively engaged in the mission. They follow along with the mission, whether it's coming to watch dynamic activities like a docking, undocking. They'll come and join us.
Yeah, possibly.
In the viewing room, in mission control. Awesome. But I think some of the really important touch points, in addition to the crews having, as you know, they've got phones that they can use to call down and talk to their family. But we have so much experience with previous crew members who have flown. We have a really good support network, both in the crew office and in the operations area, supporting our crew. And we also have other behavioral health and other great support assets, both for our crew on board and for all of the family members. So pretty big support network. They're part of the NASA family.
You've got someone to mow the lawn, right?
We'll take our next question now from our phone bridge. Kristen Fisher with CNN.
Hi there. Thanks so much for doing this. My questions are for Anthony. Anthony, when you guys are doing those final go, no-go polls after Starliner's hatch has been closed, what are some things other than weather that could lead to a decision to delay Starliner's return? If you could just walk us through maybe some of those things on the technical side, I think that'd be helpful. And then finally, worst case scenario, let's just say that...
Did they say mow the lawn? No way. Yeah, all right. Learning is power. Anyway.
After the undock, that those immediate thruster burns don't happen, that the thrusters don't fire. What happens in that situation? Thanks.
Any technical things that would cause Starliner to undock? I don't know. Could be 1,000 things. Could be nothing. Best be prepared for that before you go and do it. That's probably, once again, Anthony's probably going to say it better than me, in terms of the question about what if the thrusters don't work, they wouldn't be separating it from the space station if they weren't pretty damn confident they could get that thing down in one piece. It goes back to what I was saying before. Guys, once again, I'll give you a little longer explanation. It's not just wait and see. You don't play the wait and see game with spaceflight. You got to be preemptive about everything. Do not undock that capsule unless you're about as confident as you can be that it's going to come back down. You're not even thinking about if all the thrusters shut off. Because right there, you're thinking defensively, and thinking defensively like that is how people get killed. I'm serious. You can't, because admitting that you could have the thrusters completely fail, right, is the second you admit that your design wasn't good enough. Your design is not designed to do what you want it to do, right? So that's a terrible design. It's not doing what you want. What is it doing now? Follow the magenta line. No, that's not how you go about doing spaceflight. Now, it could be a more poignant question here, right? It's a more poignant question because of what's going on with Starliner's thrusters here. But you don't, especially since they now know that they could blow out a thruster, they're not just going to send it and be like, all right, we blew out all the thrusters up, it crashed into the ISS, get Jeb up here, we need to fix this, right? You don't go about doing spaceflight like you can't think from a defensive standpoint. You got to be preemptive about stuff. So, like I said, the better question to ask, the question to ask is, why would they separate the capsule if they weren't pretty dang sure, like above 90% sure that it would separate? Once again, they're not going to say that. They're just going to say we have confidence in the vehicle, right? But you wouldn't undock it unless you were pretty damn sure. I've had that dream. Oh, geez. Personally, I attribute these thruster valve issues almost entirely to the thermal model issue. Valves, unfortunately, have like 5 or more components within its housing, and it has to deal with massive thermal cycles, caustic propellants, etc. Each one of the components in their attachments have different thermal conductivity reasons, reactions to materials, coefficients of expansion. Yeah. Yeah, the second I heard Mark Nappy say thermal model, rocket guy, huge red flag. Huge red flag. Yeah, and Rocket, where I go with that is what the conversation we had a month ago. How can you screw that up? I get it. It's a new thruster configuration on a new spacecraft. It's really hard to test for this stuff. Dude, the shuttle has like 30 years flight experience with these exact thrusters. Come on now. Come on now. 555, come on now. That's an interesting question if we entertain the scenario that the thrusters were inoperable. They wouldn't separate it from the space station if they were. But, straight up. And then you'd figure out something else to do. So the actual design requirements for those thruster valves did not actually close the requirements. Yeah, Rocket Guy, once again, that's a project management. That's a programmatic management problem. That's not like the boss goes to an engineer and be like, hey, your thermal model is off. No, what the heck, man? That's not how this works at all. That's programmatic. That's from the ground. That's from the top, right? Making a decision like that. Am I understanding it right, Rocket Guy? Funny enough, Barry Wilmore's daughter has been posting TikToks memeing about her dad being stuck on the ISS. That's pretty funny. Okay, long term, would you just willingly lose the forward docking port? No, Aqualux, I would come up with a solution. Why did your thrusters burn out? Why are your thrusters inoperable? The hardware obviously isn't it? As long as you have pressure in, as long as you have helium to actuate these thrusters, then it's an avionics and control systems issue, which can be patched. But in the scenario where you went to undock and the thrusters have a very high potential of being inoperable, you don't just be like, all right, well, let's send it anyway. No. Figure out why. Spacecraft's always trying to tell you something. Once again, this is a gotcha question, and I don't like questions like this, but I'm willing to explain. Right? These questions used to just piss me off, but what I used to do is just say, "Oh my God, that's so stupid." Next question, instead of explaining what's going on. EVA out there and kick it. Get Jeb, man. Let's go. Canadarm needed. Well, Starliner doesn't have a grapple fixture, guys. No grapple fixture. So using the arm to push a capsule like that is that's super dangerous because you're never going to be able to push it on its center of mass. So if you tried to tip Starliner, you're most likely just going to send it spinning with the arm. Spinning is not a good trick, contrary to popular opinion. So now you have a capsule with no thrusters that's spinning out of control near the ISS. Very bad. You just made your day, you made your situation 1,000 times worse by trying to do that, right? That's what I mean. Don't want to do that. Contingency procedures. You can't think defensively like this. You could go down a bunch of different reasons as, the thrusters are inoperable. Once you basically admit that in a phase in the mission your thrusters are inoperable, that means you shouldn't be doing spaceflight. Let me put it to you like that. You shouldn't even get it. The biggest thing that I learned from these press conferences that you shouldn't even let it get to that point. You have to be preemptive about this, which once again goes back to my original question. Why the heck did you put people on this? I think it's a fair question. Have Canada make a hockey stick shaped extension. Jeez. Yeah, in terms of thinking about that, Aqualux, I don't know. You're really kind of boned. Yeah. Just leave it up. Just leave the damn thing. No, I don't know.
I'll take your second question first. As Steve alluded to, there are springs that are currently charged up and ready to go on the Starliner side of the docking port. And so as soon as the hooks release and allow the vehicles to have motion, those springs are going to push Starliner away from ISS. And in the event that the thrusters, for some reason, did not fire, we do have analysis that shows that the vehicle is going to push away from station and not have any sort of collision concerns. So we're good there, and we, of course, expect those thrusters to work for that breakout burn. In terms of the types of things we're looking at in the go, no-go ahead of the undock, it's not just the Starliner. We got to make sure that the entire ISS and all of its appendages and systems are in a good state and ready to support the backing away of Starliner, ensuring that we have good communication between the ground teams, the ISS, the Starliner, the TDRS, all of those sorts of things that we want to make sure are good to go. And we have guidance in these rules that say which types of things we can live without versus which things we would actually stop the undocking for. It's a very long rule, but our systems experts are very good at parsing through that data and being able to quickly determine, with all of their knowledge as a certified flight controller, whether their systems are ready to support or if we need to talk about it.
Don't even let it get to that point. That's what I mean. All those systems architects. What Anthony was just saying. He like I said, he said a nicer thing about what I said. You don't even let it get to that point. Don't even let yourself get. If you've gotten to that point, you're playing with one hand tied behind your back. Spaceflight's already difficult enough. You don't need to make it more difficult.
We'll go now to Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Joey Blackjacks.
Hey, thank you. Quick one for Dana. There's a lot of interest in how the astronauts are doing on the ISS, and you had mentioned that they are trained and well prepared, and that they're going to be doing normal routines and exercises for a long duration mission. Can you just kind of quickly go into what that is specifically, and whether any other cargo missions are going to be needed to specifically accommodate them? And then, Steve, you had said earlier that in the weeks after Starliner's landing, you guys are going to look at potential modifications to the system, potential more testing, and filling in gaps in qualification. What are those gaps in Starliner's qualifications that you guys would want to fill? Thanks.
I don't know, Joey. Make sure the thrusters work. Probably. Just putting it out there. Everything else seems to be working just fine, right? In terms of his first question, the ISS has built-in logistics to take into account snap scenarios like this. Once again, being preemptive. Yeah, Dana will say something about that. Steve's going to say they really want to know what's going on with the thrusters. You should probably start there. You need those. Don't try to rip off your own head. You need that. Oh. Okay.
See, I'll start with the first one. Let's see, since Butch and Sunny have been on board and they were extended, they already started participating and really helping us out on board station. They've done over 42 experiments, may actually be more than that by now. That was when I checked last week. They had over 100 hours between the two of them helping us on board with science and research. And so I would say that the change between their short duration mission and an expedition has been a lot more gradual than you might imagine, just because they've been chipping in and helping along the way. They are doing, the normal exercise regiments that have a high degree of both cardiovascular work as well as resistance training. So they're doing the standard amount that we have all crew members do at this point. So both of those have been more gradual changes, and so they're actually pretty shifted over in terms of daily routines with our expedition crew. You asked about manifest items. When we first sent them up, they were borrowing a lot of our generic clothing and some of the generic choices that we have on board. We have switched some of those things out. When we sent up the Northrop Grumman 21 flight, we put a lot of Butch and Sunny's specific crew preference items, is what we call them, on board the vehicle. So they actually have all of the standard expedition gear at this point that any other crew member would be able to select. We've got another cargo vehicle coming up, SpaceX 31. We'll send up anything else that they need for the back end half of their mission on that flight.
And let's see, in terms of qualification and things we need to do after the flight, the first thing, in the helium system, obviously, we have a number of helium leaks. We think these are related to a seal in the thruster flange itself. That seal, when it's exposed to oxidizer, which is the vapor from the propellant, one of the oxidizer propellants, we think that maybe it's causing a little degradation in that seal. So one of the things we're looking at is a different material on the seal and maybe a different, slightly enlarged seal to make that seal better, so that we can solve the issue with the helium leaks. So that's one thing that we'll be working on. And then the second thing really is on the thrusters. Clearly, the way we fire the thrusters causes the thruster to overheat and causes this poppet on the Teflon poppet on the oxide to swell. And so we need to go understand what kinds of pulses in particular cause that swelling, the number of pulses, the pulse train itself, and what temperatures it gets to on the thruster itself. And then how do we then tell the vehicle not to fire the thruster in that manner that caused the extra heating? We also want to understand in the doghouse itself, the doghouse is trapping heat in a way that perhaps we didn't understand pre-flight. And so is there anything we can do inside the doghouse to not trap so much heat in and not expose the thrusters to the additional heating from not only their own firing, but when, for example, the OMAC fires, there's heat that crosses over into the thrusters as well. So those are some of the things we'll be working on after we get the vehicle back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd say I was close enough, dudes. That was close enough. I wanted to add a little bit of context there. Steve Stitcher's talking about pulsing. Reaction control system thrusters are a pressure and activated thruster. The pressure and activation, the propellants are back pressurized, and then helium is used to open and close valves on the thruster to move NTO, nitrogen tetroxide, and monomethyl hydrazine into the rocket engine. And that when those two chemicals hit each other, they explode. And that creates thrust, right? It's a very simple design. But reaction control system thrusters, because they rely on solenoids to open and close, in this case, these ones are actuated via helium, so it's a pneumatic valve. And it's interesting, he said those O-rings for the helium were experiencing NTO degradation, which is not good. Yeah, but the context there is that RCS, reaction control system thrusters, are pulsed. They're like, so that's what he's talking about, like pulse variation, what duty cycle is making the thrusters do this, when can they modify Starliner's control system to say, hey, don't do that, or stuff like that. So long story short, thrusters, right? Thrusters, like I said, the thrusters, you got to figure that out. But RCS is pulsed. They don't just constantly fire like a space shuttle main engine or a solid rocket booster. Just no. The RCS is it's turning on and off. Yeah, Forge, you gotta play the logistics game. Pulse with modulation. There you go. Yep. Rocket guy, did you hear that? Helium, NTO permeation on your helium seal. The poppet started swelling on the NTO side and started leaking NTO into the doghouse. Or leaking into the valve at the very least. That's what I take from that. Maybe not necessarily a doghouse leak, but your helium actuation valve, or helium actuation flange, or not an actuation, a flange on the helium valve train actuator has NTO permeation. Not good. No, not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That's bad. But it's bad Because that means you're leaking hypergols. If those hypergolic propellants, that NTO and MMH, are going anywhere but into the rocket engine, you've got a big problem. They're super corrosive. They are super corrosive. This would be like rubbing salt on bare metal. Like, that corrosive. That's bad. Yeah, that's really not good. That probably does. Aqualex, I think you said this like a couple of weeks ago in chat, if I'm remembering right. You asked this question. If NTO is leaking into the doghouses, that would cause them to heat up because that's trapped heat. Yeah, not good. I wonder if any of this stuff is coming as a result of the thruster housing changes they made after OFT1 with the heaters, the vents, etc. They fixed one issue and created another. Yeah. Okay, why don't they just click button and parachute it? Why drama? You need your thrusters to come back down, Rick. Without your thrusters, you can't get to the parachute part, dude. I mean, Rocket Guy, my question back to that, you know, if they're making hardware changes from OFT1, which is clearly a software timing issue, why would you go make hardware changes based off of what you saw? That means that, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that. The whole purpose of the OFT1 mission was to get a baseline. They didn't do that, so they did OFT2. Why redesign components in between? I don't. What's the decision behind that? You don't even know if you got a good baseline, right? This is what I mean, guys, about changing stuff through your systems engineering. The closer you get to operations, right? So, and let's be real, OFT1, OFT2, CFT are very close to the pivoting point from development to operations. The closer you get to that point, the more you're changing stuff as you approach that point, the more expensive it's going to get. And just on a quick side note, you're adding variables. You're making the game harder than it needs to be. It's already difficult. You don't need to make it more difficult. That makes it more difficult. They had to make hardware changes for the stuck valve issue. But if the stuck valve issue was induced from bad timing software, Phil, why would you go and change it? If the purpose of this mission is to get a baseline, will the next mission bring in the rhythm or the drums? Go look through a telescope or something, Jim. Jesus. Not you too, man. Ugh. This particular problem, definitely not. Especially since thruster housing changes they made came while it was on the ground and they were seeing corrosion and lockup on the valves. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
We'll go now to Eben Brown with Fox News.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for doing this. My question is, you know, what do you do either as your teams or as an agency to decide or have confidence in, after all of this is over, the Starliner returns, to go forward with the program, to go forward with, or for Boeing to go forward to try to have a successful, fully soup to nuts, human flight with Starliner? You know, how do those conversations go? What are you looking for? And what would be acceptable to you?
I don't know, making sure the thrusters work. We'll start there. That's probably good. You probably want that. Like I said, I'm not trying to get. I'm not letting these press questions piss me off. Just once again, asking a question like that shows a big. I don't know whether it's deliberate or not. I'm not going to sit here and speculate whether it is. Asking a question like that shows a very fundamental misunderstanding for how this whole system works. And that's why, once again, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just going to explain what's going on. You're not going to know what you're going to do with Starliner next. The reason why you don't know is because you haven't looked through that flight data thing that I was telling you about. That will tell you the answer to that question. Right? Steve said that already. He's answered that question like 3 times. Right? But, whatever. It's been asked 3 different ways, but you have to review that data. That data is going to give you the answer as to where you should proceed with Starliner. Understanding that is tantamount. Like that's the most important part. You're not going to know what your next move is, right? You're not going to know. It's like trying to predict what to do with your next poker hand when you haven't got your cards dealt to you yet. I don't. Yeah, yep. No, I'm gonna call. What? How? You don't have any cards? Yeah, call. Whatever. That's a great way of losing money. Yeah, the poker analogy, but see what I'm saying? You don't. Once again, very big misunderstanding of how this whole thing works. You're not even thinking about that yet because you don't have the answer to that question. Viewing the data and completing this mission is going to answer that question for you.
Yeah, I'll start and see if Dana has anything to add. I mean, you know, many parts of the flight went extremely well, and Starliner is a great spacecraft. We know that it performs well. The life support system's performing very well. In fact, we have extra oxygen. We're going to transfer over the next 24 hours or so about 20 pounds of oxygen to the International Space Station to use that oxygen. So many things on the vehicle are working really well. What we really need to go do is look at the things that didn't perform the way we expected. Like I talked about the helium leaks. Can we go fix those leaks, test those on the ground, and have confidence to move forward and fly again? And the same thing with the thrusters. We know the thrusters are working well when we don't command them in a manner that overheats them and gets the poppet to swell on the oxide. Many of the thrusters, we never saw any degradation at all. So we know that the thruster is a viable thruster. It's a good component. How then we then not overheat it? And we just have to go look system by system as we move forward towards certification, hand in hand with the Boeing team. And we have a process that we understand very well, and we'll start to work on that as soon as the vehicle comes back.
We'll take our next question from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Like I said, you're not going to know the answer to that question until you get the data.
Hi. I wanted to follow up on an earlier question just mentioned about the thrusters for Steve Stitch. Are you looking primarily at changing the way the thrusters are used to address the overheating issue versus changes to the thrusters themselves or the doghouse's hardware changes to prevent the overheating in the first place? Thanks.
Now, that's a good question. I think I know what Steve's going to say. Now, guys, based off of what I told you about being preemptive and not changing things, right? That's a big, I kind of gave it away. What would you do? Think about it. Would you go trying to make your thruster work in these in these conditions? Or would you go about trying to utilize the thrusters in a way where you know that they're going to they're going to overheat, not eat, utilize them in a way that makes that not happen? What would you do? What's the better option? Because once again, I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty dang sure I would try to use them in a way that doesn't break them, because you have a lot of flight data on these thrusters. They were used first on the space shuttle, so there's a lot of flight data there about the behavior. The behavior is apparently it's well understood, right? You wouldn't want to go make a hardware change right now unless you absolutely 100% needed to. Reconfiguring hardware puts you back into the testing cycle, and this is why changing stuff as you get closer to operations is a really bad idea, because now you have to go back into testing. Now you have to recertify that hardware. Now you have to certify the design. Everybody got to go redraw all their blueprints, and then you have to make sure everybody gets the updated plans of the thruster redesign, right? Screw that. Screw that. It's easier to change software. Steve's probably going to say a much nicer version of that, but there you go. So when are you and Rocket Guy going to try to get these questions into the conferences? Yeah, I don't know. Pat, what do you got over there? This may be way above my hopper-sized brain, but darn it, EJ, it's interesting. Pat, it's super complicated, but honestly, this whole thing comes down to not understanding your vehicle. Pat, you're driving around in your car. You step on the gas when you're in drive. You know what's going to happen, right? You know what's going to happen because you understand the vehicle. At least at a fundamental level, you understand what it's going to do, right? What happens when you step on the brake? You're going to stop. You push on that more, you're going to stop faster. You understand what's going on with the vehicle, right? That's what this is all about. They went to step on the brake and nothing happened, and the brakes caught on fire, like the pace car at Monza the other day. You got to understand why that happened. That's really important. I think so, Rocket Guy, yeah.
Yeah, I would say we haven't really ruled anything out yet, but an easier fix would be to not change the thruster design itself, but to try to understand the kinds of pulses we can get into where once you pulse it a number of times, after it stops pulsing, then the heat will soak back into the thruster and cause the poppet to swell. And so the easiest thing to do is figure out how do we lower the temperature that the thruster is operating at, and maybe not fire it in a manner that causes it to have this overheating phenomenon. That's really the primary thing that we're focused on based on what we learned at White Sands, based on what we've learned in flight.
We'll go to our next question. Anthony with Spectrum News.
Hello. Thank you all so much for taking the time to answer our questions today. My question goes towards the future. It was planned that the Boeing Starliner 1 mission that's crewed is supposed to happen sometime next year. How will what happen with this test impact that? And going forward, how will the certification process change regarding what happened with this mission? Thank you.
Once again, it's the same thing. You know, how will the certification process change? I don't know. It depends on what the data says. Only then are you going to find the answer to that question. It's the same question. Again, just phrased differently. Once again, this really, once again, I don't know if the press, I don't know if they do this on purpose. If I had to guess, they're doing it to get on the record. Mayor, you already talked about it in chat over there on Twitch. You said they're probably doing it so they can write in their article, I asked Steve Stitch this question and he answered this, right? Probably doing it to get it on record because that's what you do if you're a journalist, right? But yeah, it's kind of incessant for, like, if I'm here to learn, right? But yeah, how will it affect it? I don't know. I have no idea. It depends. It depends on if this thing goes through EDL and it works fine, comes back down in one piece, and then the data and the telemetry from this flight confirms that it came back down and the vehicle did what you expected. If it does, you're probably going to see I don't think it would delay too much at this point, right? At the end of the day, guys, this is a 2-month delay, right? 2-month delay in your schedules here because the capsule's up there. That's not that big of a deal. It really depends. It depends on these thrusters. It depends on the severity of this problem. But you're not going to know for sure until you get all the data back. Basically, they need to get the black box back from the capsule, so to speak. Now, don't get me wrong. Spacecraft don't have like a flight data recorder. I mean, they do. But most of the data is downlinked. It's just the problem is there's a lot of it. Starlink is downlinking data right now, and that data is all being logged on a server somewhere at NASA and Boeing, right? It's going to take a while to go through 2.5 months of mission. It's going to take some time. You got to figure it out. I mean, there's obviously areas that you're going to look. The hot firing when attached to the ISS, manual control, point at which you think the thruster blew out, how the thing performs during entry, descent, and landing. Those are obviously areas where you want to put the magnifying glass, right? But it's a lot of data. It's a long mission.
Yeah, as we've talked about before, we were planning at one point a flight in February of 2025. We've moved that out to the August timeframe already. Really what we need to do now, we've been entirely focused this summer on
Phil, they can call
understanding what is happening on orbit, trying to decide can we bring the crew back or not. Once we decided uncrewed, now how do we safely get the vehicle undocked and landed at White Sands Space Harbor? I think what we need to do now is really lay out the overall plan, which we have not had time to do. We haven't, because the teams have been so focused on this flight, laying out that overall search strategy, the overall amount of work we've got to go do. And then when we do that, we'll have a better understanding of when can we certify the vehicle and when can we resume flights.
Forge, next available crew mission slot is August 25th. You think they can redesign? You think they can redesign, certify Starliner, and fly by then? Depends. Once again, it's the same question. Do I think it's possible? Sure. Yeah, they could do it. It's possible. Unlikely, but it's possible. Yeah. No, Panduru, at no point did he say anything like that. It depends. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. It depends. Depends on this mission. Gotta look. You gotta go and look. It depends. You have to figure out the thruster performance here. You have to understand what you can and can't do with those thrusters, which clearly Boeing had a problem with, right? You got to figure it out. But you know, Steve did say that the rest of the capsule's working just fine. Everything else is fine, which is super interesting. You know, like if we get the capsule down, you figure out like the heat shield doesn't work, or you figure out that the environmental control systems don't work, or something like that's when I'd be like, but this seems to the whole thruster thing seems to be like one problem. Everything else with this thing seems to be working fine, but it's also possible that the thruster issue is overshadowing other issues that we don't hear about. It's possible. But if they review the data and the only thing wrong with this thing is the thrusters, I'd say that's pretty damn good for a first attempt. And it's crazy to me because the data for those thrusters is well known. This could have been 100% successful. It was in their grasp. But once again, that depends on how. I'll tell you about this, you know, on Flame Trench when we see the thing undock, and back on the stream when we see it come down. You know. Third attempt. It was the first one with crew, Frill. That's what I was referring to. But yes, third time the capsule's flown. But you got to remember, these problems didn't happen on the other missions like this. They happened, but they didn't happen in this way, which is important to understand.
We'll take our next question from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Are those thrusters new or are they leftovers? They're the same design. They're the same design, but new. Then Boeing already took a $1.5 billion loss on their side from Starliner already. Would be curious if they go for a CFT2 to certify it before the start of the 6 contracted missions. You're getting into a logistics problem at that point, Forge. We were talking about this the other day. What is it going to fly on? Honest question. What are you flying on? I mean, it really depends. It really depends on what their customer wants.
Hey, good afternoon. Dana or Steve, since the last briefing, have either of you spoken with Butcher and Sonny? Could you give a readout on what they said, or if you haven't, what have they communicated to NASA recently about their new mission? And there was some discussion on the last briefing about disappointment at NASA about not being able to finish CFT with crew. Have you heard any of that from either astronaut? Thanks a lot.
I'll take the first part.
They're fine. They're fine with it, guys. They're fine. The disappointment is, you're always spaceflight. You're always balancing it. Like you want to get it done. You want to get it done. It's a tedious process. You just want to get it done. It takes years to get this stuff right. There's only one way that it can go right, though. And if there's a chance that it could go wrong, you're not going to complete the test flight, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of a bummer. But would you rather be dead? Once again, I speak a little more candidly than they do, but they're fine. They're fine with. Trust me, they're fine with it. I'm Mr. Me 60 astronaut. Look at me. Trust me, they're fine with it. Anyway.
I've had some email exchanges with the crew,
Panduru.
and they're happy that we made a decision. I think one of the challenges for them is kind of waiting, and they've been listening to a lot of discussions. In fact, they actually tie into a lot of Steve boards, and so they're following along. They're very much engaged, asking questions. I think they're happy that a decision was made, and they understand the plan forward. In the communications with me, they're kind of thankful and ready to move forward. I think Joe Acaba said it best when he said, they flew as test pilots. They're ready to execute whatever mission we put in front of them. They have confidence in the team. If we would have decided to bring them home, they'd be ready to come home. But we decided to leave them on board to join the expedition and do the work on board station. And so they're ready to go and execute that. I don't know if you have anything you want to
I haven't
add to that.
spoken to them other than a few emails back and forth. I mean, they seem like they're in good spirits. I would say our team, is very resilient. And I've seen the team since we made the decision a little bit more than 10 days ago, focused now on bringing the vehicle back. I mean, that's what these individuals do in human spaceflight. They are passionate about their jobs. They understand the importance now of moving on and getting the vehicle back safely, and making sure that the changes we've made to the mission have been accommodated. We've changed a few procedures on how the cockpit's got to be configured. Are those changes the correct ones? Looking back on what we did for OFT2, the changes in using this breakout sequence, do we have all that right? Monitoring the weather, and now they're kind of into that normal rhythm, I would say, of getting the vehicle powered up and ready to come home. And I've seen a bit of a shift in attitude, and then we're ready to go execute now, and that's really what we're focused on.
Yeah, and I'll underscore, on the flight operations side, we're talking with Butch and Sunny and all of the crew all of the time. And their mission focus is really admirable. They are not just passengers on this vehicle. They're a part of the team. They were asking good questions and providing excellent context as we were trying to figure out what was going on with Starliner. You heard from Butch last month talking about how the vehicle felt on the first day, how it flew like a dream, and how it felt a little sluggish on the second day. We get a lot of telemetry and a lot of camera views and all sorts of data in human spaceflight, but the data you get from talking to a human about what they're experiencing can give you some context about what the data is showing you. And so they have been extremely valuable members of this team. And so I would say that their mission focus has been, though it's changed with the change in their mission, they are just as dedicated for the success of human spaceflight going forward.
We'll go now to Robert Perlman with Collect Space.
Thank you. Will Sunny and Butch's Starliner suits be returning on Starliner? And is my understanding correct that there's only one extra spacesuit, SpaceX suit on station until Crew 9 arrives? So in the case of an emergency evacuation, which crew member would wear that suit?
Why would you ask the second question if you weren't sure if it was predicated off the answer to your first question? He asked if the two suits were coming back down on Starliner, and if there was only one extra suit, who gets to wear that suit. Knowing what I've said about preemptiveness with spaceflight, does that sound like something NASA would do? Seriously, does that sound like something they would do? Who's paying attention? I don't know the answer to this question for what it's worth, but I guarantee you it's not that. I guarantee you it's not that. No, they wouldn't do that. Why would you put an astronaut in a scenario where they don't have a spacesuit where they wouldn't have a spacesuit during an evacuation procedure? That makes no sense, right? Like, once again, not failing to understand the mentality, right? Look at their faces. Anthony's like, what? Dana's like, all right. Silly, I know. The faces are funny, man. It's pretty good, man. It's a pretty good time. Dana's like, dude, even the thought of that is just like, no, man, commercial spacewalk has not happened yet.
Yeah, those are good questions, Robert. The two Boeing suits will return with Starliner. So those suits that Butch and Sunny wore for the launch day and on the way to the space station will return. We do have one suit on orbit right now that fits Sunny, and she's tried that suit on and it fits well. That's a SpaceX suit. The suits are not compatible, so the Starliner suits would not work in Dragon and vice versa. So when we set up the contract, we let each of the contractors define their own suits and their own interface. And then we're sending up a suit for Butch that will fly up on Crew 9, and so he'll have a suit. Right now, the way the Dragon is configured for an
hey, Chad, I'm gonna eat humble pie right now. Because yeah, okay, that seemed like that's what they're doing, and I'm not sure why, but you'll explain it. So EJ's eating humble pie. Got that answer wrong. Not sure why, but hey, whatever.
Emergency, the Butch and Sunny riding on the cargo pallet in those temporary seats that I described, that's an unsuited configuration. So that there's no spacesuits that work there.
There you go.
The Dragon's configured to support four suits and 4 people with suits. And so in a temporary situation, we would not have suits for Butch and Sunny on Dragon. So, until Crew 9 gets there. And then Crew 9, it becomes a normal vehicle where they would have suits and seats, and they're part of that Crew 9 crew returning home.
Interesting. So, see, I was half right. They're not going to leave them in a configuration where you're not, like in this particular case, they've tested that Sunny can fit in a spacesuit. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you're talking about an extra SpaceX suit, right? But the reason why NASA's willing to take that risk is because their contingency procedure that they came up with of using Crew 8 as a lifeboat in case of an emergency, they wouldn't have suits anyway. They would just be inside of the capsule with no spacesuit on. There you go. So, see, that's what I mean. That doesn't sound like NASA. The contingency, hearing the context of contingency is important there, but I don't know. I would say I'm more wrong than right in this regard. But yeah, NASA did have a contingency. They're not just going to be like, oh, you don't get a suit. Sorry, Butch. Sorry, Butch. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, go try the Russian side or something. You know? Checks, what's going on? I hope they draw straws for the suit as a joke. The suit on the ISS was saved for Tracy Caldwell Dyson. She flew on Soyuz, but they sent a SpaceX suit for her just in case. Yep. In which case, that seemingly dumb question, we learned something, which is cool. That's one of the bigger reasons why I'm trying not to be a jerk with these questions and trying to explain context and stuff. 1, it keeps me honest. 2, might not be as dumb of a question as we think.
We'll take a question now from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Thanks. I have 3 quick for Steve. You mentioned 20 to 25 minutes for Starliner to leave the approach ellipsoid. How much time would that have been under the nominal departure with the crew? And the other question, you mentioned about a test of thrusters after it's out of the approach zone. Are you planning on testing the thrusters that failed, were selected off on approach, or another one? And just lastly, is there any reason why you can't release a picture of the temporary seats in the Crew 8 pallet? Thanks.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I don't know what the timings for Starliner nominal undocking were. I don't know why they can't show a picture of the seats. That'd be kind of cool. But I don't know what her second question was. I blanked it out because it didn't sound right.
Okay, I think there was 3 questions there. Anthony may be best to answer the first one. I don't remember how long the original undock sequence took to get out of the ellipsoid. Maybe Anthony might remember.
Yeah, to get out of the ellipsoid, I think it's under an hour, but there's going to be a plus or minus on that. But it's around that time frame, if I'm remembering correctly.
And then second question was relative to the thrusters and hot fires. The team is still analyzing which thrusters they would like to hot fire. I suspect they will choose to hot fire some of the aft thrusters. They may choose to hot fire the B1A3 thruster just to see. What we saw is, we did 2 docked hot fires, one about 10 days after docking and one a couple months later, and we saw that poppet receded quite a bit, and so the thrusters had a lot more thrust. So the purpose of the hot fires will be to see what has changed in the thrusters in the time frame since then. In fact, B1A3 we never hot fired at all, and then also to check the thrusters, the forward thrusters. They may hot fire a few of those, and that will be the purpose of that, is to see after you undock and you fire them for a little while, did we see anything in terms of a degradation in thrust there? And then the aft ones, just to collect a little bit more data on those thrusters. It really all is oriented toward learning more about the thrusters, and then what can we do to mitigate the heat in the thrusters in the future.
We'll take a question now from Jim Siegel with Florida Media Now.
Interesting.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for taking my call. A question about, let me get my notes here. Will there be instrumentation on board to record what the crew would have experienced if they had been on board during the return of the Starliner? Thank you.
I mean, there's telemetry, probably not so much like anthropomorphic testing device instrumentation, but that was already documented, like with a crash test dummy with the second flight, and Jeb, for what it's worth. If you understand that reference, good for you. I'd also like to echo Scott Manley's words and point out that OFD-2 was the only successful Starliner test flight thus far, and it was successful because Jebediah Kerman was on board. Yep, just thought I'd put it out there. Anyway, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, good question. Absolutely. There is a wide range of instrumentation on the vehicle. In particular, on the seats, there are accelerometers that measure the forces that the crew would feel, and so we'll have that data. We'll have a wealth of data on the spacecraft itself, the telemetry system, pressures, temperatures, structural measurements across the vehicle. So we're going to get a lot of data on the return. In particular, even inside the crew cabin, we can get a lot of data that will help us for the next flight as well.
We'll go now to a question from AFP.
Thank you so much for doing this. I just wanted to know, maybe from Steve, first of all, I think it was to follow up from another question. Do you have a calculation for the chance of a catastrophe for this return flight? And a little follow-up question. I just wanted to understand.
Same question. It's been asked like 6 times now.
Understand the trade-offs better with regards to the breakout burn. You said it's less stressful for the thrusters, it's quicker, and so on and so on. So why do you ever not do a breakout burn when you have crew? I know that crew are able to manually pilot, but is there a disadvantage to breakout burns that means you don't normally do them? Thank you.
That second question is actually a pretty good question. Usually you don't need to move away from the ISS fast. In fact, moving away slower and minimizing your thruster pulses near the space station is probably the best bet. And you do that with kind of the normal like separation and undocking sequence that you see from like a Dragon or something. But you know, that does involve, yeah, I mean, it's the speed, it's the speed, because they're worried about the duty cycle on the thrusters, guys. That's why you don't do it every time. You generally want to go slower. So once again, if a spacecraft is, the springs will push the craft away, but they're going to be firing the thrusters. And what happens with the ISS, and this is a very well documented thing, it's very well understood, which is why you minimize, like you can pulse the thrusters, but you don't want to do it all at once, because what you can do is you can put a, if this is the truss segment on the ISS, the truss segment can bend back and forth like this, and it can basically turn the ISS into a giant crossbow. If you outgas too much, and a lot of the gas gets caught in the solar panels and turns them into sails, you can create a lot of weird loads on the ISS that you don't really want. So, you know, under a normal undocking, you'd go slow and you'd take your time, and you would overall do more thruster firings, right? But it would be more spread out. What they're trying to do in this particular scenario is get Starliner away using the minimal amount of thrust that they can to make sure positively, like without a doubt, that they wouldn't have a collision. Yeah, that's the reason. He'll talk about it. I mean, I know I'm pretty damn confident in this answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say the thing we looked at very carefully is what to do with the separation sequence. Do we go with the normal sequence where we could get a little bit more data on how the navigation system performs as it flies around the space station. We do have one of our requirements is to be able to fly around the space station, which we've done a few times with Dragon, just to characterize the exterior surface of the space station and see if there's anything that we can learn about the space station. So the original purpose was to do that part of that trajectory, part of that fly around. When we looked at the performance of the thrusters and improved our understanding over the last few weeks, we chose to go with a simpler sequence to get away from station a little faster and then not really put the station at any risk if you had thruster failures. Obviously, you saw on approach, we had 5 different thruster fail-offs, which we were able to recover each of those thrusters. We were able to have good control of the vehicle during all those various timeframes on the approach. It just took that whole strategy out of the equation by going with this very simple sequence, which was already a part of the software. And so the Boeing team did an innovative job of choosing that sequence, and that's what we're going to go fly. I'm not sure I copied the first question, but maybe Dana did. What was the first question?
Along the lines of uncrewed versus crewed.
Oh, uncrewed versus crewed. It was a tough decision to make. There really is, it was really hard to determine whether to be uncrewed or not. I would say the teams were very split in the uncertainty relative to the thrusters. And so, the NASA team chose to return Butch and Sunny on Dragon.
We'll go to.
I want to add one more thing here real quick. I firmly believe that Butch and Sunny, if they and once again, I can't predict the future. I hope I'm right on this, but I wouldn't. If I'm wrong, I'm sure people will let me know. I think they could come down on Starliner just fine. Once again, it's because you're going to be preemptive. There's no way they're just going to send it with their control systems, knowing that they could blow out thrusters and just do the same thing and risk stranding the crew. I think Boeing has made modifications to it because they know this event can happen, right? So even if it was coming back down with crew on board, they could modify the duties. They could modify the control systems to put less duty cycle on the thrusters and change the trajectory, right? Changing all that was not, NASA wasn't comfortable with. It's that simple. I still think that if they were on it, they'd be fine. I really do. And I'm willing to put my journalistic integrity, if I have any of that, on the line for that. I'm pretty dang sure. I'm confident enough to understand the engineering to know that, once again, like you wouldn't just. If your spacecraft is doing something wrong, you don't just sit there and be like, man, it's doing something wrong. That sucks. If you can do something about it, do it. That's not ideal, but you're not just going to sit there and let the thing burn up, right? Like, hey, Ismic, what's going on? It still is the contingency return vehicle, so that says it all. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to. I really do. I really don't think it's a problem. But NASA didn't want to take the risk. That's fine. It's their contract. They're the customer. Your customer's always right, I guess. Right? Anybody that works service industry knows that that's a loaded freaking statement. That doesn't mean you have to bend over backwards for somebody. Stand up for yourself. No, you know what I mean? It's a $4.2 billion contract. NASA's paying you that amount of money. You do what they want. Simple as that. Other than the fact that Starliner is haunted. Yeah. Dude, that grounding loop, man. What a noise that was, huh?
To our next question from David Denault with About Space Today.
My question is for Steve. At our last briefing and what you've just said about the meeting between Boeing and NASA, and after the briefing, several people have come forward and said it was kind of a very heated meeting, almost a shouting match, and Boeing's insistence in saying their spacecraft is safe for.
I don't think anybody ever said it was a shouting match. I've watched every press conference, but it is also. I'm watching Chad and watching the stream. It's also possible that I missed that, but I've never heard it described as that ever.
Astronauts. Could you comment on that and kind of bring this to an end?
Yeah, I would say the last meeting we had where we talked detailed technical data on the different positions and the different analyses, I would not characterize it as heated. I would say anytime you're in a meeting of this magnitude where there's this kind of decision, there is some tension in the room. Boeing believed in the model that they had created that tried to predict thruster degradation for the rest of the flight. I would say the NASA team looked at the model.
Did you hear that? They made a new thermal model based off of the behavior of the thrusters from the uphill ride. See what I'm talking about? That's why the Boeing people are so confident, because they changed it based off of what they saw in the uphill flight. See what I'm talking about? Exactly. That's why they were like, yeah, of course it's going to land. We do, because we're not just going to sit there and let the damn thrusters blow out. And NASA was like, no.
And saw some limitations, and it really had to do with, do we have confidence in the thrusters and how much we could predict their degradation from undock through the deorbit burn. And the NASA team, due to the uncertainty in the modeling, could not get comfortable with that. And so I wouldn't say it was a yelling, screaming kind of meeting. It was a tense technical discussion where we had both sides listening intently to all the data, and in the end, to make a decision whether to return crewed or uncrewed. And NASA chose to allow Butch and Sunny to stay on station, return on Crew 9, and we'll bring the vehicle back uncrewed on Friday.
I think I would just like to add one thing to that. You know, from a Boeing standpoint, they certainly know their spacecraft, and they're analyzing risks and what they think the capability is with the Starliner vehicle. But Boeing is not in a position, and it would be unfair of them to ask or weigh into a risk versus risk trade for the scenario that NASA was weighing, which was bringing them home in the Starliner crewed or coming up with an alternate plan using Crew 9 and having them be part of the expedition. And so I think you also have to recognize that the agency is in a bit of a different position in terms of our understanding about the risks and what's available to us without Starliner. So that's also a reason for a difference in the opinions. And Boeing even stated that as part of the review last week, acknowledging that part is really in NASA's hands in terms of making that trade. They can't weigh in on that part of the trade for the agency.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if I was working for Boeing and NASA's like, we don't want to do it, I'd be like, yeah, that kind of sucks, but you're paying me $4.2 billion. All right, I'll do whatever you want. You know what I mean? I mean, it kind of blows, but whatever. Still getting my damn paychecks. Screw it. Let's do it. Do what you want. You're the one that's paying. You know? It's very interesting. You're in a very interesting conundrum, because I just want to talk about this real quick. In the past, it's been the engineers and the contractors saying, like, don't launch. That's what happened with Challenger. The contractors are like, no, don't do that. The O-rings, no good. And NASA's like, nope, screw you, launch, right? And I want to point out what's interesting about this is because it's reversed. This is the reverse of that. Contractors saying, no, it's fine. It's fine. The capsule's fine. The capsule's fine. The capsule's fine. And NASA's saying, no, it's not. It's very interesting. We're in a complete flip from that, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. The flip means people don't die. You know what I mean? Like that. Yep. I don't want that. It's not. Yep. Interesting. That's a very interesting. Sorry, just a passing thought.
We'll go now to Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. A lot of good information. I want to go back to the hot fires, please. Been wondering about this for a while. And why did you not do more hot fire tests in the orbit when you were still while you're still docked? And can you also please describe these pulses? How intense will these pulses be? The same as the hot fire test after it undocks, or will they be longer? And then finally, Steve, you mentioned about changing the pulsing of the thrusters on the ground and hoping that would be sufficient. I'm just wondering if you maybe shouldn't be a little bit more proactive in dissipating the heat. And that's just...
I gotta rewind it. I didn't hear the question. I gotta back it up. Is this guy on Starlight? I gotta back it up. I gotta. Okay. All right. Sorry, it's funny to me.
With Space Up Close.
All right, let's see.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. A lot of good information. I want to go back to the hot fires, please. Been wondering about this for a while. Why did you not do more hot fire tests in the orbit when you were still while you're still docked? And can you also please describe these pulses? How intense will these pulses be? The same as the hot fire test after it undocks, or will they be longer? And then finally, Steve.
I missed it again. I'm sorry. Look at this. Dude, look at the flight controller. Oh my god. It's like an episode of The Office. Dude, back it up. I'm sorry. I don't know why that's so funny, man. Oh my goodness. Dude. Steve's over it. What? Oh my god. Hey, Pi, what's going on? Dude. Oh my god. That's awesome. It's so funny. There's a lot of pain in those eyes. Oh my god. All right. Let me try again. I'm going to try again.
Been stated that as.
Please.
Remember with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. A lot of good information. I want to go back to the hot fires, please. Been wondering about this for a while. Why did you not do more hot fire tests in the orbit when you were still while you're still docked? And can you also please describe these pulses? How intense will these pulses be? The same as the hot fire test after it undocks, or will they be longer? And then finally, Steve, you mentioned about changing the pulsing of the thrusters on the ground and hoping that would be sufficient. I'm just wondering if you maybe shouldn't be a little bit more proactive in dissipating the heat and not just try to change the pulses of the thrusters to minimize the heat.
Hey, Ken, we're having some issues with.
He's trying not to laugh. This guy's the best. That's so funny. What? Oh my god. Dana's trying to write it down. She's like, I think that's what he said. Steve's just like, what's for dinner? Ground that helicopter. Yeah. I can't. I don't know. I'm sorry. The reaction is what makes me laugh. Just sitting there going, this is fine. You know? Ken was asking about the thrusters. He asked why they didn't do more hot firing tests. I don't know what more hot firing tests doing the same thing over and over is going to teach you, but I don't know. Good question. Yeah, but that's pretty funny.
With your audio here, we were able to catch a couple of the questions in there. I got, why did you not do more hot fire tests while you were still docked? And then we also caught, will the ones after undocking be longer?
Yeah.
Okay. The last question was when you do the ground testing, okay, you mentioned that you're just going to change the pulsing. Why not be more proactive in trying to dissipate the heat in a redesign? Thank you.
This guy's my new hero. Anthony's a funny bastard, man. He's just sitting there trying not to laugh. Oh, that's awesome. It's just... The faces, man. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Steve's over it. He's just like, all right.
I caught about being more proactive.
Yeah, I think I'll try. Let me see if I caught it. The comm was a bit garbled. So the first question was related to why didn't we do additional hot fire tests while docked? I think, first of all, there was a downside to doing the test. Every time we ended up needing to do a hot fire test, we used a little bit of the helium, and we used some of our helium margin. So we did one early on to try to understand the aft thrusters. What were we seeing on those? And we actually perfected and came up with a great system using the space station. Dana's team did a wonderful job of being able to back out an estimate of the thrust, considering the station weighs about 1 million pounds, to use the navigation system on the station to back up the thrust. That was important to us.
500 tons.
The second one we did, and about 2 months after being docked, we tested all the thrusters. And that was important to understand the recovery of the poppet. And we think based on that testing, the poppet had recovered almost 100%. All the thrusters that we tested were almost back to the normal levels of thrust. So we didn't really see a need to do more docked hot fire testing after that. The ones we will do undocked, we will do a real short pulse, about of 1/10 of a second pulse on the thrusters. And you don't need as long a firing, because what we'll do is put the vehicle in free drift. In other words, there'll be no other firings. And so when that thruster fires, we know for a nominal thrust about how much the vehicle should respond to it. And so we'll do these real short pulses. And then on the ground, we're looking at, in terms of the ground testing, we want to understand the kinds of pulses that cause the heating. But then we will look at ways inside the dockhouse. Is there ways that we can dissipate the heat? Is there ways that we can maybe cool the thrusters? There's a whole wide range of options we'll look at for making the thrusters operate in a manner where they're not susceptible to the heating.
All right.
Very good response, considering I would have lost it. That was pretty damn funny. Welcome to Verizon. Why? We got a hot mic on countdown 1. Oh my God. It's not the mic feedback. Like, that happens all the time. It's that dude, the flight controller on the right. He was trying not to laugh, and it was, he was just sitting there going, what the actual frick am I listening to? Oh, that's what did it. That was funny as hell, man.
Okay, we're running low on time, but we will go to David Curley with Full Throttle. Take it away.
I have a scratchy connection too. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Excellent, thank you. Steve Stitch, quick question. You've talked about this. Can you describe the profile of using the thrusters after undocking? Are you trying to push them? Are you trying to keep them below what you normally do? And bigger picture, have you noticed the difference between the way the computer flies with the thrusters versus the way a human flies with the thrusters?
They're going to try to do less with the thrusters, so they don't, because they're worried about overheating them. The overheating happens from using them too much, from their pulse width being too short, too close, as opposed to right? And in terms of humans or the computer flying it, obviously the computer's going to fly it a little bit different, but it all comes down to your control mechanism. The computer and the manual controls are probably both interfaced to some type of, well, control system. Whether it's fly-by-wire or not, I mean, knowing Boeing is probably fly-by-wire, if I had to guess. That's basically the case for any spacecraft flying now. It was fly-by-wire for the shuttle. That was from the 70s, you know? In fact, fly-by-wire is not exactly from the shuttle, from the AGC. It's from the AGC. I mean, technically, if you really want to be technical, but yeah, the computer's obviously going to control it how we tell it to control it. That might be different than a person, but it's all going through it's all being interpolated by the same system, guys.
Yeah, the overall plan for undocking is to minimize, I would say, the use of the thrusters in that undock sequence, like we talked about. Essentially, once we open the hooks, The springs will push the vehicle, Starliner away. Then we'll do some real short thruster firings to put us on a trajectory that Anthony described really well. It'll take us above the station and behind, and we'll be opening to a nice range to where we can execute the deorbit burn. And then after that, we really are going to just stay in some very benign attitudes and not fire the thrusters very much at all. And then the next time they really get used is the deorbit burn, and we'll what they're used for there is to point the vehicle. In other words, to do the deorbit burn, we need to point the OMAC engines into the direction of travel. And so there's 4 of those OMACs. We'll point those in that direction to execute the retrograde burn we need to bring the vehicle back. Those thrusters will be used to hold the attitude, and we're going to let those thrusters fire however they need to hold that attitude. And then afterwards, we flip the vehicle around and then execute a series of thruster firings with the forward thrusters to back away the service module and crew module back away. The service module backs away. Then it spins up and does a disposal burn, and those are all done with the forward thrusters on the service module. And so, early on, we're going to kind of, be judicious with the thruster firings in close, and then sort of save the thrusters for the very end of the flight when we need them the most at the deorbit burn.
Thank you, Steve, and to all of our briefers today. This is the end of our coverage here today, but we will be back on the air Friday, September 6th, 4:45 p.m. Central Time, 5:45 p.m. Eastern, for our undocking coverage of the Starliner spacecraft. We'll be back at 9:50 p.m. Central for the deorbit through landing coverage, and then we'll have a news conference Saturday morning to follow. Until then, we'll see you then. Thanks so much for joining.
He didn't answer the second question, but yeah. I don't think he did. I think he did that on purpose. But anyway, yeah, there you go. There's your Starliner update. Like I said, everything that I've seen here, guys, I'm pretty sure that capsule's coming home just fine. There's actually what Steve said in that very last question. Once again, very telling. They're saving the high intensity burns for the ones that they really need, right? So it's actually super cool. Yeah, that's why I think like they probably will blow out a thruster, probably blow out another one, but once again, could be out of an abundance of caution. I mean, if you blow out a thruster, that wouldn't be anything that you hadn't seen before, right? You saw it on OFT2, right, at that phase in the mission. However, I still think the capsule's going to get home just fine. I'm pretty sure it's going to be all right. Every flight system has been fly-by-wire since day one. It's just that we switched from pulling on wires to sending signals down them instead, Kappa. Your mother must be so proud of you. Okay. Hey, Cal, what's going on, buddy? See, Kraken, God,
Discovery.
it's almost been 2
up.
years. Jeez, you used to have hair, Kappa. Why? Why? What did I do to deserve that? What did I do? Damn, man. You went bald. Hey, I still got some hair up there, man. All right. All right. I still got some. It's there. I'm not going bald. I'm just too tall for my hair or something. Let's put that back on there and put that back on there. You know, it's fine. You've gone the way of Scott Manley, efficiency. Yeah. The receding hairline's almost as bad as yours. Hey. Nobody ever said anything about a receding hairline. You guys said I was bald. I'm not bald. I have hair. See? It's just receding on all fronts. But it's there. Yeah. All right. My brain is robbing my hair of nutrients. Yeah. That's what's going on. It's a strategic withdrawal, okay? Strategic withdrawal. Future you. Do you have a headphone valley? Yeah, a little bit. What do you want to do? Yeah, a little bit. We don't talk about that, though. We don't talk about that, though. Man, that just looks weird. Let me put my damn hat on, okay? Back to business. Have you seen the Zach video yet? No, I have not. Have you got sandpaper on your headboard? Yeah, okay. Yeah, not you, Pat, not you too, man. Come on. YouTube chat, you guys are chill. This Twitch chat's ripping me 3 ways to Sunday, and you gotta come in here and bust my balls too? Damn, man, I was going to show you this really, really awesome picture of Blue Origin's new drone ship that came into port. I was going to show you that really awesome picture. You know what? Now I don't want to. Now I don't want to. Now I don't want to. So guess what? Guess what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to block out one stream, not block the other out. Guess what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that, YouTube. Isn't that sweet? Look at that sweet picture. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Just kidding. Nobody saw it. Here, take a look. Anyway. So, here's a picture of Jacqueline. This is Blue Origin's landing platform vessel for landing Newglands. That's pretty awesome. We love that you stream, but we must spit facts about the hair. Well, I don't do that to you. I don't do that to you, man. Yeah, that is a big mother. It's about the same size as a SpaceX drone ship, but there's all this accoutrement. What the heck is that? On the back of the ship. Interesting. The facial hair is ablative. Who does the name come from? That's Jeff Bezos' mom's name. Yeah. Yep. I'll pay you to make fun of you. You don't pay me enough, you jackwagon. Anyway, yeah, really cool. Yeah, there's also a Vidya. There's a Vidya on board. We've got the Ocean yellow handrails. Oh yeah. Awesome. That's pretty good, man. Pretty cool. Yeah, see the people? Is this enough to be worth it? Yes. Yeah, that's fine. So is Jeff saying his mom is as big as a barge? Okay. There seems to be a gigantic garage door right there, guys. Not sure what that's about, but yeah, I've noticed that there's there's a bunch of buildings attached to this thing. And one of those buildings clearly isn't small. That's like a 3-4 story building. It's bigger than my damn house. Cars, obviously. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Blue Origin has in store for like an octo grabber or something. I'm really kind of wondering. Bez as a copycat? You know what, Pat? Yeah, maybe. I don't care. I don't care. You know why, dude? Hey, Super, what's going on? Jeff's mom might get destroyed by New Glenn. Yes. Really big octo grabber. Gonna call it now. First rocket is gonna demolish one of those buildings. Yeah. Fire equipment. Is Blue doing fairing recovery? Don't know. You know why I don't care, Pat? You know why I don't care? Because now there's 3 drone ships that land rockets on them operating out of the Cape instead of 2. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. You can copy all at once. I don't care. I want more rockets, not less. What are you, crazy? Yes, they're doing fairing recovery. Cool. From what I understand, all that is for vehicle safing, removal of fuel and stuff, and to support crews since the drone ship is heading nearly 1,300 kilometers downrange for every mission. Well, yeah, that's right, because Methaloc's first stage, that thing's gonna go, dude. That's cool. Hasn't SpaceX commissioned another 2 drone ships? That's new. That would be news to me. You can say Bez is a copycat all he wants. I don't care, man. I don't care. Look at that thing. That thing's awesome. Are you not into trains? SpaceX's 4th drone ship is coming this year. It's nearly finished in New Orleans. Yeah, okay. So that first stage has some real heating to contend with. It's going to do supersonic retropropulsion as well, Bill, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, when Blue was like, we could do that if we felt like it, but didn't have any flight hardware, I would have been like, yeah, okay, pal. But also, there's like a 200-ton drone ship sitting in Port Canaveral with a big Blue Origin logo on it. And the crane, the gigantic honking crane next to it, and the breakover fixture. Dude, the flight hardware speaks volumes, dude. That's what separates the men from the boys. Oh. Shannon. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could say you want to land on a drone ship, or you could have this. That I would take people more seriously that have this, just putting it out there. Same design as a shortfall gravitas for the SpaceX 4th drone ship. Yep. I still don't like Blue just for the norm that they tried to make drone ship landing proprietary. I think it was a different company 10 years ago, Forge, when that happened. Part 2 of Tim's video is coming out tomorrow. Nice. Excellent. I want to see the transporter erector, and I'm going to gush over that thing. SpaceX went to court with them and the Jets canceled their patent. Yep. It's not a drone ship, it's a landing platform vessel. You know what, Tessa? I disagree, and I think you're wrong, and I think you deserve to be wrong all the time because this is my stream. So whatever you say, I'm just going to do the opposite. So I'm going to keep calling it a drone ship, and you can go dig a hole or something. Why don't you guys go dig a hole, and I'll get another beer. Anyway. Really good. I thought I would also show you guys the post here. Blorgen Jacqueline Nuglins is what I posted right after they posted that. And then Jack with... Jack posted that, in which case I replied, Conky Hoppy Down Tuber. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at my own joke. I don't care. Conky Hoppy Down to her. What? They moved Hoppy last night. Did you watch it? I had it on Starbase Live up there, Journey. I watched the whole thing. Then chat annoyed me. I was going to show chat, then they annoyed me, so I put it up there and watched the rest of it while I was playing Workers. You're a strange person at times. Lord and Jacqueline Nuglins. And then Jack, Hinga-dinga-durgan. Didn't know you had Tourette's. Fuck you, Eric. Anyway, all right, cool. Sweet. Talking about drone ship, there's a hole on a shortfall of gravitas. All right. So this is just down the hill a little bit. Let's see. If you're wondering why a shortfall of gravitas is out of commission, well, there's your answer. There is Jacqueline over there. There's some boats. Ships. Yeah. Yeah, that's, that's broken.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
187 Longbow, 2-month resub. First to second best. That's a shortfall of deck plating right there. Is there a Starlink on the top of that thing? No, there can't be. I don't think so. No way. There's Starlinks on a shortfall gravitas though. They're right there. See the white antennas, the squares. Yeah, you could tell it's they're fixing it because of the way it is. Yeah, once again, so that mark in the drone ship is left from where 1062 decided it wanted to be a bunker buster, anti-ship munition instead of a Falcon 9 rocket. I would say that what John Edwards on X the other day, what he posted about SpaceX being confident that 1062's mishap was entirely because of recovery, nothing to do with the rocket. I think that's pretty spot on, especially since SpaceX scrubbed the Falcon 9 that was supposed to launch today. Starlink 811 was supposed to launch, but they didn't because recovery conditions where the drone ships are were not preferable, which tells me that SpaceX has tightened up their recovery criteria just a smidge because whatever happened with 1062. When's the last time you heard a Starlink mission scrubbing because of recovery conditions? That doesn't happen very often. So yeah, that pretty much proves in my mind exactly what happened with 1062. They're just bad recovery conditions. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the drone ship was going up on a wave just at the right time for 1062 to come down and just shorten the amount of time it had to stop, basically. Yeah, they found the envelope. Yep. They found the envelope. Weather in the Atlantic is literally chaos. I was just about to say, look at how beat up a shortfall of gravitas is. Remember when we were looking at footage of this not very long ago and everything was like nice and shiny? Now this thing looks like it's been in a battleship gunfight. The envelope contains a bill. I'm just a bill. What are the white balls on top of the drone ships? Radar. It actually could be a bunch of different things. The radar is actually that thing right there. These could be antennas to communicate with satellites. I don't know too much about the antenna side of things. I'm pretty sure the radar is the spinny boy right there, though. USS Monitor, cool drone ship name for this. Journey, if we're going to call it the Monitor, it's got to have a turret on it. Sorry. I would like to point out that the Americans made a battleship during the Civil War with a turret, a rotating turret on it. This was like 50 years before the Dreadnought. Just saying, before the HMS Dreadnought. Just putting it out there. What's the significance of the white feather on Blue Origin's drone ship? That's Blue Origin's logo. I forget what the... Dude, I forget what the feather's significance is. It's there for a good reason. Step by step, ferociously. Forget what the feather's for, though. On relativity news, no more 3D printing in the rocket at all, besides parts of the engines. They also confirmed that the fairing they showed was Ariane 6's. Put some casemates on the side of shortfall of gravitas. Dude, we could... Shortfall of gravitas could do with some 5-inch Cal 38 turrets right there. 5-inch Cal 38. Or you know what? Let's get spicy. How about, you know, 4 Sea Whizzes? You know, starboard bow, port bow, starboard aft, port aft. Just 4 of those things to do you right. Yeah. Do we call its counter the Virginia or the Merrimack? The Mariginia. the Merovingian. Germans actually had flak barges. Yeah, Elvis, we don't deal with losers, okay? The balls are radomes covering the radar antennas. Yeah. That's what they're there for. It's like wiping your butt with silk. I love it. Yeah. There's all different types of radar and antenna and communication stuff. But still, really cool. Really good stuff. Like I said, that's why I don't mind it, because there always two there are. No more. Actually, a lot more. Pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. Blorgen, Jacqueline, Nuglins. All right, what else do we got? What else do we got? We got something here from Tori Bruno. Let's see what he's up to. Judging by the fog, I'd have to say this is Vandenberg Slick 3 receiving a brand new 70,000 gallon, 265,000 liter liquid hydrogen tank for Vulcan Centaur 5. Together with the Atlas tank, the pad capacity has more than tripled to 100,000 gallons. Yeah, baby. All right. ULA is making moves at Slick 3. The radar allows for the bleeps, sweeps, and the creeps. Yeah, but you don't want to get any jam on it. You know what I mean? Sweet. What is that piece of equipment that's pulling the tank? Because I kind of want it. It's kind of cool. Wait a minute. Was that dude just sitting on the... Yeah, there's two dudes just chilling. Just chilling. Yeah, ULA is going to town on Slick 3. Their Slick 3 is Space Launch Complex 3. It's Slick 3 West at Vandenberg. Or Slick 3E, excuse me. They're really, really modifying the heck out of that pad for Vulcan operations, but still cool. Not real, but a cool render of a potential Chinese-American circumlunar flight. This is just a render. Yeah, except one of those things has already done this. The other one has not. One of these lives has a future. The other one does not. All right, what else do we got? What else do we got? That is actually stuff from yesterday. We do have Sentinel 2C on Vega that's happening in a little bit, and we will cover that launch, but I think because we're covering that launch, it might be time. You know what time it is? Time. Changing up the titles. Ad time? Ad time? I swear if I use up all my luck right now. Get bent, helmet. All right, that's going to do it for the Rocket Review. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back same time tomorrow. Now it's time to play Summer Car. Let me get the setup. My summer. Gotta get the racing rig out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. What? Gotta get the racing rig set up. Move that. I don't. Never seen you move it like that. The dog is here and Brimo is here. How you doing?
Good. We're just saying hi. Fed didn't get typo time, so I brought him in during their press conference.
Raito time.
Typo time!
Buddy. Come here. It's a good boy. Hello.
Pizza time! Pizza! Look, there's a different chair! What's that?
What's that, buddy? Hello. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? The record just skipped? Where you going? How you doing, buddy? Hello.
Let the boy drive!
Let the boy drive. He doesn't have thumbs. He can't do it.
Typo, come here! Here, here. Can you get up here? Get up there! Look at that!
What are you doing?
Typo, look! No, come up here! Get up here! Look at Chet! Look at Chet!
What the heck?
Up here, come on! Up here!
What are you doing?
We're driving! We're gonna drive!
He's a dog. He doesn't have thumbs. He can't drive.
He can do whatever he sets his mind to. Don't limit him. Look this way! Typo, look that way! Look!
Ridiculous.
Look, you're driving! You're driving! No? Okay. Let him drive.
Hi. How you doing, buddy?
He's got the whole sun in his hands. He's got the whole sun in his hands.
Couldn't drive any worse than EJ? All right. Petting time is over. You don't get to enjoy my dog anymore. Go. Get out of here. Get out of here. This bull crap. You with this bull crap. So freaking mean to me. Ridiculous. All right. Okay. I got to give the computer a quick restart. Because for whatever reason, plugging stuff in via USB doesn't do anything anymore. You need to put a seatbelt on this thing? Why? Need a co-pilot seat for him? Dude, I was thinking if we make the garage bigger, just go to the junkyard, find a cool car that's just clapped out in the junkyard, get an angle grinder and just take the firewall, like the windshield and the floor, and with the seats, right? And then make a racing rig out of that. Like, how cool would it be to make a racing rig out of an actual car? And then what you could do, what would be really cool, like, is if you got like a whole shell of a car, right? Like the whole shell where the suspension is, you put actuators instead, so the car will move. You could make a motion rig out of an actual car. That would be super cool. Oh, also, I know I played Workers really late last night. Speaking of car updates, I played Workers really late last night, and I said that I had to go to bed. I didn't go to bed. I finished working on the Camaro. US got to be kidding me. Yeah, so Camaro's done. Got to figure out the suspension. Yeah, spent a lot of time getting the thing dialed in. But anyway, you can make it right-hand drive like a civilized person. You guys are in the wrong, right? Like 90% of the world doesn't do what you do because you're wrong. Like, look, we have our stupid measuring system. I can admit that Imperial is really stupid. Like, metric makes way more sense. I can admit that. You can't admit that you guys didn't pick the right side of the road. Like, I can admit that. I can admit that. I don't have any problems admitting that. Metric is easier. Our system is fine, but metric's way easier. Like, I have no problem saying that. You lot on the other hand, you can't deal driving on the wrong side of the road. All the best cars come out in right-hand drift. Yep. See, that's what I mean. You can't deal with it. You can't deal with it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious watching the copium. Man. Just cope harder. Yeah, that'd be awesome, Shex, right? Just the copium is hilarious. Like, it's just cope harder. It's the side of the road that the nights. God. Solution: put the seat in the middle. You know who tried to do that? See, Kraken, it's very interesting. You know what country tried to make a car to do that? Because they're so hell-bent on coping. You know what country tried? England. They're so cope and seethe. All right? Cope and seethe. Fastest manual car of all time. Who cares? Who cares? It's not an F40. Who cares? Oh, wow, the McLaren F1. Oh, that's so good or whatever. It's not an F40. It's not an F40. Who cares? Yeah, right, RBC? That's what I mean. It's copium. It's nothing but it's stage 3 malignant copium. It's leucopium. Whatever. Anyway. Those aren't the cars that we're driving around right now. We're going to play Summer Car, and I got to start a new save. GT40. Cope and seethe. Just how's that? I could smell the copium from here. And I'm 3,000 miles away. 5,000 kilometers. Yeah. Cope and seethe. All right, loud music. Oh, no, that's going to be super loud. We don't want that. We should probably turn that down before I blow some speakers out. Still loud. New save. Did you die? Yes. Did I see the last kilometers of Martin Cedapance's MSE stream? He literally went to Finland to drive a Satsuma for it. Sedated, yeah. How did I die last time? A car swerved onto my side of the road and got into a head-on collision. Yeah, GT40, right-hand drive with right-hand shifting. Yeah, I mean, GT40s are amazing. 10 miles, etc., etc. Yeah. I didn't see that sedated, but I did read about it, which is super cool. What killed you this time? I got into a head-on collision. All right. Here we go. Oh. Maybe we should change that, or... Here's the image your pick you said during Space News. Kimi Räikkönen. No. Why not Toivo? I gotta figure out where to put it, what folder to put it in. I forget, dude. I just want to play. Let's go. We don't have much time before the rocket launch. Oh, all right. Fine. Picture's so stupid. Dude, did I see a Vox AC30? No, it's a Vox AD15BT, Bob. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is important, okay? There we go. Handy banana konen. Yeah. Good.
Andy was born. Swami, 1976. Very, very good year. Ah, that's very good. Andy Banana Konen.
Girlfriend is horrified. Oh, this is a great game. Don't worry about it. Okay. Here we go. We got $3,000. It's Monday. We ain't got no job, and you got nothing to do. Sedated back over to Twitch. Now that you're home, right on. Okay. All right. Here we go. Oh, man. I got nothing. Oh, we got a case of beer. That's good. Hired. It's pretty much the same seat, so to speak. Okay. Yep. How much do we weigh? 80 kilos. 80 kilos. We weigh 165 pounds. Very, very healthy. Yes, very nice. So, my summer car, the object of the game is to assemble your summer car. All the parts are here. You have to assemble it, and you enter it in the rally race, and yeah, okay. God, I was just doing this in real life, dang it. All right, first though, we need provisions, so Do we have any... Do we have any fuel? Gasoline. We need to bring the gasoline with us. Have you ever gotten that far? No. Oh, wait, no. Well, we could fill this up. Alright, let's... Gasolina! Alright. We gotta go into town. And this is the best way to do it. We also gotta stop by the island. Speaking of cars, will this be helpful in the garage? Oh. A gantry crane. Yeah. Yes. I think this motor needs 2-stroke, which sucks. Complete barf bags. Alright, just leave that there. I'd rather have a car lift. Could you feel the van would kill you? No. Is this the hardest game you've ever played? Seems like it takes years to beat. No. Oh, I don't know. Let's just go and... It should be that gift money at Uncle's house. Yeah, that's where I'm heading over to next. Use the worker skills to get rich. Oh. We got 3 grand. We got 300 marks, so... Finnish marka is what it's called. Yeah. Markas. Very good. Very good. Hmm. Random gift money. 365 marks. There's the turbo badge. Some booze. Okay. Who's Mark? I don't know. Who's Vin? It's the broken truck. Sure, that's fine. There's the diesel. There's the tractor. Set the throttle. You really shouldn't leave the forks up on the tractor like that, so we're just gonna... We're gonna back the trailer into the garage here. So we can chop firewood for later. Fine. forgot. Does the bike spawn at the house? I don't remember. Okay, got no mail. You've got mail. Oh, yay! I've got mail! Any bikes here? All right. So what do we have in here? Anything that we can use? We got to take a trip by a boat to the shops in town. We got tools. I don't need anything like that. Okay, batteries for the flashlight is something that we're going to need. Okay, cool. We gotta get this piece of junk running.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh boy. Fuel tap. It's not going into first. She's not shifted. Huh. You clean the helmet at least? I don't think so. If the Jonas doesn't switch into first, we got a big problem. Are we here for the last Vega? Yeah. Got about an hour, though. this version, RJ, yeah. I could just use the keyboard. I don't remember the boat sucking this much. Don't. So we're going into the shops. The car's in pieces. And we got to get provisions so we can spend the next couple of days putting the stupid car together. Sucks about as much as Wrestle Mom. You play with mods, no? So the first thing we got to do is stop at the island. Yeah. there's a little house right there that you could stop at and you could take stuff from. Gotta get the fish trap and everything. Yeah, exactly. Okay, first of all, that's asking for a Kraken. Said that's asking for a Kraken strike. Hey, Jaywa, what's going on? All right, what do we need? There's the fish trap. We're gonna need that. You know what? I might pick this stuff up on the way back, now that I'm thinking about it. Just leave it here so we can grab it. There's a bunch of cool stuff in the house that you can get, like the coffee pot, and the camera, and the lantern, and fireworks. This is my cabin. This is my family's cabin. B&E simulator. Shut up. Seen this place on Airbnb? Nice. You can live in the cabin if you want. I don't see your name on it. I don't see anybody else's name on it either. In possession is 9/10 of the law, so... What if I told you your last name was Cabin? So, this doesn't say Cabin on it, fool. Alright, that's all the stuff that we need. We're on the way back. best way to do this is to hold the bike. Don't run out of gas on me. Ever tried making a Kraken drive in MSC? Yes. Yeah, Death, I thought about it. I'm like, I'm not gonna hit the drop button. It'll be fine. And then I was like, you know what? I'm probably gonna hit the drop button. So I stopped doing it. If we drop the mini bike now, it's gonna suck. It's not gonna be it's not the biggest deal, but it'd suck. Okay. Put that there. Gas tank. Actually, we need a gas tank in our hand. Crack and strike the bike. Enter driving mode. Oh, come on. Where the hell are the gas tanks? Oh, we got lucky. Maybe we should do this on land. Stupid bike is a death trap. but it's what we need right now. So we don't have a car. So much. All right, so put the tank where I could grab it while the bike started. Right, grab this tank. You gotta enter driving mode, drop that. So about that whole crack and drive thing. And because it took so long to do that, Camo's closed.
Jaha, tuetko sinäkin turruttamaan sun pääs, että unohtuu hetkeksi, miten kaahea paikka tämä maailma loppujen lopuksi on?
En oo. Mä ei oo samaa herraa kanssa. Siellä mennään ajetaan. Takki päällä, versmalon päällä. Mennään pöllään. Satana edes tänne. Mihin edeskuntatalo ja Lanzaron telämistä? Pankkiautomaatio. Kerran tuli
Hey, we won something. Oh, nice. We got 2 10s. Hey, you know what? We'll keep the ace. Damn it! Copy.
No, ei jaksa katsoa sun naamaa.
99% of gamblers quit right before they hit it big. Right? Have I seen the latest Grand Tour trailer? No.
Discovery,
No, I haven't. Sisyphean Slip. 2-month resub. Found a Chinese Long March Lego set. Temu Legos. Yeah, we're gonna have to spend the night in Periarpi. Just light up. Breathe deep. Breathe. Breathe in the air. Diamond Kaupa. Yes, very nice place. Very nice. We'll spend time at pub now. Terve Nishi. Ai näen mitä Tiimaniski.
Ei se menettää peliään. Mitä muistaa tytölle?
Bullet.
Ei helvetti osallistuakaan minä johonkin rikoksiin, jos minä tämän sulle annan.
No, don't be crazy, Timo. It's nice.
Mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa.
Sinne tulevat saatana autoon kanssa. Tulkaa helvetti. Tulkaa katsomaan meidän saatana. Katsotaan kuka ne katsoo ja mihin. Kuka ne palvelee.
We gotta save here. We gotta take a piss. We saved. We made it to the first checkpoint. Poover taas. Yeah, this game is a childhood all over again. Yes, it's very nice game. Very nice. I love it.
Tänään meillä on... Ei oo kyllä minun mielestä enää mitään tulopuolta, se on touhussa.
Hullut. Kiitos. Kiitos, Teemo. Aina. Then 15. Yeah, just wander on back there. It's fine. You couldn't take anything. What's that place? It's an empty store? I don't know why the green screen's acting up so much. Probably just because I... Well. Aye.
Ai, ai.
Isn't there a dome light in this frickin' thing? Good enough. Can't use it. Why can't we use it? We don't have the key yet. It. Shouldn't have drank that coffee. Watch TV to go to sleep. Weird. I'm in periarvy right now, dude. On a side note, you're getting hooked on Timberboard again. Voting to put that back into rotation at some point. A lot of change has been added, and you would dig it. Experimental branch 100%. Okay. Oh, balls. It's 2:45 in the morning. In game. You have a Steam Deck. Primo does. I don't have that. Are you gonna watch the Vega launch? Yeah, basically, yeah, we gotta stop there, fellas. Let's do a Vega launch. Or let's watch the Vega launch, and let's go from there. I'm curious to see this, because this thing has a modified upper stage in it, because this version of Vega has a modified upper stage. It's a Vega rocket with a Vega C upper stage, almost, kind of. The reason why they put a Vega C rocket, a Vega C upper stage, or at least Vega C parts, on a Vega rocket is because the Vega rocket's original upper stage tanks, they threw them in the trash. All right, so that was a quick summer car. I think we'll play summer car again for after hours tomorrow, because we didn't really get it big. There wasn't a lot of summer carring there. Yeah, they threw the tanks in the trash by accident. Yep. So we'll finish off the night here with Vega C coverage here, and we'll go from there. Changing up the titles now. So we're gonna switch off summer car. We're gonna see if we see a rocket launch here. All right, let's see what's up. I'll be right back 1 second while the coverage gets ready to go. We will play summer car again for after hours. If you're heading out, I implore you to watch this launch with me. Am I on Twitch? And if so, what's your username? It's EJ_SA. Same thing as it is on the tubes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right.
7, 5, 6, 5,
4,
4,
3,
2,
1. ROAD to space. Destination space. Popcorn? Goldfish, dude. One more handful and then I'm good.
Hello there, and a very big welcome as you join us live at the launch pad here at the European Spaceport in French Guiana. We are launching Sentinel 2C. It's a satellite to monitor our planet for the European Space Agency and the European Commission, and it's up there inside what we call the fairing. About 15 kilometers or so from the pad is the Mission Control Center. Teams in here going through final preparations inside what we call the fishbowl, that protective glass there. I'm Katie Haswell, and I'm here in the mission control in the commentary box with Damien Valadez from Ariane Space. Thanks for being with us, Damien.
Great to be here, Katie.
We are launching the light lift at Vega today, yeah?
Yeah, and Vega is the first generation in the Vega series. Today it's its last flight before passing the baton to the upgraded version Vega C.
Indeed, more on that to come. But first, let's go over to the flight desk now and to the CEO of Ariane Space, Stefan Israel. Hi, Stefan. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to chat with us. How are the final operations going?
Everything is going very well. All the parameters are now green. You know that to make the launch tonight, we need the basis to be ready, and the basis is ready. We need the satellite to be ready, satellite Sentinel 2C, which is ready, and we need our launcher to be ready after the final preparation, and the launcher is ready.
Good to hear. And this is an important mission, isn't it, Stefan, for Ariane Space?
Yes, for sure, because this is the fifth satellite we launched for the Copernicus constellation, the fifth Sentinel, after 4 successful launches. And you know that in Ariane Space we are very motivated to use space for a better life on Earth. Second, this is a satellite we launched for ESA and for the European Commission, and our mission is also to give Europe with an autonomous access to space. And last but not least, this is our 22nd Vega, the last of the first Vega generation series.
Indeed, and we're getting close now to launch of the last Vega. What can we expect to happen?
Yes, so we are going to lift off at 10:50 p.m. Local time. We are going to lift off towards the north. We will have the separation of the 3 stages, and after 6 minutes, a little more, we will have the ignition of the AVUM upper stage. And after the second ignition of the AVUM upper stage, we will have the separation of the satellite Sentinel 2C at an altitude of 775 kilometers, and after a mission duration of 57 minutes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much indeed, Stefan, and best wishes now for the rest of the countdown.
Thank you.
So, Vega on her pad, standing tall.
Yeah.
About 30 meters tall, actually. You can see just on the top left of the boards there in the screens here in the Mission Control Center, scheduled to lift off in 16 and a half minutes.
Okay, so this rocket, once again, that AVUM upper stage is made out of spare parts. I'm not kidding. The primary flight hardware for this was they threw it in the trash by accident. Yeah, no joke. That's why I'm like super intent on watching this, because the upper stage this is an untested configuration, which is okay. Let's see what happens.
Vega heads north, and we can see its flight path actually on the right-hand side there. So the first stage will provide thrust.
It's not French. It's Italian. Avio makes it.
Separated once empty. The second stage, or Zefiro 23, will take over for about 2 minutes and keep on increasing Vega speed.
Do I think it'll work? I hope so.
Then the third stage, called Zefiro 9, will burn for about 3 minutes. And at the very beginning of this phase, the fairing will be jettisoned as we don't need it anymore to protect the satellite. Indeed, it has passed through the dense lower atmosphere. As you guessed, the Zefiro 9 is then separated
That's right,
as well.
handsome. How do you accidentally
And up
throw a
next
giant tank in the
is
trash? Don't have
an
the answer about.
important step. So we've got the third stage separation.
For what it's worth, it's the tanks for that, for the AVUM. It's those tanks right there, to my knowledge, from what I'm pretty sure it's those tanks. Sorry, my brain stopped working there for a second.
We will then have done we will have half an hour of a ballistic phase, which will lead us over Australia, where the AVUM second ignition will be carried out for 1 minute.
How long are the rocket exclusion zones? About 600 kilometers.
Shortly
down,
after,
right?
Sentinel 2C will be separated on a sun-synchronous orbit, which means that the satellite will always be in sync with the sun, allowing for consistent lighting conditions for the areas observed. And the last step of this VV-24 mission is a third AVUM boost to reduce altitude and avoid leaving debris orbiting Earth.
Very important. And Sentinel 2C is part of the world's most advanced Earth observation system. It's a program called Copernicus, under the leadership of the European Union, where the European Space Agency is a co-founder and manages its space component. Day in and day out, the Sentinel satellites monitor our planet, giving reliable and up-to-date information.
Yeah, they work in pairs. It's basically twins in space, monitoring land and coastal waters. Sentinel 2A and B are already in space. 2C is going to replace 2A to continue the service and replenish the constellation.
Indeed. So let's take a closer look now at Sentinel 2C.
Yeah, guess who launched Sentinel 2B?
Tonight, the Sentinel 2C satellite, a key element of Europe's Copernicus program, lifts off on the final Vega launcher. The satellite will enhance the capabilities of its predecessors, Sentinel 2A and Sentinel 2B, by providing crucial data for Copernicus services until at least the year 2030. Equipped with a range of cutting-edge instruments, Sentinel 2C delivers high-resolution images in 13 spectral bands, allowing scientists to accurately track changes in the Earth's surface, including in vegetation.
That's Vega C, Sea Kraken. The first stage on this is not a P-120. The P-120 is Vega C. This is just a regular Vega rocket with Vega C components hot wired into the upper stage because they threw the old Vega stage in the trash. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Just like all Copernicus Sentinel satellites, 2C makes high-quality, up-to-date imagery freely available for a wide range of uses worldwide. This data empowers informed decision-making in environmental management and policy development.
That was the Tohu Tonga
Designed and built by a
volcanic
collaborative
eruption.
effort involving over 60 companies, led by Airbus Defence and Space, it is an outstanding example of Europe's excellence in developing advanced technology and managing a large project on a multinational basis. The Sentinel satellites are part of Copernicus, the Earth observation component of the EU space programme, managed by the European Commission EC and in partnership with the European Space Agency ESA. By joining its predecessors, Sentinel-2C will contribute to delivering crucial insights for future generations.
So as we heard there, the Sentinel-2s are a great example of Europe's technological expertise as a space power and built by a consortium of some 60 companies.
This orbit Sea Kraken is going into a sun synchronous, so they're going to launch northwest out of Kourou. Yep. 97-degree inclination, launching on the ascending.
In what we call the red edge. But what's the red edge? It's a special type of light beyond the visible red spectrum. It is used to detect subtle changes in plant health invisible to the naked eye. That means that the Sentinel-2s give us key evidence about the health of the world's vegetation. It is very important for global food insecurity, and they can also help in urban planning, decision-making during emergencies, or understanding our coastal water, which is very important as we face demand for water.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Sentinel-2C is travelling on board the light launcher Vega, as we said earlier. It was designed primarily to carry small satellites like Sentinel-2C, Earth observation and scientific payloads to different orbits close to Earth. And today is the last flight for the first generation base model, so it's kind of important, isn't it?
That's right. We launched the first Vega from the spaceport 12 years ago. So today is the 22nd launch, and next we hand over to the upgraded version Vega C. The Vega program is a great example of teamwork between 10 European countries.
Yes, and of course the prime is Avio, the prime contractor for Vega and Vega C, and Ariane Space operates it. Vega has delivered some very important spacecraft over those 12 years.
No.
So I think this is a very good time for us to take a look back at the highlights of her career.
4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage contrôle.
That's what it's supposed to do. Vega gets out of the hole real fast, man. Two launches. I'm not 100% sure. I think 3 of them have failed. No, Vega's all right. Ooh, what's the next one? Oh, leader. All right. Yeah, brother. Yeah, COVID really hit the Vega program pretty bad. They haven't been doing. Vega was great until COVID. COVID made it not very good. Vettori Europeo di Gravioli detector. I think we did see some IXV there floating, yeah.
L'avventura di Vega continua.
It does indeed. The adventure continues with Vega C, which is, of course, an upgraded version.
Yeah, Vega C can carry up to 2.3 tons of payloads as compared to Vega's 1.5 tons, thanks to the two upgraded solid propulsion stages. It also features an enhanced upper stage, a new fairing, and updated ground infrastructures. But for now, let's set some good vibes to the first Vega for its last flight, first-gen Vega.
Yeah, indeed. Good vibes coming your way, first-gen Vega.
Vega.
Right
She
now,
said Vega.
at this kind of point before launch, 6.5 minutes, you can see the screens here in the Mission Control Center. On the left-hand side, everyone's looking at those boards. The green status panel.
So if everything's green there, it's good to go. When this thing goes to launch, you'll see a circle with an X in it. Okay? As long as the X follows, the circle and the X follow that line, and they stay inside of each other. The X has to stay inside of the circle. Okay? Because that's their telemetry indicator. As long as the circle and the X follow that line throughout the whole thing, we are good to go. If those deviate from each other, something's gone wrong. But the Europeans are pretty cool in this regard. They do show us telemetry. It's a kind of basic telemetry, but they do show it.
Yeah.
Which is
what
cool.
are they doing?
So they are protected inside a concrete blockhouse. This is where we get the rocket and its pad ready for liftoff. Right now, some of the teams are watching over these final important operations in the countdown. Others are doing actual operations and switching systems on and off. So,
Control center or land tournament? I'll let you decide.
They are constantly monitoring the systems in real time. If anything seems off track, they communicate and troubleshoot. The frontline teams here at the Guyana Space Center are supported by another team of experts in Europe.
That's right. They are in Colleferro. They are in near Rome.
Yeah, they are the Avios Technical Support Unit. They are also following the launch in real time. It means more brain on the job, and it's good for solving issues as fast as possible.
You can never have too many brains on the job.
Of course.
So, all very focused, of course, right now, 4 minutes and 37 seconds to launch. We're coming up to the beginning of the next phase, which is the synchronized sequence or the automatic sequence, the last 4 minutes of the countdown.
This is a crucial phase. The rocket will become progressively automated during this time. Computers manage an impressive list of operations, and the team in launch control are closely monitoring them all.
À tous les Didio, attention pour la con finale. Of course, we didn't get the audio.
I couldn't hear there, but I think we have announced the beginning of the synchronized sequence. So we'll be hearing the voice of the Range Operations Manager throughout the launch, of course. We have a fixed launch time today. We don't have a launch window. So teams have been working here at the Guyana Space Center for 2 months now to get the rocket and the satellite ready for today. We call this preparation process the launch campaign. Damien, what's been happening during that time?
So most part of Vega arrived in French Guiana on a cargo ship, and they were then transported by road to the Space Center. The PAT, the first stage, arrived on a mobile platform at the Vega launch pad and was hoisted into the mobile gantry. Next, the second stage, the Zefiro 23, was lifted and assembled on top the first stage. The third stage, the Zefiro 9, was then integrated on top the Zefiro 23.
Instantaneous launch
Finally,
window.
the Avum upper stage was unloaded and assembled on the Zefiro 9.
See him?
Sentinel 2C arrived on a new ship called Canopy, which has sails. You can see the masts.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was transported to special clean rooms and prepared in controlled conditions with operations such as the fit check. So you can see there is a technician here actually checking that it fits.
I'm glad to see that it does.
Me too. Sentinel 2C was then integrated onto its adapter and moved to another building. There it was filled with propellant. The team wear special suits for safety.
So those are escape suits. Those suits are there to prevent inhaling the toxic propellants from the Avum upper stage and the satellite. The thrusters use hypergalls, and hypergallic propellants are toxic, so they have to fuel it in a very controlled environment. After that, they encapsulated the fairing, and now they're crowning the rocket right there. It's taken up on a bridge crane. There's a crane that moves into the slot. That's why it looks like an upside-down L Tetris piece. They pull the thing up, move it into place, stack it on the rocket, and then move that building away.
Now 1.5 minutes to liftoff. Right now, all the panels are green. As you mentioned, Damien, the weather's looking good. It's very hot here in French Guiana. So let's listen to the range operations manager.
T-minus 1 minute. 1 minute.
Right, we are 1 minute to launch. We're live at the European Spaceport in French Guiana for the launch of Sentinel 2C. Our very best wishes to all the teams.
Go Sentinel 2C.
Right. Really wish they'd keep the counter up, but all right. Okay, so what they're gonna do is they're heating up the propellants right now. They're gonna heat them up. Whenever you're using solids, you get a little bit of a heater to get the propellants nice and ready to explode. There it goes. Great audio. Okay, that's liftoff. Final Vega launch carrying the Sentinel 2C satellite. Everything looks really good. The sound guy is clearly watching the launch and not monitoring the soundboard. Everything looks good. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to say if it. Oh. Okay, that's just clouds. All right. Flying through the clouds is messing with the exposure on the camera.
They're off. Sentinel 2C and Vega are blazing a trail across the equatorial skies here over Europe's spaceport in French Guiana, heading north out over the Atlantic towards the Caribbean islands, burning the first 3 stages. The first stage, of course, burning now, getting us away from the gravity of the Earth. Vega really shoots into the sky, Damien, doesn't she?
Yeah, it does, and we could feel the rumble tumble here in the commentary cabin. So the P-80 delivers a powerful thrust about 230 tons, equivalent to twice its weight. It just results in a very rapid acceleration. So the first stage, its mass in propellants is 89 tons, and it is made of a special material called filament wound carbon epoxy.
And we're looking here at fantastic images
Good stage separation
there of the P-80
There's the telemetry.
First stage, and switch on of the second stage, the Z23. So at this point in time, we've lost about 2/3 of our weight.
23.
And we're hearing that the propulsion is nominal. So
right down the track. Everything looks good right now.
And of course, the idea is to get rid of mass when it's no longer needed.
As soon as each solid stage has used its propellant, yes, we jettison it. So that's why we split a rocket into different stages to avoid dragging unnecessary mass into space.
And we're burning the Z23 second stage, Z for Zafiro, which is a type of wind, a gentle and favorable west wind.
It is often associated with bringing speed and good weather. It very much aligns with the goal of the Vega launcher, which aims at providing reliable and efficient access to space.
Yeah.
So, Katie, it's
they're getting some slight overperformance there. It's a slight lofted trajectory, but it'll compensate for it by turning downwards towards the horizon. Everything's looking good here, though. This is fine. The Avum upper stage, when it's in internal guidance, will compensate for any over or under performance. As long as it's within a nominal range, you're good to go. We should have Zafiro 23 flame out here.
Right-hand side, 113 kilometers above the Earth, and bottom, the vitesse is our speed, traveling at nearly 4 kilometers per second.
Z23
separation there of the second stage,
ignition.
And there's a short delay before we then get the ignition of the third stage. That's to avoid any collisions up in space.
Okay, third stage ignition. Separation la coiffe.
Absolutely.
Bearing separation confirmed.
So,
and we have separation now of the fairing that's been jettisoned. We don't need it anymore. And if you look at the altitude, we're 130 kilometers above Earth. We're hearing that the propulsion is nominal, and so is the trajectory. Everything going according to plan. We can see Sentinel 2C, Damien, for the first time. It's that gold structure at the front.
yes, so we can see the 3.4 meter long satellite attached to the Avum upper stage. So the gold part is a thermal insulation. It was specifically designed in the 50s to protect satellites from the extreme temperatures in space. And since then, it has been developed for all kinds of uses here on Earth. That includes emergency blankets, like the one you might have in your car.
Well, I don't actually have one in my car, but I know the ones you mean. They're very crinkly and noisy. And you can see there we lifted off from the Guyana Space Center. The Galileo was the tracking station here, and now we're using San Jean du Maroni. And if you look at the picture there, you can see there's just one solar panel today.
Yes, it is to maximize reliability and efficiency while meeting the satellite's power requirements. So satellites must be as lightweight as possible, as you know, and every kilo counts, every little helps. And so know the speed should go just a bit under 8 kilometers per second, so we are heading toward that.
And everything is going according to plan. Everything is nominal. These images on the right-hand side are the computer-generated images. They're kind of a 3D animation of what's being planned right now in space. Your radial and pretty well as close as we can get to real-time imagery, aren't they?
Yes, so our mission analysis teams plan a precise set of events, and we put that in a computer, and it shows us the behavior that they have predicted. That includes orientation with respect to the Earth and the Sun. We put a lot of effort into it to make it true to life. The satellite is modeled from 3D plans, obviously. For the textures of the different parts of the satellite, we use photos to try and reproduce how they really look like. For instance,
Okay, stand by for separation on the Z9. Zafiro 9 should be approaching flame out and separation momentarily here.
Getting close now to separation. There we go.
All right, Vega's going to coast here for probably the next 20 seconds, and then we should get the Avum upper stage ignition.
Speed, of course, that we're traveling at 7.5 coming up to kilometers per second. So we can really start the next phase of the flight now, Damien. Our flight path takes us up north. We're heading up over the Caribbean towards the east coast of Canada. We're crossing the Arctic and back down over Southeast Asia to the west coast of Australia. And that's where we're going to be releasing our satellite.
Yeah, it's just from the Caribbean, and then it's just the Caribbean and then Canada, huh? Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. All right, you gonna do us like that?
Imagine, Katie, you're peeling an orange stripe by stripe.
I'm just going to stop you there. We've had confirmation of acquisition of signal at Bermuda. So yes, stripe by stripe.
Yes. So the Sentinel 2 peel very wide stripes. Each swathe is nearly 300 kilometers, so they can image our entire planet in 5 days.
Amazing. And we've got the switch on time now. This is the scheduled moment to switch on the engine of the Avum upper stage. We have that confirmed. This is an important moment, actually, in the flight. Trajectory is nominal, we're hearing. We've really started the next phase now of this part of the journey because the Avum or Avum has taken the wheel and its job is to deliver our passenger to its required orbit.
Yes, it must be very precise. We must release Sentinel to see on exactly the right injection orbit, nearly 800 kilometers altitude,
right?
with the correct inclination, which is 98.5 degrees. But first we have to get there, so the first Avum boost is for reaching an intermediate elliptical orbit. After that stage, we'll cut off.
And Avum means attitude and vernier upper module. Bit of a mouthful.
Absolutely. So in engineering, a vernier is a precision tool. It refers to the precision required of the Avum, which can deliver satellites at different orbits. So it needs to perform satellite fine pointing before separating it. That is why we need liquid propulsion. It allows for more precision maneuvers than powder, because powder is more suited to provide raw power.
Indeed. One of the features of the Avum upper stage is that it can actually restart its engine. And for Vega, the first generation model, this one that we're using today, that's up to 5 times. But for Vega C, it's even more, isn't it? And I know this is important, but just can you explain to people why?
It allows the Avum to deploy different payloads into separate orbits, much like an elevator, stopping at multiple floors. It's a big advantage of the Vega series. Not all launchers can actually reignite their upper stage. So today there is
7.4 kilometers a second, 300 kilometers in altitude, downrange 2,700 and increasing. Everything looks okay here, guys. I think this thing's got it. We're all right. 10 minutes in, everything's looking good. You guys are saying nobody looks happy. Yeah, they're just European. So they'll be happy when it's in space. Oh. Mission director is doing this. Now, guys, if you've never covered a launch with me, whenever they show pictures of mission control, if you see someone doing something is not right. 1 or 2 people, no problem. But if like 3 or 4 or the mission director is doing that, hands on face usually means something is very wrong. That's your telltale sign. Dead giveaway. I don't know what he saw, why he's doing that, but everything looks good. I'm watching the top left box up there. That's actual telemetry. This is just an animation. And the track up there, those 3 boxes up at the top are yeah, good. We should have an acquisition of signal through Montreal. Actually, I might be able to see this thing. Might be a little far away, but it is pretty high up.
the info to the Range Operations Manager, the DDO, in the mission control room.
Hey, Zah, what's going on?
The Range Operations Manager is responsible for announcing the confirmation of major events such as stage separations.
I was thinking, like, if there's an acquisition of signal through Montreal.
So they're doing very, very important work there.
Absolutely, and everything is still nominal.
If you're in Maine or New England,
handsome, yeah, maybe. Of Sevilla in Spain on the fairing of the rocket, and that's because this year Seville has taken over the presidency of the Ariane 2024 Community of Cities in partnership with Airbus Defence and Space. It was set up in 1998 to strengthen cooperation between people involved.
All right, I'm going to go take a look. I'll see what I can see. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Mayor of Seville, Jose Luis Santos.
Gotta take my phone. Picture, it didn't happen.
En 2024, la ciudad de Sevilla suma la presidencia de la red de ciudades Ariane, formada por cerca de 20 ciudades y otras asociaciones empresariales europeas vinculadas a la industria aeroespacial. Sevilla se convierte en la capital espacial europea. Hoy somos un referente siendo uno de los principales hubs del sector aeroespacial europeo, epicentro de la industria espacial en España. Y para su celebración, Sevilla está desarrollando un amplio y diverso programa de actividades técnicas, culturales y educativas. Este gran programa es fruto de la colaboración público-privada y con la estrecha cooperación de Airbus, nuestro partner en la presidencia, pilar fundamental de la industria espacial nacional. Además, está involucrado todo el sector aeroespacial sevillano, junto con otras entidades públicas y privadas, miembros del Foro del Espacio, que representa una importante industria con más de un siglo de existencia y consolidada, con compañías representativas como pueden ser Alter Technology, SolarMens o Catec.
Too far away.
Es todo un honor que bajo nuestra presidencia de Ciudades Ariane se celebre el vuelo inaugural del Ariane 6 en el Puerto Espacial Europeo de Kourou, en la Guyana francesa, símbolo del posicionamiento e influencia del sector espacial en Europa. Este proyecto servirá para atraer inversiones a Sevilla, para proyectar internacionalmente su tejido empresarial y para captar fondos de proyectos europeos. También nos ayudará a difundir entre los sevillanos los beneficios que reporta la actividad espacial para Sevilla y nos ayudará a posicionar a la ciudad como la gran ciudad tecnológica e innovadora del sur de Europa. Desde Sevilla, capital espacial europea, nuestros mejores deseos para Ariane 6 porque sus éxitos serán buenos para Sevilla, para España y para toda Europa. Muchas gracias.
Sí. La ensalada pica mucho.
That was hearing there from the Mayor of Seville. It was great to hear from him. And just a quick word to let you know that we seem to be having a few difficulties actually hearing the range operations manager today. But Damien and I are receiving the information directly from the CVI, who are getting the telemetry from the tracking station. So we're giving you our confirmations that way, and Damien is able to confirm things.
Absolutely.
Back to our satellite, it's an important one. Our world is changing.
¿Quién se fue a Sevilla perdió su silla?
And cities are expanding, and some of the biggest challenges
La
are meeting
mesa.
the growing demand for food and water, keeping people safe, and forming strategies to address climate change. And looking down
No, they
from
don't
space
manufacture it
is
on
vital
site,
for
Greg.
planning
You order it
sustainable
like any other
future,
chemical,
which is
dude.
why Copernicus, along with Europe's
Just comes in a regular
satellite
trailer,
positioning
dude.
system Galileo, are key components of the European Union's space program.
Galileo.
Let's just talk a little bit now about some
Galileo.
of the applications for the information from the Sentinel-2 satellites.
Yes, so we talked earlier about how important the Sentinel-2s are in giving new insights into the world's vegetation that's important for land use and food production, for instance. Say you are a farmer, you might use satellite data to decide how much water or fertilizer to use.
Those are forest
it can
fires.
also be very much useful in planning how to respond in an emergency, such as floods or volcanic eruptions. So, for example, you might remember the fires in Greece this summer. We can actually see them on the screen. The wildfire near Athens. So a massive one erupted on August 12th. And this Sentinel-2 image shows it. So you see it uses a natural color combined with shortwave infrared to highlight the active fire fronts in red and the burnt areas in dark brown. The fire, driven by strong winds, produced a smoke cloud extending over 300 kilometers towards Libya, covering parts of Athens.
Absolutely terrifying. The Sentinel-2s can also help manage water resources, as we mentioned earlier, and not just for drinking, but also for agriculture, energy and sanitation. And that's because they can measure the health and changes to water bodies, and that's whether they're lakes, inland, for example, or on the coast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see here some coral bleaching in Florida. So in July 2023, just a year ago, record high sea temperatures were recorded around Florida, and they soared more than 2 degrees Celsius above normal, causing widespread coral bleaching in the Florida Keys. So the Sentinel-2 image shows the affected area near Isla Morada. Thanks to data from Copernicus, scientists can monitor these rising temperatures and their impact
Isla
on the
Morada?
oceans.
Purple
We know
Island?
that all the parameters are normal. Interesting, the Sentinel-2 can also help in predicting malaria outbreaks, but it can also help us understand animal populations.
Yeah, you will never guess what's the last image. It's a penguin colony discovered in Antarctica. So the Sentinel-2 satellites, with a resolution of 10 meters per pixel, offers a detailed view of our planet, leading to discoveries like these new penguin colonies.
Same vibe for Abe and Flameout?
So it's an image from November 2016, a colony near Cape Gates, Antarctica. And it was not detected, funnily enough, by the penguins themselves, but by the large brown dropping stains, also called guano, that they left on the ice. So it helped scientists track this.
Guano! Yeah, we're looking for piles of poop from space.
Next phase now, Damien.
Guano! That sounds so familiar. Yeah, droppings.
Coming up at 18:30, here we go. That's what it looks like up there.
Yeah, and we've got confirmation.
We have confirmation, yeah, indeed. So why are we switching the engine off now?
You realize that the great white bat has great white guano. That's what you slipped in. That's what was on your shoe, and that explains the abrasion on your palm. Let me run that back for you. Skirt me, that skirt bit, that skirt bit, that's it, that skirt bit. That's what you slipped in. That's what was on your shoe, and that explains the abrasion on your palm. Damn, I'm good. Sorry. That's what that was, though. They were looking at piles of poop. Yeah, that from space.
Like this, it's always the result of years of teamwork.
No, we hit up and flame out, guys. They're good.
Relationships are made
fine.
and friendships are made. Space Team Europe
Pretty
is
hot
an
in these
initiative
rhinos.
led by the European Space Agency, and it aims to bring people working in the field of space under the
Guano
same
balls.
umbrella, with no
Like the
barriers
whole
or
set.
boundaries between companies.
I got a really stupid question. You could see the south ice cap on maps, but not the pole, because Antarctica is land. It's not just an ice cap.
La gestione operativa di tutte le attività di integrazione e
Ah.
di test del lanciatore, nonché tutte le attività di preparazione del lancio. Attività che toccano diverse discipline, diversi perimetri, come ad esempio quello meccanico, quello fluidico, quello elettrico, avionico, e quello che noi chiamiamo di parte alta, che è la parte superiore del lanciatore, quella che è in diretto contatto col satellite.
Oggi sono direttore di stabilimento di Avio Guyana a partire dal 1 agosto 2024. Avio Guyana è un'azienda che opera all'interno del CSG dal 2020 con la responsabilità di mantenere le infrastrutture del sito di lancio di Vega nella sua piena efficienza e di coordinare le integrazioni del lanciatore Vega e Vega C in sinergia con la casa madre.
Donc moi je fais du CVI,
Forza
qui
Vega.
veut dire du contrôle visuel immédiat, ce qui signifie qu'en temps réel, pendant la mission du lanceur, on va suivre un certain nombre de paramètres de ce lanceur, les analyser et fournir une synthèse de ces analyses vers le centre de contrôle à Jupiter pour le directeur des opérations, mais aussi pour la direction d'Ariane Espace, la direction du CNES, la direction du Prime
Hey,
Avio,
Squishy, why don't you do me a favor? Shut your
leur
friggin'
fournir
mouth.
les informations qui vont leur permettre de se rendre compte si le lanceur se comporte normalement.
The work of the program manager consists in managing the programs, in this case, in my case, the Vega-related programs, both development and exploitation accompaniment, along their lifetime. The lifetime
Hold
of
up.
managing the programs.
Your name is La Franconi, and you talk like that?
In this case, in my case, the Vega-related programs, both development and exploitation accompaniment, along their lifetime. The lifetime of a program starts with the definition of the program proposal, the submission to the Ministerial Council. It is a matter to manage day by day the activities, to accompany the activities they are successful.
Wait a minute, why is this guy getting subtitles? Hold on. Why does he have these subtitles?
Conclusion,
I can't understand you.
taking always in mind and respecting the programmatic objectives, which are cost, schedule, and performance and technical requirements.
Sono responsabile sicurezza ambiente e SOGGUARD. Mi occupo di prevenzione e di gestione in tempo reale dei rischi lavorativi. Il mio ruolo consiste nell'assicurare il rispetto della normativa, valutando i rischi connessi alle attività svolte e di assicurare la protezione dell'ambiente, delle installazioni, ma soprattutto dei lavoratori. In più mi interfaccio con le autorità francesi e del centro spaziale.
We're going to take a short break now during this coasting phase and cut our microphones.
Well, I don't know, Jeff, has it? I must have missed that. Red card. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know.
Because the most important part is coming up.
It is indeed the separation and releasing of our satellite. So we'll be back just before 11:40 here in Kourou. That's 3:40 in the morning Greenwich Mean Time and about 4:40 Central European Time. See you then.
Katie Haswell does a great job. She's a great commentator. Okay. All right, it's making its way over the North Pole right now. Yeah, flagging. The reason why the North Pole is not like there is because it's not land. North Pole is actually it's ice. Right? Antarctica is not an ice cap. It's land that just has a lot of ice on it. Does that make sense? She reminds you of a good parade commentator. Yeah. No, dude, the accent is ace. Very professional. I dig it, man. Dig it. It's an ice cap on land. Yep. Yes, these Europeans are spying. They are spying on Santa Claus. They want to take all the presents. Not on my watch. You filthy French big dogs. Can you believe that? 25 minutes. It was in South America. Now it's up over the North Pole. This animation is reminiscent of the Santa Tracker. It is a plethora of ice. Commentary at 48. I'd have to say that they're in the clear. Guys, yeah, Frank and Vega works pretty well. I'm going to stop my coverage for now, and we're going to put a nice bow on this stream. So, yeah. Good stuff. You guys want to play Star Trekker tomorrow? You guys want to play Star Trekker? You want to play Star Trekker tomorrow? Yeah. All right, cool. That's what we're gonna do. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Where are your subtitles? I don't need subtitles. Why do I have subtitles? I speak perfectly studied English at the bloody American Embassy in Cairo. All right, we'll do Star Trekker tomorrow. I'll get us ready to go. And so we got Star Trekker, then space news, and we got to continue with our My Summer Car escapades. I have to make it back to the house with all the food and stuff. Because you're from Boston. Shut up, you Delmarva parasite. You wish you were us. All right. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the Vega launch coverage. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at noontime. And yeah, Star Trekker, space news, and you know, Summer Car. Hopefully we don't get addicted to that game. I'm kind of worried about it, but anyway. Hey, I'm from Delmarva. No, you're not. You like Taco Bell. Anyway, it's a quote from basketball. All right, so that's gonna do it for me, guys. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.